Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 401, 402. Chapter 401. Chapter 402, the technique claimed that a compatible man and woman, in terms of elemental affinity, cultivation level, and spiritual compatibility, could cultivate together, circulating qi simultaneously through their bodies, merging their energies during moments of intimate contact. According to the book, this could drastically increase cultivation speed, energy refinement, and even the spiritual purity of both partners. The cultivation speed could double, or even more. Kirian did not know if he completely believed it. It seemed strange, very strange. Still, the explanations regarding energy circulation made sense. The yin and yang flows described by the technique appeared stable, complementary, balanced. It was not merely a vulgar method for physical pleasure, as some disciples like to imply with their chuckles and comments. It was genuinely a cultivation technique, even if a strange one. Kirian murmured doubtfully. He obviously had no experience whatsoever with such matters. In fact, up to this point, Kirian barely understood relationships between men and women beyond the basics. What he had observed in the village, what he had heard from disciples, and what he had read in books. Nothing practical. So he viewed the technique purely as a cultivation method. Nothing more. Even so, the idea lingered in his mind for a few seconds. A technique that used two people simultaneously to cultivate. It was different, very different, and it broadened his horizons even further. The memory of Mu Yinyu briefly appeared in his mind. Her face, her eyes, her voice. The thought came and went like a breeze. Kirian did not consciously notice it at all. He thought, pushing the image away. He mentally stored the information from the mature fire and ice technique, the diagrams, the explanations, and the flow patterns before finally turning his attention back to the combat techniques. And then something curious happened. All of them seemed absurdly easy to understand. Far easier than they should have been. Kirian devoured the information rapidly. Qi flows. He could see the pattern before even reading the explanation. Movements, his mind visualized the perfect execution before reaching halfway through the description. Activation methods, he understood the logic behind them within seconds. Everything seemed too clear in his mind, as if his eyes had been made precisely for this. To learn, to analyze, to understand. Of course, he still could not test any technique. His qi was almost completely exhausted. His two cores still rotated weakly, producing energy at a slow pace. Furthermore, his body was still injured, his muscles ached, his meridians burned, and his bones protested with every movement. But that did not matter. Memorizing was enough for now. Time passed slowly. A few more hours. The sky remained red. The ashes continued to fall. The magma continued to flow. Kirian remained seated upon the black stone, resting, studying, thinking, until another thought emerged in his mind. Kirian remained silent. With both paths, fire and ice, he had already comprehended aura, that profound understanding that allowed him to project his path into the external world. And that was extremely powerful. But precisely because of that, the other paths would begin to fall behind. Of course, he could switch his eyes at any moment, at any second. If he wished, Kirian could abandon the orange of fire and return to the blue of ice, or the green of the sword, or the red of blood. The transition was instantaneous, but he could feel it clearly. It would be better to temporarily focus on a single path at a time. Dividing his attention equally among all paths meant progressing slowly in each of them. Concentrating on one meant advancing rapidly in that path. Perhaps that way, he could also comprehend aura in the other eyes. Sword, blood, lightning. Each would require time, dedication, and battle. Kirian remained thoughtful for a few moments, evaluating, calculating. Then he made his decision. He slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, everything changed. The orange vanished instantly, as if a flame had been extinguished. The red flames dancing within his pupils disappeared. In their place appeared a deep purple glow. His pupils transformed. They now took the shape of lightning bolts. Small stylized bolts branching into sharp angles, shining with a light that seemed alive. Faint violet crackles appeared around his eyes, tiny sparks leaping from his skin into the air, creating a low and constant hum. At the same time, his two cores changed completely. The little remaining fire chi inside them, those orange particles still circulating slowly, transformed into lightning chi. Instantly, naturally, as if it had always been that way. Kirian observed his own hands as tiny violet sparks danced between his fingers, not painful, not dangerous, simply present. He decided, until he comprehended aura in that path as well. Even after changing his eyes, the heat of the volcano remained incapable of affecting him. His body was still deeply connected to fire because of the bone of the heavens. Flames could not burn him. Magma could not harm him. Heat did not bother him. That would not change. Kirian then closed his eyes once more and rested. Time passed quietly, and thus an entire day passed. Kirian murmured slowly as he stood up. His legs wavered for a moment, his muscles were still weak, his meridians still sensitive, but he steadied himself. His body had not fully recovered yet. Neither had his chi. The cores were still far from their maximum capacity, but it was enough. He looked one final time at the great volcano, at the mountain where he had encountered the fire spirit, where he had obtained the bone of the heavens, where his life had changed completely. Smoke still rose from the crater. The glow of magma still illuminated the slopes. The heat still distorted the air. But Kirian had nothing left to do there. So he turned around and began to walk in the direction of Red Smoke City. It was time to retrieve Archon, his black-winged horse, who was resting in the city stables, to continue his journey and finally depart for the Central Territory. Chapter 402, 403. Chapter 402. Chapter 403. Kirian began descending the great volcano. The heat was still intense. Ashes danced through the air, thick as snow, covering the ground with a soft gray layer that muffled the sound of his footsteps. The sky remained covered by a dark blanket of smoke, so dense that it was impossible to tell whether it was day or night. Only a faint glow, coming from somewhere above, indicated the position of the sun. But now everything felt different. Silent. Calm. The volcano no longer roared like a furious beast. Its thunder had ceased, its eruptions had diminished, and its fury had settled. It seemed to be merely breathing, slowly, like a colossal creature returning to sleep after a moment of rage. Kirian walked without haste. There was no reason to hurry. The battle was over. The enemies were dead. The danger had passed. His body had recovered considerably thanks to the recovery pills, but it was still far from its ideal condition. His meridians still ached, a dull and constant pain, as if tiny needles were lodged within every energy channel. The two cores had not yet fully recovered the chi they had lost. They rotated slowly, producing energy at a reduced pace. And the bone of the heavens remained silent, without glow, without pulsation, as if it were asleep. Kirian touched his spine for a moment, feeling the temperature of his skin through his torn robe. He could still sense its existence, that profound and powerful presence. But that was all. A presence. Nothing more. There was no sign of the absurd power that had allowed him to control the entire volcano, that had granted him wings of fire, that had connected him to the magma deep beneath the earth. Kirian thought. Weeks. Even so, he was not worried. Powers of that magnitude should not be used easily. In fact, it would be strange if they could. If the bone of the heavens were always available, if he could control the surrounding environment at any moment without cost, wouldn't he be nearly invincible? He would no longer need to worry about his growth. Kirian quickly calculated the remaining distance. At his normal speed, without using movement techniques, without forcing his body, simply walking, it would take about 2 days to return to Red Smoke City. If he were fully recovered, he could reach the city within a few hours if he traveled directly. But now is not the time to rush things. He continued descending, hour after hour, step after step. Throughout the entire day, the slopes gradually became less steep as he moved farther away from the crater. The ground became more stable, with fewer cracks, fewer fissures, and less steam rising from the earth. The amount of smoke diminished, still present, still enough to paint the sky red, but no longer suffocating. And when night finally arrived, or what Kirian assumed was night based on the fading light, he found a relatively sheltered area among several black rocks and decided to rest. He sat down. The stone was warm, but not uncomfortable. He took another recovery pill from his spatial ring. He observed it for a few seconds. A simple rank 4 pill, one that he himself had refined in the Bloody Court months ago. He swallowed it. Immediately, he felt the medicinal energy spread through his body. The pleasant warmth traveled through his meridians like flowing water, filling empty spaces and lubricating exhausted channels. The remaining aches diminished. His muscles relaxed. His breathing became deeper. Kirian then assumed a meditation posture and slowly began circulating the medicinal energy. Meanwhile, his mind was working. The 12 combat techniques. Everything reappeared in his memory, perfectly and completely. Every symbol, every diagram, every explanation. Kirian began analyzing them again. But this time he was not trying to learn them. He had already learned them. What he wanted was something different. To create. The combat techniques were good. Very good. Some possessed extremely powerful attacks, capable of injuring even cultivators from higher realms. Others allowed rapid movement, evasions that confused opponents, and bursts of speed that covered dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Some were defensive, chi barriers capable of resisting violent attacks. Others focused on explosive power, concentrating all of the cultivator's chi into a single devastating strike. But they all shared one problem. They depended on a specific type of chi. Fire chi. Every technique was designed to function with fire, and only fire. The chi flows described in the diagrams assumed that the energy being channeled was fiery, hot, violent, and alive. If a cultivator attempted to use the same technique with ice chi, the flow would not work. The meridians would not respond. The technique would fail. Kirian thought, because he was not like other cultivators. His chi changed. His paths changed. His eyes changed. A technique created for fire could become useless when he was using lightning. A technique created for ice could lose efficiency when he was using blood. That was unacceptable. Kirian thought. His mind then focused on a specific direction. Movement. That was what he needed most. Recent events had made that painfully clear. His eyes were absurdly powerful. They could see movements that others could not. Predict attack trajectories. Analyze defensive angles. Find weaknesses in formations and techniques. But all of that had a limit. His body. What was the point of perceiving an attack if he could not dodge it? What was the point of seeing an opening if he could not reach it? The battle against the 4 leaders had demonstrated this clearly. Many times, his eyes had perceived the attacks. They saw the old man's spear approaching. They saw the second leader's axe descending. They saw the sword and saber coming from both sides. But his body simply could not keep up. His muscles did not respond quickly enough. His reflexes were not sharp enough. That was why he had been injured. Kirian began organizing his thoughts. A movement technique based solely on fire would be fast. Very fast. Fire was explosive, violent, and impulsive. A fire technique could launch his body forward with absurd force, but it would be limited. A technique based solely on wind would be as well. Wind was fluid, continuous, and adaptable. A wind technique could allow elegant evasions and smooth movement, but it too would be limited. The same applied to lightning. Pure speed, but difficult to control. No, he needed something different. A technique that utilized universal principles. Something capable of functioning regardless of the type of chi he was using. Something that could adapt to his eyes. Something that would grow alongside him. Chapter 403, 404. Chapter 403. Chapter 404. Kirian furrowed his brow slightly. This was the difficult part. Creating a technique was not something simple. If it were every cultivator would do it. Techniques took generations to develop. Decades, sometimes centuries. Knowledge was required, understanding how chi flowed, how meridians reacted, and how the body responded. Experience, testing, failing, adjusting, and testing again. Comprehension of the path, of the element. Talent, a great deal of talent. Even so, for some reason, Kirian felt no fear, no doubt, only conviction, a deep and inexplicable certainty. If it were him, he could do it. Perhaps it would take years, perhaps decades, but he would succeed. That feeling was so strong that it seemed like an absolute truth, as if the universe itself were saying, yes. Or perhaps it was his eyes. Then the night passed, as the stars, few and obscured by the smoke, appeared above the clouds of ash. As the magma illuminated the distant mountains with its red and orange glow, Kirian remained meditating, studying, thinking, creating possibilities, and refining his ideas. And when morning arrived, Kirian opened his eyes, rested. The pill had been completely absorbed. His body was better, his chi as well. The two cores had recovered part of the energy lost during the battle. Not completely, still far from ideal, but enough. Kirian stood up. He stretched his arms above his head, felt his muscles lengthen and his joints crack, and resumed walking. The hours passed quickly. Vegetation began to reappear. Small shrubs, resistant to heat and adapted to ash, emerged among the rocks. A few twisted trees, with black branches and ash-colored leaves. Dry, yellowed grasses growing in sparse clumps. Life gradually returned as he moved farther away from the volcano. Kirian noticed something curious. Throughout the entire descent, from the slopes of the inner area to the foot of the mountain, he did not encounter a single spiritual beast. Not one, which was strange. The region used to be full of them. They had all disappeared, but the answer was obvious. The beasts had fled. Survival instincts. Not even spiritual creatures, adapted to heat and accustomed to fire, wished to remain near a volcano gone mad, which made his journey extremely peaceful. No ambushes, no battles, no interruptions, just a quiet walk. After several hours, a silhouette finally appeared on the horizon. Tall, dark walls made of volcanic stone. Pointed towers with red banners fluttering in the wind. Buildings with dark roofs stained by ash. Red Smoke City. Kirian quickly calculated. A few more hours, and he was right. As the sun began approaching the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, tinting the gray clouds with a strange beauty, he finally passed through the city's gates. The activity remained intense. Merchants shouting their offers, cultivators walking in groups, wagons loaded with goods creaking along the cobblestone streets, travelers resting in the shade of the buildings. Everything looked exactly the same as the day he arrived, except for one difference. He himself had changed. A lot. Kirian walked through the busy streets without drawing attention. He no longer wore the torn robe from the battle, having replaced it with a new light violet robe taken from his spatial ring. His face was clean. His hair was tied back. There were no visible traces of the injuries from the battle. He passed as a stranger among strangers. First, he found a restaurant, not the same one as before, but one near the stables. He ordered food, a lot of food, dish after dish, grilled meats, hot soups, fresh bread, cooked vegetables. His body was still recovering and needed energy. Not just chi, calories, nutrients, physical fuel. For nearly an entire hour, he simply ate, in silence, watching the movement of the city. Merchants closing their stalls, cultivators heading to their evening training sessions. When he finished, he felt much better. He stood up, paid, and walked toward the stables, or rather, toward the enormous stable, specialized in spiritual mounts. The manager, the same robust, middle-aged man with old burn scars on his arms, recognized Kirian immediately. He gave a respectful bow. Kirian merely nodded. The man understood the gesture. He stepped aside. Minutes later, Archon appeared. The beast was majestic as always. Its black feathers gleamed beneath the evening light, reflecting bluish and purplish hues. Its red eyes, intelligent and alive, immediately fixed themselves on Kyrian. For a moment, the creature remained motionless. Then it let out a deep sound. Recognizing its master, Kyrian felt something strange. A small smile appeared on his lips, not the cold smile from before, but something softer. He ran a hand along the beast's neck. The feathers were soft, softer than they looked. Archon let out another low sound, like a complaint. Kyrian almost laughed. He could stay one more night, rest in an inn, leave the following morning. That would be the logical choice. Something inside him rejected that idea. He had already stayed in this region for too long. The great volcano, where he fought the lizard, where he received the bone of the heavens, and where he killed 4 spiritual awakening cultivators. Red Smoke City, where this journey began. All of that now belonged to the past. It was time to move forward. The Central Territory awaited him. Kyrian left the city with the horse. He had not looked back. The gates were left behind. The entire city was left behind. Then Kyrian mounted Archon's back. The beast immediately spread its enormous black wings. A gust of wind scattered dust across the road. And then it leaped. The wings beat once, then again, and the city began to grow smaller, 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 until it became a distant cluster of buildings, a dark blur upon the orange horizon. The wind struck Kyrian's face. Cool, pleasant. In the sky, he retrieved the map from his spatial ring. He carefully observed the markings. Red Smoke City was far behind. The Central Territory was still distant, so distant that it did not even appear on the map. But there was an important stop along the way. A much larger city, much more influential, much more powerful. A city controlled by a 3rd-level force, far above Red Smoke City, which was governed by 5th-level forces, far above the leaders he had just killed. Kyrian's purple eyes gleamed faintly as he observed the mark drawn on the map. He thought. Archon cut through the heavens. The clouds passed swiftly beneath them, gray, dark, and heavy with moisture. And as the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, painting the sky in shades of purple and scarlet, Kyrian continued his journey toward his next destination. Chapter 404, 405. Chapter 404. Chapter 405. The wind sliced through the skies. Archon advanced through the clouds like a black arrow, his enormous wings beating at steady intervals, producing a hypnotic rhythm that accompanied the passage of time. Kilometers of land passed beneath them, forests, mountains, rivers, and valleys, all reduced to blurred stains by their speed. Since Kyrian had left Red Smoke City, 16 days had passed. 16 days of travel. 16 days of flight. Even for a powerful spiritual mount like Archon, a beast of rare bloodline, whose wings could sustain flight for days without rest, it was a long journey. During that period, Kyrian did not set foot in a single city. There was no need to waste time in small cities. His objective lay beyond them, far beyond, stopping at every village, every fortress, and every cultivator settlement would only delay his journey. The northern region was gigantic, much larger than he had imagined. During the first days of flight, Kyrian could still see signs of the great volcano's influence. Black mountains rose from the earth like scars upon the land. Rivers heated by subterranean activity, so hot that steam rose from their surfaces even on cold days, wound through the valleys. Fields covered in ash, thick as snow, suffocating any vegetation that tried to grow, stretched to the horizon. But as the days passed, the landscape began to change. The gray disappeared. The red disappeared. Life returned. Forests appeared. First, small ones, clusters of sparse, isolated trees, as if they were testing the soil. Then vast, dense, green forests filled with sound and movement. Then the endless ones. Green oceans stretching as far as the eye could see. Ancient trees with trunks as thick as houses. Mountains covered in vegetation with their peaks hidden among the canopies, and broad rivers winding across the land like silver serpents. The humidity increased. The air became cooler, more pleasant, more alive. Along the way, Kyrian encountered several cities. Small ones, clusters of wooden and stone buildings surrounded by low walls. Weak cultivators, chi release at most. Medium-sized ones. More elaborate fortifications with markets and temples. A few core formation elders. He even saw a fortress built atop a cliff, with black walls, pointed towers, and red banners fluttering in the wind. But he ignored them all. His goal remained the same: to reach the city controlled by a third-level force. A city as large as the capital of the Cloud Empire. The capital he had visited months ago, where he had participated in the Grand Auction, where he had fought in the Cloud Coliseum. Kyrian had a plan. First, he would sell his pills and formation plates. During his months in the Blood Court and the Verdant Sword sect, he had accumulated a considerable quantity of both rank 4 and rank 5 pills and formation plates of various types and purposes. With the spirit stones earned from the sales, he would buy every cultivation technique available in the city, and battle techniques as well. Every single one. The more techniques he studied, the more different perspectives he would gain on how chi flowed, how meridians functioned, and how body and spirit connected. Understanding that would help him create his own technique in the future. Furthermore, by studying so many techniques, Kyrian would better understand his enemies. Many cultivators used similar techniques, variations of the same theme, and adaptations of the same flow. If he knew the original, he would recognize the variation. Afterward, Kyrian thought, I'll refine more pills and create more formation plates. And so on, until he reached the central region. It was a simple plan, and an efficient one. The days passed quickly. Not all of them were peaceful. Flying spiritual beasts, creatures adapted to the skies with wings, claws, and hunger, occasionally crossed his path. On the 5th day, a flock of bloodhawks tried to surround him. They were large birds with wingspans greater than a man's height, and their crimson feathers gleamed like blood. Beneath the sunlight, they attacked in formation, attempting to encircle him from all sides. They were killed in less than 10 breaths. Kyrian did not use elaborate techniques. Only his eyes, violet sparks leaping from his pupils, lightning cutting through the air. The hawks fell. On the 8th day, a winged serpent emerged from the clouds. The creature was enormous, its scaled body over 15 meters long, and its leathery wings produced a terrifying sound whenever they beat. A creature at the peak of the core formation realm, nearly as powerful as the 5-horned lava lizard Kyrian had faced at the Great Volcano. Kyrian took a little longer, but in the end, with his eyes of fire, orange flames burning through the serpent scales, he reduced the creature to charcoal. Kyrian only managed to recover the beast's core. The remains fell into the forest below, smoking. On the 13th day, a swarm of ghost bats attempted to attack Archon during the night. They were silent creatures, nearly invisible in the darkness, feeding on the chi of sleeping beasts. Their attack was coordinated, dozens of them emerging from the shadows simultaneously. None survived. With his lightning, purple eyes shining in the darkness, sparks leaping in every direction, Kyrian annihilated them all. The bats fell like black rain. The battles were so simple they hardly deserved to be remembered. Kyrian barely remembered the details himself. Only flashes of movement, chi being unleashed, and bodies falling. The real difficulty was something else. Distance. The farther he traveled, the more Kyrian realized how small he was. It didn't matter how much he flew. The map, the one Dong Zhun had given him with its careful annotations, seemed unchanged. The mark indicating his destination stubbornly remained in the same place while he flew for hours, for days. It was like crossing an endless ocean. The northern region was practically a continent unto itself, a vastness impossible for ordinary cultivators to traverse. Only the strong could manage it. Only those with powerful mounts or cultivation sufficient to fly on their own could cover such distances. On the morning of the 16th day, Kyrian finally landed, a clearing near a river. The place was silent, peaceful. The surrounding forest was dense. Gigantic trees, some with trunks so thick that 5 men could not wrap their arms around them, rose dozens of meters above the ground, their canopies forming a green ceiling that partially blocked the sunlight. The scent of wet earth filled the air, fresh, organic, and alive. Birds sang in the distance, sharp, cheerful, carefree notes. Insects produced constant sounds among the leaves, a low, continuous hum that was almost meditative. After so many days of flying, of constant wind, continuous movement, and the need to remain alert, that silence was pleasant. Kirian hunted a spiritual beast similar to a deer. The creature was fast. Its hooves struck the ground forcefully, its agile body weaving between the trees, but not fast enough to escape his eyes. He prepared the meat. Ate. Meanwhile, Archon remained nearby, wings folded against his body, head lowered. Kirian took out several low-grade spirit stones from his ring and offered them to the beast. The horse devoured the stones without any ceremony, as if they were simple grains. Its powerful jaws crushed the crystals with dry, cracking sounds, and its red eyes shone with satisfaction. Kirian imagined that Archon was close to breaking through to the next stage. The beast had consumed many spirit stones during the weeks of travel, hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. Its energy had grown denser, its chi stronger. Perhaps soon, Kirian thought. Chapter 405, The Sky Caravan. Chapter 405, The Sky Caravan. He observed it for a few moments, the horse eating, the stones glimmering between its teeth. Then he closed his eyes. He intended to rest for a while before setting out again. But it was at that moment that it happened. A change. Small, subtle, almost imperceptible. The shadows around him seemed to move. It was not a dramatic movement, not shadows dancing like snakes or stretching like tentacles. It was something gentler, more natural, as if the sun had shifted slightly in the sky, altering the angles. But the sun had not moved. Kirian opened his eyes. He frowned. Something was wrong. Very wrong. The birdsong had stopped. Not gradually, not one bird after another, their voices fading in sequence, but all at once, as if an invisible hand had flipped a switch. The insects, which moments before had been producing their constant background buzzing, had also fallen silent. The silence was absolute. Even the wind seemed to have vanished. The leaves of the trees, which had been swaying gently in the breeze, now remained motionless. The entire forest had plunged into a strange silence, an unnatural one. Kirian rose slowly, without any sudden movements. His hand rested on his spatial ring, his fingers touching the cold surface of the metal, preparing to draw one of the many weapons he now possessed. Then he saw it, a shadow, slowly emerging across the ground, first covering a few trees. Their crowns darkened, and their trunks lost their color. Then the clearing. The ground where Kirian stood darkened, the green grass turning gray. Then the river, its clear waters transforming into a dark, opaque liquid. Then everything. Kirian raised his head and froze. The sun had disappeared. No, not disappeared. Blocked. Suddenly, a gigantic mass covered the heavens. Something so absurdly enormous that it was difficult to comprehend its size. Kirian tried to measure it with his eyes, with his perception, and with his instincts. He failed. For several seconds, which felt like hours, he simply stared, trying to understand, trying to identify it. A cloud would have dissipated, moved, changed shape. That thing remained still. Mountains did not fly. The shadow continued to grow, expanding, moving, and then a spine-chilling sound echoed through the heavens. The entire world seemed to vibrate. Kirian felt the sound pass through his bones, through his flesh, through his blood. It was deep, ancient, so low and yet so high-pitched at the same time that it barely seemed like a sound. It felt like the roar of a mountain, the voice of something whose existence was difficult to believe. Archon reacted immediately. The horse, which moments before had been calmly eating its spirit stones, raised its head. Its fur stood on end, an involuntary reaction, a reflex born of fear. Its red eyes widened. For the first time since Kirian had known him, since he had found him in the fortress of the Blood Court, Since he had ridden him through battles and journeys, he saw fear in Archon's eyes. Genuine fear. Not the fear of a predator facing another predator, but the fear of prey standing before something far greater. The creature let out a nervous cry, a sharp, piercing neigh that echoed through the clearing. Kyrian did not hesitate. He leaped onto its back. Archon spread his wings. A burst of wind scattered leaves throughout the forest. Some were carried far away, others shattered upon impact. And then he shot into the sky, climbing. Higher, higher, higher. The shadow continued to expand. It did not matter how fast Archon flew, nor how much altitude they gained. The shadow remained above them, covering everything. The deep sound continued to echo. Oh. Archon pierced through the clouds, the first layer, the one hanging low, damp, and gray. The light changed, but the shadow was still there. He passed beyond the lower layer, thinner and more scattered. Then another, and another, until he finally reached an altitude where nothing should have obstructed his vision. The sky should have been clear. The sun should have been visible, but the shadow was still there. And at that moment, Kyrian saw. His heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened. There, floating atop a dark being, upon a shell that seemed as vast as a mountain range, stood an entire city. Not merely isolated buildings, not merely a few structures. A city with mountains, towers, walls, temples, rivers, forests. All of it was there, upon the back of a colossal creature. Kyrian stood motionless. His mind, which always processed information at absurd speed, stopped for a moment. The beast was so large that it extended beyond the horizon. He could not see its entire body. It did not matter where he looked, left, right, up, or down. The creature continued, like a living mountain range. A gigantic shell covered its back, dark, gleaming, and covered in ancient runes and symbols. Upon it stood forests, real trees growing atop the beast's shell. Lakes, blue waters reflecting the sky. Roads, stone paths connecting different parts of the city. Buildings, temples, markets, residences, towers. A true city. No, a small nation. All of it carried by a single creature. Slowly, majestically, crossing the heavens. Kyrian's mind became completely blank. Not because he was in shock, though he certainly was, but because it made no sense. He had never imagined that a being so immense could exist. The greatest dragons of legend were nowhere near that size. The winged whales described in ancient scrolls were insignificant by comparison. Yet that thing existed, and it was alive. Kyrian's violet eyes shone, trying to see a little more. Instinctively, his gaze focused on the creature, piercing through layers of skin, flesh, and chi, piercing through the darkness. But all he saw beneath the black skin were runes. Millions of them, small, dense, glowing with a light invisible to the naked eye. Each rune pulsed at a different rhythm, some fast, others slow, all in harmony. And alongside the runes were thousands of spiritual chains. Colossal, ancient, covering the entire creature, every inch of its skin, every crack in its shell, every space between the runes. Normally, no one would see them. The runes were hidden. The chains were concealed. But Kyrian could see them. It was impossible to hide them from his eyes. The sound echoed again. This time closer, louder. Archon remained motionless in the air. His wings beat weakly, just enough to maintain altitude, without the courage to approach, without the courage to flee. Even the proud spiritual mount, which would face core formation beasts without hesitation, seemed incapable of comprehending what it was seeing. And honestly, Kyrian couldn't either. For long seconds that felt like an eternity, neither of them moved, simply watching. The gigantic city slowly flying across the heavens. Kyrian had just encountered one of the greatest legends in the entire cultivation world. The Sky Caravan. Chapter 406. The Sky Caravan 2. Chapter 406. The Sky Caravan 2. Kyrian remained motionless atop Archon's back. The wind stirred his hair, a cold, cutting wind that came from the upper layers of the atmosphere and carried with it the scent of distant clouds. His violet eyes remained fixed on the gigantic creature crossing the heavens. The more he observed, the less he could understand. It surpassed all logic, all knowledge he possessed about beasts, and it was not little. Kyrian had studied bestiaries in the library of the Blood Court, read about legendary creatures, dragons, phoenixes, and divine beasts. It was insufficient. No bestiary he had ever read contained information about a beast this large. Why? Kyrian did not know. Perhaps because it was a unique beast, an entire city, on the back of a single beast. A beast so immense that it seemed to possess its own geography. Mountains rose from its shell, some covered in snow, others blanketed in forests. Forests stretched for miles, real trees, centuries old, with birds and small beasts living among their branches. Lakes of crystal clear water, so large that Kyrian could see their surfaces glittering beneath the sunlight. Rivers flowed down the slopes, forming waterfalls that cascaded into the void, or perhaps on the lower layers of the shell. All of that existed upon its body. The deep sound echoed once more. Fainter this time, more distant, yet still powerful enough to make the air vibrate, to make archons first stand on end, to make distant birds cease their singing. Kyrian continued watching. Then he noticed something. He was not the only one. Small dots began to appear in the sky. First one, a dark speck against the blue, moving quickly. Then 3, flying in a small formation. Then 10, scattered apart, each coming from a different direction, all converging toward the same point. Then dozens. They were flying beasts. Other spiritual mounts. Some resembled giant birds, with wingspans larger than houses, their feathers gleaming beneath the sun. Others resembled bats, with leathery wings and dark bodies, silent and unsettling. There were winged serpents, long and scaled, gliding through the air as if swimming. There were even flying platforms powered by formations, wooden or metallic discs covered in glowing runes, carrying groups of cultivators. Kyrian also spotted 2 cultivators in the spiritual fusion realm, the same realm as Dongjun. He knew this because both were flying without the aid of beasts, their bodies cutting through the air with the ease only cultivators of that level could achieve. But all of them were heading in the same direction. All were approaching the city. So I'm not the only one who saw it, Kyrian murmured, which was obvious. Something of this size, a flying city, a colossal creature, a living mountain, appearing suddenly in the heavens. Many would notice. Many would see the shadow covering the earth. Many would feel the wind change. Many had heard that deep sound echoing through the mountains. Kyrian thought for a moment. If it truly was a city, with guards, rules, entrances, and exits, then perhaps someone there would know what was happening. Perhaps someone could explain, or at least try. He lightly tapped Archon's neck. Archon released a low sound, a muffled neigh that was almost a whimper. He still seemed uncomfortable. His body was tense, his wings beating at an uneven rhythm, his red eyes constantly monitoring the colossal creature. But he obeyed. The enormous black wings beat once, then again, and they began moving toward the flow of travelers. 5 minutes later, Kyrian drew alongside one of the mounts. A massive brown falcon, its feathers dark, almost black at the tips, its yellow eyes shining with intelligence. Upon it sat a young cultivator dressed in green robes, simple garments without the symbols of any sect or clan. He appeared to be in his early 20s, or perhaps older. Appearance meant little to those capable of living for hundreds of years. The young man was so focused on staring at the colossal creature that he nearly jumped when he noticed Kyrian beside him. What the? Then he relaxed. Kyrian pointed toward the city. The young man blinked. Once, twice, then looked at the creature, then back at Kyrian. A nervous laugh escaped him. Kyrian raised an eyebrow. The young man shook his head tiredly. He pointed toward the colossal shadow. The young man fell silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the creature. Kyrian agreed internally. That was understandable. He himself had no idea what he was looking at. The two remained silent for several seconds, observing the creature, its dark shell gleaming beneath the sun, green forests contrasting against the black, mountains rising like hills. Then the young man spoke again. His gaze remained fixed on the city. Kirian agreed. That was exactly what he intended to do. The conversation ended there. Both continued onward, alongside dozens of other curious cultivators, all converging toward the same destination. As they approached, Kirian began to realize something terrifying. The distance. The creature kept growing larger and larger, becoming ever more imposing, ever more overwhelming. Yet it never seemed to get closer. It was like looking at a distant mountain. You walk, 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 and it remains enormous. Always distant, always unreachable. What he had assumed would be a quick approach, perhaps a few minutes of flight, turned into nearly half an hour. Very far away. The scale of that being was absurd. Absurd to the point that it was difficult to process. When they finally reached a reasonable distance, the forest appeared. It truly was a forest. Not an illusion. Not low vegetation or shrubs. Real trees. Thousands of them. Enormous. Ancient. Growing directly upon the creature's shell, their roots extending into invisible cracks, feeding upon something Kirian could not see. Flocks of birds flew among the treetops, some small, some large, all singing. Small spiritual beasts ran across the fields. Flame deer, ice hares, foxes with multiple tails. Life flourished there, as though it were a continent, not a living being. Chapter 407, The Sky Caravan 3. Chapter 407, The Sky Caravan 3. Archon began to descend. His wings adjusted, no longer beating to gain altitude but gliding in wide circles. And with every passing second, new details emerged. First came the rivers. Great rivers. Crystal clear water flowed between natural valleys formed by the creature's shell, valleys that seemed to have been carved by millennia of erosion, but were actually part of the beast's body. Then came lakes, some small, others enormous, reflecting the sky like mirrors. Waterfalls cascaded from higher levels of the shell to lower ones, creating rainbows in the air. Mountains. Real mountains. Kirian spent several seconds observing one of them, covered in snow at the summit, forests along its slopes, and a crystal-clear lake at its base. The deep sound echoed again, this time lower, closer. Kirian had the strange sensation that it was like the breathing of the gigantic creature. A breath so powerful that it made the air vibrate. A breath so slow that each cycle took minutes. Soon after, the city finally appeared before them. And for the first time, Kirian understood why he had mistaken it for a nation. Because that was exactly what it looked like. Colossal walls rose before him, so tall they seemed to touch the clouds. Made of black, gleaming stone, they were covered in faintly glowing runes. Black towers pierced the heavens, some straight, others curved, all imposing. Massive banners fluttered in the wind, not the banners of any known sect, but bearing a symbol Kirian did not recognize. Wide roads connected different regions of the city, some paved with stone, others made from materials Kirian could not identify. Thousands of structures stretched across miles. Markets, covered, open air and underground. Residences range from small wooden houses to enormous stone mansions. Temples with statues of deities Kirian did not know, incense burning continuously. Pavilions where cultivators gathered to train or converse. Everything was organized in an impressive manner. At the center of it all stood a single immense tower rising high into the sky, taller than all the others, wider, more imposing. It was the largest structure in the city. It looked like an imperial capital, except it had been built on the back of an ancient monster. Archon continued descending, until they finally reached the main entrance. And that was when Kirian noticed something else. The line. It was gigantic. Hundreds of people were waiting. Cultivators of different levels, from chi release to spiritual awakening. Merchants pulling floating carts. Alchemists carrying the scent of herbs. Blacksmiths with their hammers. Flying beasts landed continuously, some small, others enormous. New travelers arrived every moment from the forests, the mountains, and the skies. Kirian began to hear murmurs from some of the older people present. Ha! The voice belonged to an elderly man with a white beard and shining eyes. I thought it was a legend, a story, but it exists. Another elder nodded. I did too. His eyes drifted into the distance. My grandfather used to tell me stories about it. Kirian listened to the rumors, absorbing every word, every fragment of information. Sky Caravan appeared 400 years ago, considered a legend by many, yet real. He tried to better understand where he was about to enter. Then he noticed something impressive. The guards. Kirian's eyes, the violet eyes of lightning, quickly analyzed their strength. His expression turned serious. All of them were in the spiritual awakening realm, and in its later stages. 7th, 8th, 9th, all of them, without exception, and they clearly were not elders. They were not leaders. They were not important specialists. They were merely gate guards, ordinary guards. That alone already said a great deal about the level of this place. Archon landed near the queue. Kirian dismounted. Immediately, several people looked at the black mount, their eyes traveling across its wings, muscular body, and red eyes. But only out of curiosity. No one seemed particularly impressed. In normal cities, such as Red Smoke City, Archon would attract some attention. Perhaps comments. Perhaps envious glances. Here, he seemed like just another mount. Kirian entered the line and waited. Meanwhile, he observed everything around him. Runes were engraved everywhere. On the walls, large and complex, glowing with an inner light. On the ground, small and discreet, forming patterns that stretched for dozens of meters. On the pillars, ancient, worn, yet still active. Extremely complex formations, far beyond those he usually encountered and assembled. In addition, a kind of translucent barrier covered the entire entrance. It seemed to separate two different worlds. Inside the city, outside the rest of the world. The minutes passed. Slowly. The line moved, not quickly, but not frozen either. One step, then another, until finally it was his turn. Behind a polished black jade desk with golden edges sat a robust man, wearing dark blue armor. His face was marked by a scar crossing his left cheek, a reminder of some past battle. His cultivation was firmly in the spiritual awakening realm. Kirian could feel it. He did not need special eyes to perceive it. The pressure emanating from the man was enough. The man made a small gesture, a quick movement of his hand. Kirian remained silent for a moment. Expensive, very expensive, an amount that would ruin ordinary cultivators who could barely accumulate a few hundred low-grade spirit stones over years of work. A fortune, but looking around, no one complained. Everyone simply paid, as if it were normal, as if 500 medium-grade spirit stones were a reasonable price to enter a city. Kirian said nothing. He took a pouch from his spatial ring and handed it over. The guard checked it quickly, his eyes scanning the contents, counting mentally. Then he nodded. Kirian walked toward the barrier. The translucent surface shimmered before him like a curtain of water or a wall of glass. He extended a hand, touched it. The instant his body passed through the translucent surface, a strange sensation ran down his spine, as if something was observing his entire body, examining every inch, analyzing every meridian. And then, suddenly, a mark appeared on his left hand. Kirian looked down. It read, not written in ink, not written in blood. It was a formation, tiny and complex, engraved directly into his skin. He remained still for a few seconds, observing the mark. An identification mark, he thought. Then he continued walking. And then, he finally entered. On the other side of the barrier, the true city revealed itself. Wide streets, so broad that 6 carriages could pass side by side, stretched in every direction. Crowded markets, wooden stalls, fabric tents, and stone shops sold everything imaginable. Thousands of cultivators walked through the streets, some hurried, others calm, all full of life. Lights shone everywhere, spirit lanterns, luminous formations, and glowing crystals. Magnificent pavilions, some with golden roofs, others with suspended gardens, rows of strategic points. Towers stretched toward the heavens. The sounds of conversations, negotiations, arguments, and laughter filled the air. The sound of music drifted from somewhere in the distance, melodic and gentle. The sound of life. It was an incredibly vibrant city. A living city built upon the back of a colossal creature flying through the skies. For the first time since leaving the Cloud Empire months ago, after the Grand Auction, after the Cloud Colosseum, Kyrian felt that he had arrived somewhere truly extraordinary. He stopped for a moment, simply observing. The crowd flowed around him, ignoring him, occupied with their own affairs. And Kyrian smiled. A small smile, but a genuine one. He felt that he could find interesting things in this place. Chapter 408, The Sky Caravan 4. Chapter 408, The Sky Caravan 4. Kyrian remained still for a few seconds, absorbing the atmosphere of the place. The constant flow of people around him continued as normal. Merchants pushed carts loaded with goods, some so heavy that the wheels creaked beneath the weight. Cultivators walked through the streets, some in a hurry, others relaxed, all with their own destinations. Children ran between the stalls, laughing and playing, completely unaware of the magnitude of the place where they were. As if it were just another ordinary city. As if they were not standing on the back of a colossal creature crossing the skies. As if all of this were normal. But to Kyrian, none of it seemed normal. Not even a little. He inhaled slowly. The air was different, purer, richer. There was a density of chi that he could now feel with his entire body instead of merely seeing with his eyes. It was subtle, but constant. There was probably an immense chi gathering formation throughout the city, something he could not see clearly, but that his new meridians perceived as a gentle pressure against his skin, like an invisible mist filling the entire city. Kyrian closed his eyes for a moment, simply feeling it. The chi flowed around him like a gentle current, not aggressive, not violent, merely present. He could absorb it if he wanted to. His meridians, those newly formed channels still in development, vibrated with the energy. His gaze swept across the streets. Then he began walking, without a destination at first, simply exploring. The first thing that caught his attention was the architecture. None of the buildings seemed to follow a single pattern. In Red Smoke City, nearly everything carried volcanic influence: dark stone, slanted roofs, and smoking chimneys. In the Cloud Empire, the buildings followed the imperial style: white, gold, and blue, with carved columns and curved roofs. Here it was different. Every street seemed to belong to a different region. Some buildings had curved roofs made of blue jade, so brilliant that they reflected sunlight like mirrors. Others were built from black wood, dark and dense, with silver veins that glowed faintly. Some resembled military fortresses with thick walls, watchtowers, and iron gates. Others looked like ancient temples with statues of unknown deities, burning incense burners and hanging bronze bells. It was as though architects from all over the world had left their marks upon this place. And perhaps that was exactly the case. As he walked, Kyrian began hearing conversations. Many of them. Hundreds. Thousands. Various accents, some guttural, others melodic, others short and direct. Different ways of speaking, some formal, some casual, some nearly incomprehensible. For the first time since leaving the Bloody Court, since beginning this journey toward the Central Territory, he felt as though he was seeing the true cultivation world. Not merely an isolated region, not merely a handful of local forces competing for scarce resources, but something much larger, much more vast. A huge commercial square appeared before him. Kyrian stopped, and his eyes narrowed. The place was gigantic, perhaps larger than entire districts within the capital of the Cloud Empire. Hundreds of stalls occupied the square, some simple constructions of wood and canvas, others elaborate structures made of metal and crystal. Thousands of people moved among them, buying, selling, negotiating, or simply observing. The cries of merchants echoed from every direction. Freshly harvested spiritual fruits from the eastern region, directly from the sacred forests. Storm serpent scales, perfect for light armor. wood from the southern millennial trees, hard as metal, light as a feather, crystals from the frozen depths. They contained pure ice chi, rare. Kirian walked slowly between the stalls, and the more he observed, the more surprised he became. Many of the goods he simply did not recognize. One stall sold translucent blue fruits. They looked as though they were made of crystal, their surfaces glowing with an inner light, while tiny particles of chi floated around them like miniature stars. Another sold black flowers that glowed softly in darkness, their petals seeming to absorb the surrounding light, creating small pockets of darkness in the air. At a third stall, golden roots were arranged carefully upon a jade table, each the size of a finger, shining as though made from liquid gold. Kirian had never seen any of them, not even in the books he studied within the Bloody Court's library, nor in the records of rare herbs he had obtained in the Cloud Empire. Nothing. That could only mean one thing. These materials came from places far away, regions he had never visited, perhaps had never even heard of. Then his eyes stopped at a mineral shop, and this time his surprise was even greater. Metals. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds. Some glowed with violet hues so intense that they seemed to contain frozen lightning within them. Others possessed natural patterns resembling lightning, silver veins running across their surfaces like scars. There was a completely transparent ore, so pure that Kirian could see through it as though it were glass, yet as heavy as lead. Another seemed to contain tiny stars within it, points of white light floating inside solid metal. Kirian observed them for a long moment. Even though he was not a blacksmith, even though he did not fully understand forging processes or the properties of different metals, he could still feel it. The absurd quality of those materials, the chi emanating from them, their density, their purity. A single piece, the size of his fist, would probably be worth more than several ordinary spirit weapons combined. Interesting, Kirian murmured. The question was not rhetorical. He stored the thought away for later, then continued walking. Over the next several hours, as the sun moved slowly across the sky and the shadows of the towers stretched longer, Kirian saw increasingly strange things. A shop specializing in spiritual beasts. Not common beasts like those he was used to encountering, wolves, bears, birds of prey. Tiny creatures that fit in the palm of the hand. Insects with shining carapaces, spiders that spun chi-infused webs, scorpions with glowing tails. Insects capable of producing extraordinarily rare poisons, poisons that could paralyze, kill, or even strengthen. Birds whose feathers were made of spiritual energy, their wings glowing with a soft light, and every feather that fell transforming into a small chi gem. Crystal serpents whose transparent bodies allowed chi to be seen circulating inside them like rivers of light. Everything was different. Everything seemed exotic, as though this place had gathered fragments of the entire world. And then, he finally found an answer. Chapter 409, Sky Family. Chapter 409. Sky Family, a massive stone monument, stood at the center of a circular plaza, so tall that Kirian had to tilt his head back to read the inscriptions at the top. The stone was black, so black that it seemed to absorb the surrounding light, creating a small shadow around its base. But the inscriptions were golden, shining with a light of their own, visible even from a distance. Kirian approached and began to read. His eyes moved across the inscriptions, every character, every word, every sentence. A few seconds later, a strange expression appeared on his face. Not shocked, not surprised, something closer to understanding. That was the name of the city, or rather, the name of that gigantic wandering city. The inscription continued. According to the text, engraved in ancient calligraphy with characters Kirian recognized from historical scrolls, the city continuously traveled through the 5 great regions of the world, without a fixed destination, without a territory of its own, constantly moving, for tens of thousands of years. Kirian fell silent. Tens of thousands of years. That meant the city had existed long before the rise of countless empires and powers, before the Blood Court, before the Cloud Empire, before so many others he knew, before countless wars, before countless sections. It had simply continued traveling, watching the world change, while remaining the same. But it was the next piece of information that truly caught his attention. Kirian frowned. He had never heard that name before, not even in the stories that circulated among cultivators. Nothing. He continued reading, and then his eyes froze. The world seemed to fall silent for an instant. First level. The first. Kirian reread the inscription, then reread it again. And once more. There was no mistake. His heart sped up slightly, an involuntary reaction, pure adrenaline. Because for the first time, he truly understood where he was. The Verdant Sword sect, where he had begun his journey, was a 5 degrees level power. The Blood Court, where he had learned more as a cultivator, was a 4 degrees level power. The Cloud Empire, where he had participated in the Grand Auction, was a 3 degrees level power. Each step represented an enormous difference. A difference so absurd that lower powers could never, ever challenge higher ones. And now, without realizing it, simply by following the path before him, he had entered a city controlled by a first-level power, a force that stood at the absolute peak of the cultivation world, at the same level as the greatest sects described in legends, the dynasties that ruled entire regions, the clans whose names were spoken only with reverence. Kirian remained staring at the monument, thoughtful, because that also meant something else. The experts of that family, the Sky family, were probably far beyond any cultivator he had ever encountered. Far beyond. The most powerful being Kirian had ever seen was the Fire Spirit, that creature of living flame that guarded Ming Hai's tomb and had implanted the bone of the heavens into his body. In fact, Kirian remembered years ago when he encountered the enormous ice bird beyond the mountains of the End. At the time, he had no idea, and even now he had no idea, how powerful the being truly was. So he considered the Fire Spirit the strongest being he had ever met. Kirian did not know. He could not even imagine. What did it mean to stand at the top of the cultivation world? What did it mean to be first level? What did it mean to command a city that had wandered the skies for tens of thousands of years? I have no way of knowing, he thought. His gaze lifted. Far away, above the buildings, a gigantic tower dominated the horizon. It was impossible to ignore. It seemed to touch the highest clouds, its peak disappearing among brilliant formations visible only as a diffuse glow in the sky. Built from white jade and golden crystal, materials that reflected sunlight in dazzling fashion, creating a halo of light around the structure. Its summit vanished among shining formations, runes Kirian could not decipher, circles that rotated slowly, and lights pulsing at different rhythms, like a spear piercing the heavens. Even from kilometers away, even with the vast city standing between them, the presence of that structure was overwhelming. Then Kirian realized. Some looked toward it with reverence, their heads slightly lowered, their eyes cast down. Others with admiration, eyes wide, mouths open. Others with nearly religious respect, as though standing before something sacred. The tower, the residence of the Sky family, the center of power within the city, the heart of the Sky caravan. Kirian continued exploring, but now he paid even closer attention, because he knew he was surrounded by individuals who might belong to the most powerful forces on the continent, perhaps in the entire world. He observed their clothing, embroidery he did not recognize, and symbols he had never seen before. He observed their postures, some relaxed, others tense, all confident. He observed their gazes, some curious, others indifferent, and others evaluating. Any one of them could be someone important, Kirian thought. Here, in another area of the city, he found a market specializing in artifacts. And once again, he was impressed. Flying artifacts, ranging from simple wooden boards capable of carrying one person to complete ships with masts and sails. Defensive artifacts, shields that expanded from bracelets, armor that fit inside rings, and barriers that could be activated with a single thought. Spatial rings of every size and capacity. Portable formations, jade discs that could be activated in seconds, creating walls of energy or deadly traps. Spirit puppets, wooden or metal dolls that moved on their own, some the size of rats, others the size of men. Everything was for sale, and these were not ordinary items. Many possessed a quality superior to anything he had ever seen before. The brilliance of their chi, the precision of their runes, and the density of their energy. The prices, naturally, were absurd. A single defensive formation, a small jade disc that fit in the palm of a hand, cost more than an entire small sect could gather in years of resource collection. Even Kyrian, who possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones after looting the old man's ring, felt a slight shock as he looked at some of the price tags. This was wealth on an entirely different scale. Chapter 410, Sky Family 2. Chapter 410, Sky Family 2. While walking, Kyrian also noticed something else. The average quality of the cultivators. It was terrifying. In Red Smoke City, where he had arrived less than a month ago, core formation experts were respected. They were elders, group leaders, people others bowed to. Here, they seemed ordinary. Kyrian crossed paths with several of them. Many, more than he could count. They walked through the streets like anyone else, buying, talking, and laughing, as if they were normal people. Those in the spiritual awakening realm, the same level as the 4 leaders he had killed at the volcano, were also common. Kyrian counted at least 30 within only a few hours of walking. 30 experts who, in any other small city of the northern region, would have been important figures. Here, there were simply a few more faces in the crowd. None of them even bothered hiding their energies. Their spiritual pressures were visible, almost flaunted. Others walked accompanied by disciples, bright-eyed youths wearing robes adorned with symbols Kyrian did not recognize. There were also even stronger experts, people whose depths he could not fully measure. Cultivators whose energies were so dense that they distorted the air around them, as though their own chi was too heavy for the world itself. It only reinforced reality. He had entered another world. The sun slowly began descending toward the horizon, painting the skies gold. The city's lights began to illuminate one after another, like stars. First the street lamps, small spiritual flames contained within crystal globes. Then the luminous formations on the buildings, runes glowing in different colors, created patterns that danced across the walls. Then the towers, each illuminated differently, some red, others blue, others green. Kyrian stopped near an elevated avenue. From there, on an observation platform accessible by a stone staircase, he could see a large portion of the city. The streets wound between the buildings. The plazas were full of people. The markets were still bustling. The towers rose toward the heavens, and beyond them, the back of the colossal creature. Forests, vast stretches of dark green where ancient trees swayed in the wind. Mountains, snow-covered peaks, so tall they seemed to touch the clouds. Rivers, silver ribbons descending from the mountains, winding through the forest before disappearing somewhere in the distance. Everything was illuminated by the light of dusk, golden, warm, and breathtakingly beautiful. The beast continued flying. Kyrian had discovered, after overhearing rumors earlier, that the caravan was heading toward the mountains of the End, the same mountain range he had crossed when he left the mortal nations for the true northern territory. Slowly, as it had for thousands of years, Kyrian observed the scene in silence. The Sky Caravan, the Sky Family, a first-level force, goods from all 5 regions, powerful experts. All of it was far greater than he had imagined when he left Red Smoke City. And it had happened so quickly. Only 16 days ago, he had been fighting 4 spiritual awakening leaders. Now he was here, in a city wandering through the skies, governed by a family that had existed for tens of thousands of years, surrounded by cultivators whose strength he could barely comprehend. But Kyrian was satisfied. This is where I should be if I want resources quickly, he thought. He decided he would stay for a while. There were many things to explore, and many things to learn in this city. Even if the caravan was traveling back along the route Kyrian had already taken, returning toward the mountains of the End instead of heading toward the Central Territory, that was fine. Kyrian wanted to see a first-level force up close. He wanted to understand what it meant to stand at the top. He wanted to learn. And when I'm ready, he thought. He remained on the platform for several more minutes. simply observing. The sky is darkening, the stars appearing, the city shining, and the colossal beast continues its eternal journey. Kirian remained on the platform for several more minutes, observing the illuminated city. The streets remained busy even after sunset. Spiritual lanterns glowed everywhere, their light reflecting from windows, rooftops, and stone pathways. From where he stood, he could see much of the sky caravan, the towering structures, the still active markets, and in the distance, the immense tower of the sky family dominating the horizon like a golden mountain. Throughout the entire day, he had explored only a small portion of the city. There were still countless markets to visit, entire districts he had not seen, auction houses, libraries, cultivation halls, and countless other structures scattered throughout the city. In addition, he wanted to learn more about the sky caravan itself, about the colossal creature, about the sky family, about the first-level force that governed this place. But there was no need to do everything in a single day. The city would not disappear overnight. Kirian let out a small sigh. He was tired. After more than 2 weeks of non-stop travel atop Archon, his body was finally feeling the weight of the journey. Kirian had left Archon with the city's beast keepers, paying a few extra spirit stones to have the beast cared for. With that in mind, he left the platform and began walking through the streets. It did not take long for him to find a suitable inn. It was not as luxurious as the grand buildings near the central tower, but it was still far above the common inns he knew from the northern region. After paying for a room for several days, he received a jade key and was guided inside. Before heading upstairs, he decided to have dinner. The inn's main hall was quite lively, filled with cultivators, merchants, and travelers. Kirian chose an empty table and ordered several dishes. The food arrived quickly. Most of the ingredients were unfamiliar to him. Meats from spiritual beasts he had never seen before, exotic vegetables, and fruits used as seasonings. Even so, everything tasted excellent. After so many days of eating, mainly while traveling, the hot meal was incredibly satisfying. Kirian ate without haste, enjoying each dish while discreetly observing the movement around him. When he finished, he felt satisfied. Then he stood and finally headed up to his room. The place was spacious, clean, and comfortable, far better than sleeping outdoors. Kirian closed the door, removed his outer robe, and sat on the bed for a few moments. His mind still lingered on the sky caravan, on the sky family, on everything he had seen that day. But he soon pushed those thoughts aside. He would have plenty of time to explore all of that later. For now, he needed rest. He lay down, closed his eyes, and only a few minutes later fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 411, Dream. Chapter 411, Dream. Kirian fell asleep only a few minutes after lying down. The mattress was soft, softer than he had expected. The sheets carried the scent of dried herbs, probably some kind of spiritual fragrance meant to aid rest. The room was dark, quiet, protected from the constant movement of the city outside. His body was still tired, no longer injured. The cuts had healed, the burns had disappeared, and his meridians had stabilized. Not exhausted to the point where he couldn't fight. If something happened, Kirian could rise and fight within seconds. But tired. It had been more than 2 weeks of flying with almost no interruptions. Days and days crossing forests, mountains, rivers, and endless plains. The constant wind, the vigilance against flying beasts, and the effort of staying alert even during breaks. His heaven bone was still exhausted. Kirian could feel it, a silent presence within his spine, dormant, without radiance, without pulsation. It would need more time to recover. But the rest of his body had recovered completely. His meridians were stable. His cores were full. His muscles were rested. The mind as well. And for the first time in a long while, Kirian slept deeply, without remaining alert, without keeping one eye open. He simply slept. Then suddenly, something happened. Kirian opened his eyes abruptly, or at least he believed he had, because he was no longer at the inn. He was no longer in his room. He was no longer in the sky caravan. Everything around him was darkness. Absolute darkness. No ground. No sky. No stars. No source of light whatsoever. Kyrian remained motionless for a few seconds, observing, trying to understand. But no matter where he looked, upward, downward, to the sides, behind him, all he saw was black, emptiness, silence. No answer came. Kyrian began to walk, step after step, without direction, without a destination, simply moving forward. But nothing changed. The darkness remained exactly the same. There were no walls. There were no obstacles. There was nothing. It was like walking through the void itself. Minutes passed, then hours. Or at least they felt like hours. In that strange place, Kyrian could not feel the passage of time. His heart did not beat faster. His body did not grow tired. He did not even feel hunger or thirst. He simply walked, continuously, without finding absolutely anything. It was only after a long time that something finally changed. A voice appeared, very distant, very faint, so faint that it almost seemed imaginary. Kyrian stopped and listened. The voice vanished. Silence returned. Kyrian narrowed his eyes. Then he heard it again, this time more clearly. It was a strange voice, deep, heavy, yet unlike any human voice he had ever heard. There was something about it, something strange, something that made his skin crawl, not from fear, but from its sheer otherness. Kyrian remained silent, paying attention. Then the voice returned. This time he felt it, the pain, the sadness, the suffering, even without seeing who was speaking, even without knowing that voice. He could feel it, as though every word carried countless years of agony. Kyrian frowned and began walking in that direction, or at least in the direction he believed the voice was coming from. He wasn't certain, but it was better than standing still. So he continued onward. Time passed. Once again, minutes, hours, perhaps days. Kyrian did not know. The darkness remained exactly the same. No changes, no landmarks, no sign of progress whatsoever. But the voice kept appearing, always distant, always faint, always filled with suffering. Hours later, more hours, and again, it was like following the echo of someone lost, someone trapped, someone desperate. Kyrian continued forward, without giving up, without growing tired, until finally something appeared, ahead of him. For the first time since arriving in that place, for the first time in hours, days, or who knew how long, something existed. Kyrian stopped, and his eyes narrowed. A gigantic shape emerged from the darkness, immense, colossal, so large it resembled a mountain. No, larger than many mountains. Kyrian watched in silence, trying to understand what he was seeing. Then he realized it was round, curved, alive, and slowly he understood. His voice echoed through the void. Yes, it was an eye, a single eye, gigantic, the size of an entire mountain. The iris was yellow, golden, deep as an ocean. At its center was a vertical pupil, a dark slit that looked capable of swallowing the entire world. Kyrian remained motionless, watching, and at that exact moment, the eye seemed to look back at him. A strange sensation ran through his body, as though an impossible creature had finally noticed his existence. The eye blinked, slowly, and the voice echoed once more. But now it no longer sounded distant. It seemed to come directly from his mind. A pause, another pause. Kyrian remained silent for a few seconds. Then he answered. His voice seemed absurdly small before that existence. Kyrian asked in return. The eye remained still, for a long moment. Then it answered. The voice carried exhaustion, an exhaustion so profound that it seemed impossible, as though that creature had been tired for thousands of years. The eye blinked again, and at that instant, everything disappeared. The darkness, the void, the eye, the voice, everything. Kyrian opened his eyes again, this time for real. The ceiling of the inn appeared above him, dark wood marked with pale grains and a few thin cracks. The gentle light of morning filtered through the window, not golden like sunset, but silver, fresh, and new. The room was exactly as before, silent and peaceful, normal. Kyrian remained lying down, staring at the ceiling, without moving, thinking, recalling every detail, every word, every sensation. That enormous eye, that voice, That plea for help. It had felt far too real. Much more real than any dream. Kirian rarely dreamed. And when he did, when his eyes rested completely, when his mind allowed itself to wander, the details faded quickly. Images dissolved. Sounds vanished. Sensations became vague. But not this time. He could remember everything. Perfectly. As though he had truly been there. As though he had truly spoken with that creature. Kirian muttered. Chapter 412, Dream 2. Chapter 412, Dream 2. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Something had happened. Something real. Something he still didn't understand. Then, a possibility immediately appeared in his mind. The name echoed through his thoughts, and along with it came an image. The colossal creature is carrying the sky caravan. The gigantic being that blocked out the sun. The only creature he knew large enough to possess an eye of that size. Kirian slowly sat up on the bed, deep in thought. The more he reflected, the more he compared the name he had heard in the dream with the creature he had seen in the skies, the more logical the theory seemed. The colossal beast, the being that carried an entire city upon its back, and that apparently was asking for help. But why? What could make a creature of that magnitude suffer? Who could possibly be powerful enough to injure it or imprison it? Kirian didn't know, and that only increased his curiosity. Another question soon followed. Was he the only one? Had only he heard that plea? Or were other people in the city hearing the same voice while they slept? He had no answers. Only questions. Many questions. But one thing was certain. Kirian thought he should learn more before doing anything else. He needed to understand what Azurike was. He needed to discover why that creature was asking for help. After going through that strange experience, after seeing that eye, after hearing that voice, and after feeling that pain, Kirian couldn't simply act as if nothing had happened. Kirian let out a sigh. A familiar feeling had arisen within him. Curiosity. The same curiosity that had led him to Ming Hai's tomb. Not for the inheritance, but out of curiosity to meet the fire spirit. Little by little, Kirian was discovering that, besides becoming stronger and stronger, he had other unspoken goals. Experiencing different delicacies was definitely one of them. Learning more about the world was another. Discovering the secrets of cultivation was yet another. Seeing the mysteries of this world, its creatures, its races, its legends. Kirian wanted to meet dragons, those legendary beings that ruled the skies, whose blood flowed through the veins of the five-horned lava lizard. He wanted to see fairies, beings of light described in ancient scrolls as pure beauty. He wanted to encounter elemental spirits, like the fire spirit, but of other elements, of other natures. It was a desire that existed within him, no matter how much he kept it hidden, no matter how little he spoke about it. And this Azurike, it was undoubtedly one of the greatest mysteries he had ever encountered, Kirian thought. A colossal creature carrying a city upon its back, one that had traveled through the skies for tens of thousands of years, and that was now asking for help. I'll learn more first, he said to himself. With the decision made, he stood up. He washed his face. The water was cold and refreshing. He put on a violet robe. The color matched his eyes perfectly, along with the tiny bolts of lightning dancing within his pupils. He tied his hair into a simple bun. A few strands escaped and fell across his face. Then he observed his reflection for a few seconds. He nodded with a certain degree of satisfaction. He resembled his mother, especially his face and hair. The same bone structure, the same texture, the same dark color. But he did not have a feminine appearance. Even among cultivators, where most people possessed decent looks, and some were even handsome, Kirian would stand out. He left the room. The inn's hallway was already bustling. The smell of food drifted up from the lower floor. Something roasted, perhaps meat, mixed with herbs and spices. Cultivators constantly entered and exited their rooms, some carrying weapons, others carrying sacks of goods, while some were simply going about their lives. The city was already awake. Kirian descended the stairs. Kirian needed to deal with another important matter. He needed to gather money, or rather, spirit stones. he still possessed many of them. The old man's ring was full of them, thousands of middle-grade spirit stones, a fortune for any ordinary cultivator. But he was also carrying a huge quantity of pills refined during his journey. Rank 3 pills, hundreds of them, for chi recovery, healing injuries, and temporary strengthening. Rank 4 pills, dozens of them, more powerful, rarer, and more valuable. Rank 5 pills, only a few, but each one worth even more. Valuable resources. And the Sky Caravan, with its diversity of cultivators, was probably the best possible place to sell them. There were people here from every cultivation realm, from chi release to spiritual awakening and beyond. There were people here from every region, north, south, east, west, and central. There were people here with a great deal of money. With that thought, he left the inn. The city streets were already crowded. Not the chaotic movement of midday, when every market was open and people could barely walk, but the organized activity of morning. Merchants opening their stalls. Cultivators are heading to their training. Families buying supplies. Kirian walked calmly among the cultivators, observing the activity, paying attention to every sign, every placard, every indication. After a few minutes, he approached a young man who seemed to know the area well. The young man's clothes were simple, a gray robe, brown pants, and worn leather boots, but his eyes were lively and attentive. Kirian asked. The young man looked at him for a moment, evaluating him perhaps, his gaze moving across the violet robe, the unusual eyes, and the calm demeanor. Then he answered without hesitation. Kirian nodded. It was exactly what he needed. Kirian handed the young man a middle-grade spirit stone and then, without wasting time, began following the directions. Turn left, go straight ahead, pass through the central square, turn right, cross the bridge over the artificial river. As he walked through the streets of the Sky Caravan, toward the Alchemists' Association. Chapter 413, Alchemist Association. Chapter 413, Alchemist Association. Following the young man's directions, Kirian crossed several streets of the Sky Caravan. The more he walked, the more he realized that this city truly gathered the best of every region. It was not like Red Smoke City, which had a unique style, volcanic, dark, and brutal. It was not like the Cloud Empire, which had an imperial style, white, golden, and grandiose. The Sky Caravan had every style. Merchants sold exotic products, fruits that glowed in the dark, metals that changed color according to the light, and fabrics that floated gently in the air. Cultivators passed by riding rare, spiritual beasts, some that Kirian had never seen before, others that he only knew from illustrations in ancient books. Some buildings looked like palaces, with jade columns, golden roofs, and hanging gardens. Others looked like fortresses, with thick walls, watchtowers, and iron gates. Everything was grand. Everything looked expensive. After nearly 20 minutes of walking, avoiding carts, crossing plazas, and climbing up and down stairways, a building caught his attention. Kirian stopped. Before him stood an enormous pavilion, the Alchemists' Association. Even surrounded by luxurious buildings with marble facades, crystal display windows, and entrances decorated with gold, the structure still stood out. It was simply magnificent. The building had 7 floors, each constructed from a different type of spiritual jade. The first floor, green jade, shining like leaves in spring. The second, blue jade, deep as the ocean. The third, purple jade, intense as a storm. The fourth, white jade, pure as snow. The fifth, red jade, vibrant as fire. The sixth, golden jade, radiant as the sun. The seventh, black jade, dark as space. The outer walls glowed softly beneath the sunlight, emitting a golden-green radiance that danced as the light shifted. Gigantic pillars supported the structure, each pillar adorned with dozens of dragons spiraling around it. The carvings were so detailed that they seemed alive, their scales gleaming, their eyes appearing to follow whoever passed by. Above the main entrance was an enormous symbol, a golden furnace surrounded by 9 stars. The entrance itself was over 20 meters tall. Cultivators constantly entered and exited, a continuous flow of people, like ants in an anthill. Some carried boxes of herbs, dark wooden containers sealed with preservation runes. Others held jade bottles, some small, others large, all glowing with an inner light. Some wore robes clearly associated with alchemy, garments decorated with symbols of furnaces and bottles, embroidered with gold and silver threads. The aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air around the building, a complex scent that spread across entire blocks, a mixture of ginseng, mint, cinnamon, and 1,000 other herbs that Kyrian could not identify. Kyrian observed everything for a few seconds. Then he entered. The interior was even more impressive. The floor was made of polished white marble, so bright that it reflected the people passing by. Spiritual crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, each one the size of a man, shining with a soft multicolored light. Various formations glowed discreetly along the walls, runes that Kyrian partially recognized, though he could not decipher their complete purpose. Hundreds of people moved through the enormous hall. Some negotiated, discussing prices in low voices, examining products through spiritual magnifying lenses. Others purchased ingredients, selecting herbs, all neatly organized on jade shelves. Others sold pills, displaying their products on wooden trays and explaining their properties to potential buyers. Kyrian had barely taken a few steps when a young attendant approached. She had brown hair tied into an elegant bun, secured with silver pins, some adorned with small gemstones at their tips. She wore a light green uniform, simple but well-made, embroidered with the association's symbol on the chest. Her professional smile appeared immediately, but it disappeared for a brief moment. When she noticed Kyrian's eyes, violet lightning danced within his pupils, tiny bolts of light pulsing in a steady rhythm. The surprise lasted only a second. Quickly, she regained her composure. Kyrian thought for a moment. The young woman nodded politely. Kyrian paused briefly. The young woman's expression remained calm, but her eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Understood. She bowed slightly. Then she began to walk. The two crossed the main hall, weaving through groups of cultivators, passing service counters, and moving around product displays. They headed toward an elegant staircase constructed from white jade, each step polished, each railing carved with flowers and leaves. A short while later, they arrived on the second floor. The atmosphere was different, quieter, more private. There were fewer people moving around, dozens rather than hundreds. Even so, dozens of cultivators were negotiating at the various counters scattered throughout the area. The young woman led Kyrian to a specific counter. Behind it sat an elderly man. His appearance was simple, his clothes ordinary, dark blue robes without embroidery or ornaments. Gray hair, with a few dark strands remaining, though most had already turned white. Tired eyes, yet sharp. But the spiritual pressure emanating from him revealed something completely different. Initial spiritual awakening realm. It was not an impressive level by the standards of the Sky Caravan. Kyrian had already seen gate guards who were stronger. But for a counter attendant, it was unusual. The old man smiled warmly. Kyrian merely nodded. The attendant bowed to both of them. Then she returned to the first floor. Without wasting time, Kyrian removed 3 jade bottles from his spatial ring. The first was green, jade the color of fresh leaves. The second was blue. The third was black. He placed them on the counter. The old man nodded, a calm and professional gesture. Accustomed to this kind of negotiation, he picked up the first bottle, opened the lid. Instantly, an intense medicinal aroma spread through the surroundings. It was not the faint scent of low-quality pills, barely noticeable unless one pressed their nose against them. It was a penetrating aroma that filled the air, that made the lungs fill with energy. The old man raised an eyebrow. Then he leaned closer. He inhaled deeply. He examined them for a few more seconds, rolling one of the pills between his fingers, inspecting its surface, its color, its luster. Kyrian remained calm. Chapter 414. Alchemist Association 2. Chapter 414. Alchemist Association 2. The old man frowned. Kyrian pointed at the bottle. Kyrian's firm tone and the certainty in his voice caused a trace of displeasure to appear on the old man's face. His eyes narrowed. Even so, he picked up one of the pills, this time examining it more carefully. Several seconds passed. His expression froze. His eyes widened. He brought the pill even closer to his eyes, so close that it nearly touched his nose. Then he abruptly stood up. His voice came out louder than he intended. Several nearby people immediately turned to look. The old man seemed genuinely shocked. Quickly, he removed the other pills from the bottle. 1, 2, 3, 4, until there were 10. Then he froze, in disbelief. All. His voice echoed throughout the second floor. Now, practically every nearby cultivator was watching. Some with wide eyes, others with expressions of disbelief, others with barely concealed greed in their eyes. The old man took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. That alone was rare, extremely rare. He opened the second bottle. The aroma that emerged was even more intense. He removed one, examined it, and immediately his eyes widened again. His voice faltered. Surprise turned into shock. A single perfect pill was already rare. 10 was already absurd. But now, the old man removed the rest. One after another. All perfect. Without exception. The entire second floor had practically come to a halt. Negotiations ceased. Everyone watched. Some discreetly moved closer, trying to see better, trying to listen. Others stared directly at Kirian, evaluating him, measuring him, judging him. The old man could feel his hands trembling. Perfect rank 3. He opened the third bottle. The aroma that emerged was even more intense, more refined, more powerful. The old man swallowed hard. He took one out. He examined it carefully, inspecting every detail, every imperfection, every flaw. Long seconds passed. Then he let out a sigh. His voice was hoarse. He seemed relieved, as though he had finally found something normal. But only for an instant, because he quickly realized that this was also absurd. They were extremely rare, rarer than most people imagined, rarer than many average-quality rank 6 pills. Around them, the cultivators were already whispering among themselves. Some people had already started approaching. The offers immediately began pouring in, nearly turning the place into an impromptu auction. Voices overlapped. Prices climbed. The crowd pressed inward. Fortunately, several association guards quickly approached. Men and women in dark armor, swords hanging at their waists. They controlled the crowd, preventing anyone from getting too close to Kirian. The old man wasted no time. He picked up a small communication stone hidden beneath the counter. A smooth black stone engraved with golden runes across its surface. He quickly transmitted a message, explaining everything. The pills, the ranks, the purities, the quantities. Then he put the stone away. He took a deep breath, then stepped out from behind the counter. His attitude was now completely different, far more respectful. He bowed slightly, not a deep bow, but a clear gesture of respect. Kirian merely nodded. It was exactly what he had expected. The two headed toward the stairs, climbing once more, up to the third floor. The atmosphere there was much quieter, exclusive. There were very few people, perhaps 20 or 30 in total. All of them appeared important. Some wore luxurious robes, pure silk, golden embroidery, and spiritual jewelry. Others were clearly alchemists, their robes stained with herbs, their fingers marked by reagents, dark circles beneath their eyes from sleepless nights. The entire atmosphere was more refined, more exclusive. None of those present appeared to be below the core formation realm. The old man led Kirian through an elegant corridor. The walls were decorated with ancient paintings depicting legendary alchemists, men and women, dressed in magnificent robes, surrounded by furnaces and bottles, their faces filled with wisdom. Rare incense burned discreetly in small bronze burners, spreading a pleasant aroma, gentle, floral, and slightly sweet. Finally, they stopped in front of a pair of golden wooden doors. The old man opened them. Kirian stepped inside. It was a private room, spacious, luxurious, but not excessive. A jade table occupied the center, a single piece carved from an enormous block of green jade streaked with white and gold veins. Comfortable armchairs upholstered in red velvet, with dark wooden armrests, surrounded the room. A massive floor-to-ceiling window allowed a view of part of the city. The streets below, the people, the beasts, the towers. The old man bowed again. Kirian nodded. The man withdrew, closing the door behind him. Silence returned. Kirian sat down calmly, without hurry, without concern. The armchair was comfortable, soft yet firm, perfect for relaxing without becoming too relaxed. A few minutes later, a young servant entered, carrying a polished silver tray, gleaming brightly. On it rested a small white stone teapot, delicate, with flowers carved into its sides. Delicate porcelain cups, hand-painted with scenes of mountains and rivers. And several small golden cookies, round and dusted with sugar and cinnamon. The aroma of the tea was pleasant, gentle and relaxing. As for the cookies, they seemed extremely fresh, and Kirian could smell the butter and vanilla. The young woman served everything, bowed respectfully, and left. Kirian looked at the cookies. He picked one up, took a bite. The taste was surprisingly good. Soft on the inside, crispy on the outside, sweet in just the right amount. He picked up another, then one more. Before he realized it, the tray was practically empty. Only 2 cookies remained. The taste, Kirian thought. He took a sip of the tea, warm, gentle, comforting, and he remained watching the city through the window, waiting. The name echoed through his mind once more. The gigantic eye, the voice, the suffering. It didn't take long. A few minutes later, 3 soft knocks echoed against the door. Then a calm voice came from the other side. Kirian shifted his gaze away from the window and replied. The doorknob slowly turned, and the door began to open. Chapter 415, Alchemist Association 3. Chapter 415, Alchemist Association 3. The sound of the door closing echoed softly through the room, a low click that quickly faded into the silent air. The wood and metal mechanism fit together perfectly, isolating the room from the corridor outside. Kirian raised his eyes. The man who had just entered appeared to be a little over 30 years old. He had black hair tied behind his head with a simple golden ribbon, a few loose strands falling over his face in a deliberate manner, framing his features. Well-defined features, a strong jaw, high cheekbones, a straight nose, and a jawline that conveyed determination. A calm expression that radiated quiet confidence. His face was not particularly handsome, not in the way Kirian was accustomed to hearing about himself, but it carried a maturity that inspired respect. There were fine lines around his eyes, not from old age, but from someone who smiled often or observed the world attentively. He wore a dark green robe of exceptional quality. The fabric was pure silk of the highest grade, soft to the touch, faintly gleaming beneath the light of the formations on the ceiling. Embroidered with golden threads along the sleeves and collar, patterns of intertwined leaves and flowers, delicate and elegant, seemed to dance as the light shifted. It was not extravagant. There were no jewels, no precious stones embedded into it, no exaggerated proportions or colors. But it made it clear that its owner held a high position. It spoke of someone accustomed to being treated with deference. What drew the most attention, however, was the symbol embroidered over the left side of his chest. A golden cauldron. Beneath it were 5 stars, arranged in a semicircle around the base of the cauldron, each one faintly glowing with its own light, as if the symbol itself were infused with chi. Kirian recognized the emblem. During his walk to the association, while observing the streets, the people, the buildings, the signs, and the storefronts, he had seen several alchemists wearing similar symbols, embroidered on their robes or hanging as pendants around their necks. Some possessed only 1 star, others 2, some 3. 1 or 2 had 4, but this was the first one with 5. It must represent the alchemist's level, Kirian thought, his violet eyes registering every detail of the symbol. Perhaps 1 star for each rank. The man walked toward the table without haste. His footsteps were soft, nearly silent, yet his presence filled the room in a way that Kirian could not ignore. His cultivation was completely concealed. Kyrian could not sense absolutely anything from him. No spiritual pressure, no flow of chi, no detectable energy. Even so, he was certain of one thing. This man was far stronger than the old man on the second floor. Far stronger. His voice was pleasant, neither too deep nor too high. It carried neither arrogance nor false modesty. Calm. He sat down in the armchair across from Kyrian, a fluid and natural movement, as though he were in his own home. He adjusted the folds of his robe with a casual gesture, crossed one leg over the other, and leaned slightly forward. Kyrian simply nodded, a brief movement, without unnecessary words. Without saying much, Kyrian took out the 3 bottles, the same ones he had already shown on the second floor, and placed them on the table. Green jade, the first one, its white veins running across the surface like rivers on a map. Leohan immediately opened the first one. As soon as the lid was removed, the medicinal aroma spread throughout the room. Not like a sudden explosion, but like a gentle wave, filling every corner, every crack, every pore of the air. The scent was complex, composed of layered notes. Earthy notes of ginseng, spicy notes of cinnamon, and sweet notes of wild honey, all harmonized in perfect balance. The man's eyes lit up. He did not even need to remove a pill to make an initial assessment. Just by smelling it. Perfect pills, he murmured, more to himself than to Kyrian. His expression remained calm, a professional evaluating. High-quality merchandise, nothing more. But he was clearly impressed. The slight tension in his shoulders, the way his fingers moved more carefully as he picked up a jade tweezer. He removed one of the pills with meticulous care, using a delicate jade tweezer, and examined its surface beneath the light. Perfect. Not the slightest impurity, no dark spots, no discoloration, no irregularities in texture. Without the slightest flaw, its shape was perfectly spherical, its edges smooth and uniform, its luster consistent across the entire surface. He asked, his eyes still fixed on the pill. Kyrian answered in the simplest way possible. He removed 14 more identical bottles from his spatial ring, one after another, arranging them in rows across the jade table, and placed them on the table. For the first time since entering the room, Leohan showed visible surprise. His eyebrows rose slightly, a subtle movement, almost imperceptible to anyone who was not paying attention. But Kyrian was. His voice remained calm, but there was a trace of disbelief in it. He opened them one by one, checked them all. Then he checked them again, as if he could not believe what his eyes were seeing, and sighed, a long, slow sigh that seemed to carry the weight of years of experience. Not even he saw something like this often. In fact, he could not remember the last time anything similar had happened. Normally, when an excellent alchemist refined a batch of pills, perhaps 1 or 2 pills would reach perfection in a batch if he had a particularly good day. The rest would have lower purities. 98%, 96, 94. But here, every single one was perfect. Without exception, Leohan closed the bottles one by one, with a level of care that bordered on reverence. Then he opened the second batch. The aroma became even more intense, denser, and more complex. He removed one, observed it, turned it between his fingers, evaluating the luster, the texture, the way the light reflected off its surface, and fell silent. Chapter 416, Alchemist Association 4. Chapter 416, Alchemist Association 4, without impurities, without flaws, without defects. Kyrian then placed 9 more bottles on the table, lining them up beside the others. Leohan's expression became strange. It was difficult to believe. He opened every single one. He checked them one by one, removing each pill, examining every surface, every sheen, every detail, and found exactly what he expected. Again, there were other kinds of pills in different bottles. Meridian recovery pills, used to heal damage to energy channels, something that normally required months or even years of natural recovery. Body-strengthening pills, used to strengthen muscles, bones, and tendons, accelerate the body's adaptation to cultivation. Spiritual purification pills, used to remove impurities from cores, increasing the purity of stored qi. All perfect. The man leaned back in his chair, thoughtful. His eyes swept across the bottles lined up on the table. A small fortune in pills, a collection many alchemists would spend their entire lives trying to match. This simply wasn't normal. Then he opened the third bottle, the black jade one, the most valuable of them all. The medicinal aroma became even more refined, more complex, more powerful. Qi burst pills, he murmured, recognizing the scent immediately. It was a high-risk pill used to temporarily increase the destructive power of a cultivator's qi, but one that could cause permanent damage if not refined perfectly. He took one out. He observed it carefully, examining the surface with a spiritual magnifying lens that he retrieved from his own spatial ring. Then he sighed. His voice carried sincerity. It was not false modesty, nor was it an exaggeration meant to flatter an important client. It was a genuine admission, the acknowledgement of an experienced professional standing before a remarkable achievement. Then he raised his eyes. Kirian nodded and placed 4 more bottles on the table, all made of the same black jade, all carrying the same inner glow. This time, Liu Han fell completely silent. He opened each one. He examined them all, some with the lens, others with only his eyes, and some with a technique Kirian did not recognize, a subtle emission of qi that swept through the interior of the bottles. Some possessed 95% purity, others 96, others 97, and some reached 98, so close to perfection that the difference was almost imperceptible. When he finished the inspection, he slowly closed the bottles one by one, like someone saying farewell to something precious. Then he looked directly at Kirian. Now his curiosity had reached its limit. Kirian did not understand the reason for the question. Why does he want to know that? Even so, he answered. Liu Han nodded, a slow, thoughtful gesture, as if organizing his thoughts before continuing. They are not ancient treasures. He rested his arms on the table, adopting the posture of someone having a serious conversation, someone who is not there merely to do business, but to understand. Kirian answered immediately. Silence filled the room. Liu Han blinked once, twice, 3 times. Then he smiled, thinking it was a joke. But Kirian continued looking at him, without smiling, without changing his expression, without showing the slightest hint of humor. Liu Han's smila gradually disappeared. First, the corners of his lips lowered. Then the amusement in his eyes faded. Then his expression became serious. He leaned forward, and his entire body seemed more tense now, more alert. The answer came simply, naturally, as if he were talking about the weather, as if refining perfect rank 4 and rank 5 pills was something anyone could do. For several seconds, Liu Han did not know what to say. His fingers tapped against the jade table, a nervous habit, almost imperceptible. It was difficult to believe. Very difficult. Kirian looked far too young. Much too young. Even alchemical geniuses, those who appeared once every century, whose names were written into history books, required decades of study and practice to reach rank 5, let alone produce rank 5 pills with such purity. And Kirian did not appear to be even 20 years old. It made no sense. It should not have been possible. Then another question arose, one that could explain the apparent contradiction. Kirian blinked. Now it was Liu Han's turn to be surprised. The man remained silent for several seconds. His gaze swept across Kirian's face, searching for signs of deception, for any indication that the young man was lying or joking. He found nothing. Then he began to explain, his voice becoming more instructive, like a teacher explaining something to a promising student. It represents your rank, your status, your position. Without it, an alchemist is simply someone who knows how to refine pills. In addition, it granted countless benefits. Discounts when purchasing herbs, sometimes up to 50% depending on rank. Priority in auctions. Registered alchemists could place items in auctions more easily than others. Commercial benefits, reduced transaction fees, and extended payment deadlines. Official recognition. The badge was accepted in all major cities, opening doors that would otherwise remain closed. Protection from the Alchemists Association. In the event of conflicts, the association would intervene on their behalf. As he listened, his eyes drifting toward the five-star symbol on Leo Han's chest, Kirian's eyes gradually began to shine. Not because of the prestige, nor the status, nor the protection, but because of one specific word. Chapter 417, Alchemist Association 5. Chapter 417, Alchemist Association 5. If I can buy herbs more cheaply, I can refine more pills. If I can refine more pills, I can sell more. If I can sell more, I can buy more techniques. He immediately asked, his voice still calm, but his eyes attentive. Leo Han almost laughed. The change of topic was so abrupt, so practical. Then he nodded. Kirian did not need to think for long. That is useful, he asked directly. Leo Han nodded, a calm gesture, as though he had already expected the question. The Alchemist Association of the Sky Caravan is an independent organization in many aspects. Kirian's eyes narrowed. Leo Han explained, his voice carrying a respect that Kirian had not heard before, the respect of someone speaking about his superiors. It controls virtually the entire alchemist certification system on the continent. We have branches in every major city. Kirian was genuinely surprised. That is impressive. Alchemists were extremely important, far more important than ordinary cultivators imagined. A single pill could save a life during critical moments, when meridians were damaged, when a core was cracked, when death seemed inevitable. A single pill could change the outcome of a battle, restoring a specialist's chi at the decisive moment, allowing them to fight longer and with greater strength. A single pill could accelerate decades of cultivation, breaking through barriers that would naturally require years to overcome. Naturally, those who controlled certification also controlled the alchemists, and those who controlled the alchemists controlled one of the greatest sources of power in the world. After a few seconds of reflection, processing the information, weighing the advantages and disadvantages, and calculating the long-term benefits, Kirian made his decision. Leo Han nodded. The answer came without hesitation, without a doubt, without uncertainty. Leo Han observed the young man for several moments, trying to find signs of arrogance, or exaggeration, or madness, but he found nothing. Kirian simply seemed confident, like someone stating something he considered obvious, not out of pride, but out of certainty. Leo Han wondered. Finally, after a long silence, during which his eyes searched Kirian's face as though looking for answers, Leo Han stood up. I will prepare the examination. His voice carried a determination that had not been there before. Kirian nodded, satisfied. Then he began collecting all the bottles, carefully storing them inside his spatial ring, organizing them by rank and type. Leo Han raised an eyebrow. Kirian stored the last bottle, the black jade one containing his rank 5 pills. The logic made sense. If there were discounts and benefits, if registered alchemists received better prices when selling pills and reduced prices when purchasing materials, then it would be more advantageous to sell after certification. Why sell now as an ordinary visitor if he could sell later as a recognized alchemist? Leo Han agreed with a brief but sincere nod. He walked toward the door, his steps slow and contemplative, as though he were already planning the next stages. I will arrange everything. Kirian nodded. The door closed behind him. The sound of the latch echoed through the wood and metal mechanism, and silence returned to the room. Seated in the comfortable armchair, velvety, soft, perfectly fitted to his body, observing the city through the enormous crystal-clear window, Kirian simply waited. The people below, a constant flow of cultivators, merchants, and families, continued their lives as though nothing extraordinary was happening. Kirian took another sip of his spiritual tea while waiting for Leo Han to return. It did not take long. About 10 minutes after Leo Han left the room, 3 soft knocks echoed against the door. The sound was discreet but firm, enough to break the silence without being abrupt. Kirian opened his eyes. The door opened. Leo Han entered calmly, his hands hidden within the wide. sleeves of his robe. His footsteps were silent against the marble floor, his expression as serene as before. Kirian rose from the armchair in one fluid motion. Li Yuhan nodded. Without wasting time, the two left the private room. The journey was not long. They were still on the third floor of the Alchemists' Association. Kirian recognized the corridors, the dark wooden walls, the panels decorated with engravings of rare herbs, and the luminous formations spreading a soft and diffuse light. But as they advanced, Kirian realized that this area was far more secluded than the previous ones. There was practically no traffic. Very few people moved through the area, perhaps one or two servants carrying materials, an elderly man in a hurry who passed them without looking. None of the ordinary visitors who crowded the lower floors. The walls were covered with polished dark wood panels, so dark that they appeared almost black from certain angles. The panels were decorated with engravings of extremely rare spiritual herbs, some that Kirian recognized from books and others he had never seen before. Small luminous formations embedded in the ceiling, circles of white jade emitting a soft and diffuse glow, spread uniform illumination throughout the area, without shadows, without blind spots. The air carried a pleasant aroma, a subtle mixture of medicinal herbs, earthy and fresh notes, aged wood, a dry and stable scent, and incense, something sweet and deep like sandalwood or cedar. Chapter 418, Alchemist Test. Chapter 418, Alchemist Test. Kirian recognized some of the aromas. Wild ginseng, rare aloe, deep-sea algae. He made no comment. From time to time, they passed closed doors. Some bore complex inscriptions in languages Kirian did not recognize, intertwined runes, and symbols that seemed almost alive beneath the light. Others were protected by visible defensive formations, translucent barriers that glowed faintly, covering the entrances like curtains of light. Clearly, they were not ordinary rooms. After crossing 2 corridors and a small gallery decorated with paintings of ancient alchemists, men and women in magnificent robes, surrounded by furnaces and vials, with expressions of wisdom and power. Liu Han finally stopped in front of a double door made of blackwood. The wood was extremely dark, so dark that it seemed to absorb the surrounding light, creating a small shadow around the frame. But it was not ordinary. Kirian realized, through sight and perception, that the wood was infused with spiritual qi. It was not merely decoration. It was a barrier. Liu Han pushed the doors open. The hinges moved silently. Kirian stepped inside. His gaze swept across the interior of the room. It was spacious, far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The modest entrance concealed a generous space, perhaps twice the size of the private room where he had waited. Yet it was surprisingly simple. There was no excessive luxury, no extravagant decorations, only what was necessary. On the opposite side of the room stood 3 tables arranged side by side, each made of dark wood, each holding stacks of scrolls and writing tools. Behind them were 3 high-backed chairs with carved armrests. 2 were occupied. The central chair remained empty. In the center of the hall stood a massive alchemy cauldron. Its body was made of dark bronze, so dark that it appeared black from certain angles, yet shone with a reddish hue when struck by the light. Runes covered its entire surface. They glowed faintly, pulsing in a slow and steady rhythm. The cauldron looked ancient, extremely ancient. It was also remarkably well preserved, without cracks, oxidation, or signs of wear. In front of it lay only a circular cultivation cushion, nothing else. The entire room seemed designed for a single purpose: evaluation. As soon as they entered, the 2 seated men immediately stood. Both greeted him respectfully, with slight but sincere bows. Liu Han responded with a nod. Then he turned toward Kirian. Kirian observed him. He was a thin man with gray hair tied into a high bun, pulled so tightly that it slightly stretched the skin on his face. His robe was dark blue, simple, and without embroidery. His eyes were narrow and attentive, like those of a bird of prey observing its target. There was no hostility in them, only constant evaluation. The second was more robust. He had a short, neatly trimmed beard, so short that it looked more like a shadow on his face than actual hair. His body was broad, his shoulders powerful. His expression conveyed seriousness, but not hostility. The two discreetly examined Kyrian. Their eyes swept across his violet robe, good quality but simple fabric. His posture is upright, calm, and free of tension. His expression was neutral, confident, and composed. And above all, his eyes. The violet lightning dancing within his pupils immediately drew attention. Impossible to ignore, impossible not to notice. Leo Han pointed toward the cushion. "Please." Kyrian walked to the center of the room. His steps were steady, neither hurried nor hesitant. He sat down calmly, as if he were in his own room rather than before three elders of the Alchemists' Association. Meanwhile, Leo Han took the empty chair between the other two elders. The three now sat aligned before him. Like judges, Leo Han folded his hands atop the table. Kyrian nodded. His answer was simple, natural, as if he were merely having a conversation, not participating in an evaluation that would determine his future as an alchemist. The three elders exchanged glances. The calmness of that young man was impressive. Most candidates became nervous in front of them, especially during high-level evaluations, when rank 5 was at stake. But Kyrian seemed completely at ease, like someone who already knew the outcome. Leo Han continued. Kyrian nodded once more. Exactly what he had expected. That was his immediate thought. He had already refined countless rank 5 pills, alone, without supervision, without assistance. Regardless of the test, he did not believe he would encounter any significant difficulties. Liu Hanyi stood toward Eldervey. The gray-haired elder rose, moving slowly and deliberately. He walked to a nearby bookshelf, a dark wooden shelf packed with books, scrolls, and jade slips. He returned carrying an extremely thick book. The volume was so large that it looked more like a block of stone than a book. Kyrian estimated it contained at least 500 pages, perhaps more. The cover was made of black leather, worn by time, with metal corners that gleamed faintly. Without warning, the elder tossed it toward Kyrian. Kyrian raised a hand. He caught the book effortlessly. The weight was considerable, several dozen kilograms at least, but not enough to trouble him. He placed the volume between his legs, then looked at the cover. Universal Compendium of the Thousand Herbs. His eyes showed interest. Elder Wei began to explain. Spiritual herbs, rare fruits, poisons, alchemical materials. Information gathered from the 5 great regions. Kyrian listened attentively. Thousands of years, 5 great regions. The amount of knowledge contained within that book was absurd. The elder continued. Chapter 419, Alchemist Test 2. Chapter 419, Alchemist Test 2. Kyrian understood immediately. Memory. It wasn't enough to memorize. It was necessary to understand, to comprehend applications, characteristics, compatibilities, properties. Why was a certain herb used in a particular pill? What would happen if it were replaced with another? How would it react when combined with a third material? Even so, he wasn't worried. Said Elder Wei. Kyrian opened the book immediately. The first page appeared before his eyes, a detailed illustration of a red flower whose petals looked like flames. Below it, descriptions. Name, Eternal Flame Flower. Region, Northern Volcanic Mountains. Properties, highly flammable. Contains pure fire chi. Uses, base ingredient for rank 3 to rank 5 fire path pills. Precautions, keep away from explosive materials. Rarity, uncommon. Kyrian read it. Turn the page. Second page. Night Mist Flower. Region, Southern Swamps. Properties, releases toxic mist when heated. Uses, antidote for certain poisons. Component, in concealment pills. Precautions, do not inhale the vapor. Turn the page. Third page. Silent Thunder Root. Region, Central Plains. Properties, naturally conducts lightning chi. Uses, base ingredient for rank 4 and rank 6 lightning path pills. Precautions, may cause temporary paralysis if handled without protection. Rarity, rare. Turn the page. Fourth page. Crescent moon petal. Region, Eastern Isles. Properties, purifies qi when refined correctly. Uses, secondary ingredient in various rank 2 to rank 7 formulas. Precautions, none known. Rarity, very rare. A few seconds later, the three elders began to frown. Kirian was turning the pages far too quickly. Much too quickly. Each page remained open for only a few seconds. Sometimes less. It was almost as if he were merely flipping through it. Not studying. Not analyzing. Just giving it a superficial glance. Leohan watched for several minutes. He observed Kirian's speed, astonishingly fast. He observed his focused expression. He observed his attentive eyes. Then he quietly spoke to the others. Elder Sun crossed his arms, a gesture that conveyed skepticism. Elder Wei remained silent as he watched. His narrow eyes missed none of Kirian's movements. After a few seconds, he replied. The others agreed. They returned to watching. Meanwhile, Kirian continued forward. Page after page. Entry after entry. Herbs he had never seen before, some with bizarre forms, impossible colors, and contradictory properties. Unknown spiritual fruits that grew in inhospitable places ripened once every century and changed color, depending on their stage of development. Extremely rare poisons capable of killing spiritual awakening cultivators, paralyzing ancient beasts, and dissolving qi barriers. Exotic alchemical materials. Information from regions he didn't even know existed, with strange names, different customs, and alchemical laws adapted to extreme environments. The amount of knowledge was absurd. But for Kirian, it was fascinating. His gaze swept across every line, every illustration, every note in the margins. Everything was absorbed, memorized, cataloged, naturally, as if his mind had been made for this. Lunar phantom flower. Nine-knot scarlet root. Azure heavenly flame fruit. Kirian continued onward, without stopping, without hesitating, without returning to a single page. The three evaluators observed every movement. They watched his eyelids, which barely blinked. They watched his lips, which never moved, as though he were reading silently. They watched his posture, upright, firm, and unmoving. And little by little, their expressions began to change. Because Kirian didn't seem lost. He didn't seem confused, nor did he appear to be pretending. His gaze remained focused, concentrated, like someone genuinely studying, just at an absurd speed. 20 minutes later, the final page was turned. Kirian closed the book. The low, solid sound echoed through the room. Then he placed the volume on the floor beside him and closed his eyes. Silence. The three elders remained motionless. Murmured Elder Sun, his voice filled with disbelief. There were still 40 minutes remaining. 40. Kirian simply remained seated, motionless, eyes closed, breathing steady, as though he were meditating. But inside his mind, it was different, very different. The information flowed continuously. Every page, every entry, every illustration, everything reappeared with perfect clarity. He mentally reviewed every herb, every poison, every spiritual fruit, relating properties, comparing effects, understanding interactions, transforming simple memorization into true knowledge. The more he analyzed, the more impressed he became. The number of materials he had never seen before was enormous. That book alone had already made the trip to the association worthwhile. Kirian stored every piece of information, cataloged it, connected it, understood it. Time continued to pass. 10 minutes, 20, 30, 40. The three elders remained watching. None of them interrupted. None of them spoke. They simply waited. The silence in the room was absolute, broken only by the occasional low vibration of the bronze cauldron, as though it were alive. Finally, a full hour had passed. Leohan looked at the hourglass beside the table. The glass was transparent, the wood dark. The grains of sand, pale gold in color and faintly glowing, had finished falling. The final grain dropped. He raised one eyebrow, then spoke. Kirian slowly opened his eyes. Calm, composed, as though he had merely finished a meal. Leohan looked at the closed book beside him. Then he looked at Kirian's face, his calm eyes, his relaxed posture. Elder Wei leaned slightly forward. Chapter 420, Alchemist Test 3. Chapter 420, Alchemist Test 3. Elder Wei leaned slightly forward. His narrow eyes, the kind that always seemed to be evaluating, measuring, judging, observed Kyrian carefully. The soft light from the formations on the ceiling reflected in his pupils, creating small, bright points that shifted as he adjusted his position. Silence filled the room. Liu Han and Elder Sun also turned their full attention to the young man seated before the cauldron. 3 pairs of eyes, 3 specialists, 3 judges. Elder Wei opened the universal compendium of 1,000 herbs on the table. The book was enormous. Its thick pages, made from a material that seemed more like leather than paper, creaked softly as he turned them. He flipped through a few pages. Then he asked the first question. He lightly tapped a page, the palm of his hand making a dry sound against the paper. Kyrian answered almost immediately. There was no hesitation, no pause to think, no sign of doubt whatsoever. The 3 elders remained silent. Kyrian continued, explaining, detailing, proving that it was not merely a guess. Furthermore, the petal itself possesses natural purifying properties. Elder Wei nodded. Correct answer. He did not even need to consult the book. His hands, which had begun moving toward the pages, stopped in midair. He turned several pages, a quick, practical movement. Kyrian answered again without hesitation. Elder Wei raised an eyebrow, a subtle but eloquent gesture. Kyrian continued. The effects are similar. The efficiency is approximately 20% lower. Additionally, the bark requires less control during refinement. Elder Sun looked at the book, then at Kyrian, then at the book again. The answer was correct, exactly as described, with additional details that demonstrated genuine understanding rather than simple memorization. Elder Wei began showing more interest. His posture changed, no longer relaxed, but leaning forward. Kyrian answered immediately. Elder Wei nodded again. Correct. Once more. The young man had not even needed to think. The words flowed as though he were reading from an internal scroll. Liu Han began observing Kyrian differently. It was no longer mere curiosity. It was interest. Beyond his terrifying memory, the young man truly understood the properties of the materials. Not merely memorizing, understanding. This time, the elder partially closed the book, leaving only his fingers between the pages as a bookmark. The compendium states that it loses its properties after 1 month. Kyrian answered. The elder asked, his eyes gleaming. Increasing the quantity would not solve the problem. Refining it for longer would not help either. The effects would not be identical. For the first time, the 3 elders exchanged glances. The answer was not written directly in the book. The compendium mentioned the 2 materials separately. It mentioned the fruit's shelf life. It mentioned the properties of the flower and the crystal, but it did not state that one could replace the other. It was a logical conclusion based on the content, something that required understanding. Kyrian did not know it, or perhaps had never even thought about it, but he possessed an abnormal talent for alchemy. Elder Wei nodded slowly. His tone already carried approval, not the polite approval of someone merely following a protocol, but the genuine approval of a specialist recognizing talent. Then he completely closed the book. The sound echoed through the room. The expression on his face changed. More serious, more curious, more personal. Kyrian immediately realized it. This was the decisive question. Elder Wei rested his fingers on the table, 1, 2, 3 sharp taps against the wood. Kyrian nodded. He remembered perfectly. Lunar Phantom Flower, page 234. Midnight Pearl Powder, page 311. The book also mentions the dream mist root. The elder then smiled. A small smile, but genuine. Liu, Han, and Elder Sun were surprised. Their eyes widened slightly. They knew that question. The old man used to mention it occasionally during dinners, informal conversations, and moments of reflection. It was an obsession of his. Silence filled the room. Not the heavy silence from before, but a different silence. A silence of anticipation. Chapter 421. Alchemist Test 4. Chapter 421. Alchemist Test 4. Leo Han observed Kyrian. Elder son crossed his arms, his fingers drumming against his forearm, a nervous habit. The question had no recorded answer. In fact, no one knew, not even Elder Wei himself. It was a hypothesis, a possibility, a question created to evaluate reasoning, not knowledge. Kyrian remained thoughtful for a few seconds. 3 materials, all related to the soul: stabilization, strengthening, nourishment. They are not contradictory. A few seconds, only a few seconds. Then he answered. The 3 elders froze. Elder Wei asked, his voice coming out louder than intended, carrying a tone of disbelief. Kyrian nodded, a calm, confident motion. Now the entire room's attention was focused on him. 3 pairs of eyes, all waiting. Elder Wei's eyes began to shine. Yes, he murmured, almost to himself. Kyrian continued. The flower is the most stable material of the 3. The powder is reactive. Elder son frowned. His forehead wrinkled, forming deep lines. Because it's normally unnecessary, Kyrian replied. At last, silence. Absolute silence. The 3 men stared at him. No one spoke. No one moved. The formations on the ceiling continued, glowing softly. The bronze cauldron continued, pulsing faintly. Even Kyrian began to find it strange. He asked, his voice calm. Elder Wei slowly stood up. His hands, which had been resting on the table, were now trembling slightly. His face was completely different. It was no longer the calm expression of an evaluator, nor the serious expression of a specialist. He looked like someone who had just heard something revolutionary. He opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Leon blinked. Elder son also seemed thoughtful, because now that they had heard the explanation, it made sense, a great deal of sense. The dream mist root truly was sensitive to heat. Everyone knew that. It was written in the compendium. It was in the notes of the ancients. It was part of the common knowledge of alchemy, but they had never considered adding it during the final stage. The standard method had always been to mix everything at once. Elder Wei remained silent for a few seconds. His breathing was faster. His eyes were shining. Then, he slammed his hands onto the table. His voice echoed through the room, loud, vibrant, enthusiastic. He pointed at Kyrian, a direct, decisive gesture, without any hesitation, without discussion, without any need to consult the others. Passed, with distinction. Then something even more unexpected happened. The old man closed the book. He stood up so quickly that he nearly knocked over the chair, the wooden seat striking the table with a sharp sound. He turned around and started walking toward the door. No, not walking, practically running. Leo Han blinked, his eyes widening. The old man was already opening the door, his trembling hands turning the handle. I'm going to test it. Right now. Elder son was speechless, his mouth opening, but no sound coming out. Leo Han massaged his forehead, his fingers pressing against his temples. That was typical. Whenever a new alchemical idea appeared, a different concept, an unexplored possibility, the old man disappeared. The door slammed shut, and Elder Wei simply vanished down the corridor, running toward one of the association's laboratories, trying to refine the formula proposed by Kyrian. Silence filled the room once again. Not the tense silence from before, but an awkward silence. Liuan sighed. Elder son shook his head, a slow, resigned motion. After 100 years, Kyrian merely watched, without fully understanding the reason behind the reaction. To him, according to his logic, that conclusion seemed rather obvious. The materials have different properties. Therefore, they should be treated differently. Leo Han let out a small laugh. Not a mocking laugh, but a laugh of genuine amusement. He looked at the man beside him. Elder son nodded. His face, previously surprised, had now composed itself. The seriousness returned. He slowly stood up. His sturdy body, broad shoulders, thick arms, rose from the chair in a controlled motion. He walked to the center of the room. stopping beside the enormous bronze cauldron. The metal gleamed faintly beneath the light, the ancient runes on its surface pulsing in a slow rhythm, as though the cauldron itself were alive. Then he looked at Kyrian. His eyes, once distant, were now fixed on him. His voice echoed calmly. Chapter 422, Alchemist Test 5. Chapter 422, Alchemist Test 5. Elder Sun walked to the side of the enormous bronze cauldron. His steps were firm and measured, each one echoing softly across the marble floor. The light from the formations on the ceiling reflected off his dark blue robe, creating shadows that danced as he moved. His hands moved calmly. Then, with a simple gesture, a subtle movement of his fingers, almost a caress through the air, lights appeared around him. It was not an explosion. It was not a flash. It was a materialization. One after another, objects began emerging from his spatial ring, floating gently, as though carried by an invisible current. Roots, flowers, crystals, herbs, spirit tree bark. In total, 15 different materials floated slowly through the air of the room. Each possessed a unique appearance. A bluish root, covered in tiny electrical sparks that jumped from its surface, produced a low crackling sound. A red flower that seemed to be made of liquid fire, its petals moving as if burning, yet producing no smoke. A golden fruit whose surface shone like polished metal, reflecting the room's light like a convex mirror. A black crystal wrapped in a thin mist so dense that it appeared almost solid, dark as coal. Brown, knotted roots with silver veins running throughout their length. White, translucent flowers that seemed made of ice, yet radiated warmth. Spirit tree bark with a rough texture and gray coloration, covered in natural runes engraved by nature itself. All of them hovered neatly before Kyrian, forming a perfect semicircle in the air, like soldiers awaiting orders. Elder Sun observed his reaction before beginning his explanation. His eyes, once distant and evaluative, were now fixed on Kyrian. 15 materials. They all possess different properties. They all require different temperatures. He pointed toward the materials, a broad gesture encompassing the entire semicircle. The second test is simple. Refine all of them. Kyrian's eyes narrowed slightly. 15 materials. Materials of different ranks, different properties, and different temperatures. Simultaneously. Immediately, he understood the difficulty. It was a pure test of control. Each material possessed a different resistance to fire. Some required extremely high temperatures so intense they would melt ordinary metals. Others would burn instantly if the flame was even slightly too strong, turning into ashes before they could begin releasing their essences. Some required constant heat, a stable and unwavering flame without fluctuations. Others demanded gradual variations during refinement, starting cool, heating slowly, and then cooling once more in a precise cycle. Controlling 15 materials simultaneously meant controlling 15 different flames at the same time. 15 intensities, 15 temperatures, 15 independent processes. One mistake, just one small mistake, and one of the materials would be destroyed, or perhaps all of them. Elder Sun continued, the association's standards do not require perfection. Leo Han nodded subtly, a movement so slight it was nearly imperceptible. That was the standard for rank 5 alchemists. Very few people could refine all 15. Even experienced alchemists with decades of practice frequently failed with 1 or 2 materials. Elder Sun returned to his chair. He sat down, the wooden seat creaking beneath his weight. He crossed his arms, a gesture of evaluation and anticipation. Then he said, Kyrian nodded, without haste, without nervousness, without the slightest sign of concern. He closed his eyes. The room became silent. Leo Han watched with uncertainty. Elder Sun remained motionless. 1 second passed. 2, 3. Then his eyes opened. Instantly, Leo Han and Elder Sun frowned. Both noticed the change. The violet lightning that normally danced within Kyrian's pupils those tiny bolts of light pulsing in a constant rhythm, vanished. The deep purple of his eyes, the color of storms, electricity, and lightning, was replaced by a deep orange. Not the pale orange of dawn, but an intense, vibrant orange, like the core of a flame. Two small flames danced within his pupils. Alive, breathing, moving. It was as though real fire were burning inside his eyes. At the same time, a different energy emerged. The temperature around Kirian rose slightly. It was not aggressive, unlike the heat of the great volcano, which scorched the skin and made the lungs burn. It was not oppressive, like the pressure of a superior expert crushing the weak. It felt natural, as though he himself were a living flame. Liu Han observed carefully. Elder Sun did the same. The two exchanged glances. Elder Sun asked. His voice carried surprise and anticipation. And it doesn't seem to be an ordinary physique. Kirian did not answer. His gaze was focused on the materials. At that moment, all of his attention was directed toward the test. The eyes of fire observed the 15 materials. And within only a few seconds, everything became clear. He recognized all 15 materials from the book he had read earlier. The composition of each herb, what elements formed it, and what impurities contaminated it. Their purity, how much medicinal essence was present, and how much waste needed to be removed. Their density, how compact their structure was, how much energy was stored within. Their heat resistance, the temperature at which they would begin to decompose, and the temperature at which they would be destroyed. Their ideal temperature, the exact point where essence separated from impurities with maximum efficiency. The time required, how long each material needed to be completely refined. Everything. 3 seconds later, Kirian already knew exactly how to refine every one of them. Then he raised one hand. There were no grand movements, no extravagant gestures, only a slight blink of his eyes. Whoosh! 15 flames appeared in the air, directly beneath the 15 materials. The reaction was immediate. Liu Han raised his eyebrows, his pupils widening. Elder Sun uncrossed his arms, a gesture of surprise and sudden interest. Is that an alchemy technique? Elder Sun murmured. Chapter 423. Alchemist Test 6. Chapter 423. Alchemist Test 6. Just like cultivation techniques and battle techniques, alchemy also had different types of flame control techniques. But the two elders quickly realized that Kirian was not using any of those techniques. It was simply his control over fire. Controlling fire without a technique was several times more difficult. But for Kirian, who possessed his eyes, it was child's play. The 15 flames were different. Some were small, the size of a coin, burning gently. Others were larger, like clenched fists, shining intensely. Some shone so brightly that they hurt the eyes. Others burned softly, with an almost invisible light, a barely noticeable heat. Some possessed reddish hues, the deep red of glowing iron. Others were almost golden, the pale yellow of the midday sun. None were the same. Each flame was perfectly adjusted to the material it was refining. The bluish root, covered in electrical sparks, received a stable and moderate flame. Not too hot, not too cold. Just enough to heat the root without activating its natural electricity. The red flower, which appeared to be made of liquid fire, received an extremely intense flame. So intense that the air around it distorted, so hot that Kirian could feel the heat on his face even from a distance. The black crystal, wrapped in mist, received slow and gradual heat. The flame increased and decreased in a precise cycle, warming the crystal little by little, allowing the mist to dissipate without damaging its internal structure. It was perfect, absolutely perfect. The materials began to be refined. Impurities evaporated, transforming into colorful vapors that rose toward the ceiling. Medicinal essences separated, brilliant liquids of vibrant colors extracted from the plants and crystals. Cores began to form, small spheres of concentrated essence pulsing with chi. And all of this happened simultaneously, without a single mistake, without any waste, without any hesitation. Liu Han watched in silence. The more he watched, the more incredulous he became. He knew rank 6 alchemists. He knew famous specialists whose names were known across the entire continent. He knew masters respected by the Hall of 1,000 Herbs, elders who had refined pills for centuries. But he had never seen someone control flames in this manner. Not just the precision, but the ease. Kyrian seemed to be making no effort whatsoever. It was like breathing, natural, instinctive, fluid, as though fire were an extension of his own body. Elder Sun noticed the same thing. His gaze became increasingly serious, more focused, more attentive, because this surpassed the level of an ordinary alchemist. By a great margin, the minutes passed. The sound of the hourglass, grains of sand falling, was the only noise in the room besides the crackling of the flames. Soon, the rank 3 materials were the first to finish. The impurities disappeared completely. No colored vapor remained, and no dark residue, leaving behind only small, pure, medicinal cores. They floated in the air, small glowing spheres, each a different color, perfectly refined. Then came the rank 4 materials. Once again, no mistakes, no losses, no damage. The form cores were so pure that they reflected the room's light, creating small bright spots on the walls, ceiling, and the elders' faces. Leo Han began to suspect something, or rather, he began to understand something. Kyrian's talent for alchemy might be even more absurd than the perfect pills had demonstrated, because producing a perfect pill could be luck, a coincidence, a fortunat accident. Producing dozens of them was talent, but controlling 15 simultaneous refinements in this manner, that was something else. It was absurd mastery. It was understanding. It was an unbelievable affinity for the path of alchemy. Finally, only the rank 5 materials remained. The most difficult, the most resilient, the ones that normally required cultivators of the spiritual awakening realm to refine properly, because their internal structures were complex, because their impurities were stubborn, because their medicinal essences were volatile. But for Kyrian, there was no difficulty. His fire was superior to ordinary fire, not only hotter, but purer, more refined, closer to the essence itself. His control was superior. Every flame responded to his will like a limb of his own body. His understanding of the path of fire had reached a level that few alchemists could even imagine. The flames continued burning, precise, perfect, controlled, until finally, the last materials finished being refined. Less than 10 minutes. The entire test. It had taken less than 10 minutes. The 15 flames vanished simultaneously, extinguishing as though they had never existed. The room returned to silence. 15 medicinal cores floated in the air, glowing softly, each in its own position. Each is perfect. Elder Sun stood up immediately. His chair creaked, the sound echoing through the room. An invisible force emerged from his hands, pure chi, dense and controlled. The 15 refined materials flew toward him like leaves carried by the wind. He began examining them one by one. First, second, third, fourth, fifth. His expression changed more and more. Surprise, disbelief, shocked, because there were no problems. None. Not a single mistake. Not a single flaw. Not even the slightest loss of medicinal essence. Every material had been refined perfectly, as though the fire had never committed the slightest excess, as though every flame had been calculated by a specialist with centuries of experience. The silence lasted several seconds. 5, 10, 15 seconds. Finally, Elder Sun let out a long sigh. He stored the 15 cores, one by one, inside jade bottles. Then he looked at Kyrian. His eyes were completely different now. There was no more evaluation, no more doubt, no more skepticism, only recognition. His voice echoed through the room. Young man. Leo Han did not seem surprised. In fact, after what he had just witnessed, the precision, the control, the ease, any other result would have been absurd. Elder Sun slowly returned to his chair, still shaking his head, like someone who had just witnessed something difficult to believe, even after decades as an evaluator. And now, Only the final stage remained, the true test. The test that would officially determine whether Kirian would become a rank 5 alchemist recognized by the Hall of 1,000 Herbs. Pill Refinement. Chapter 424. Alchemist Test 7. Chapter 424. Alchemist Test 7. Elder Sun slowly returned to his chair. The wood creaked beneath his weight, a low sound, almost a groan, that echoed through the silence of the room. He was still observing Kirian as if trying to comprehend something impossible. His eyes, once sharp and evaluative, were now fixed on the young man with an expression that mixed admiration and disbelief. First test, memory and comprehension, passed with distinction. Second test, flame control, passed with distinction. Now only the final stage remained, the most important one, the stage that truly defined an alchemist. Pill Refinement. Liu Han rose from his chair. His robes, the dark green mantle embroidered with golden threads, swayed gently as he walked toward the enormous bronze cauldron at the center of the room. The dark metal gleamed beneath the light of the formations, and the runes engraved on its surface pulsed in a slow, steady rhythm, as if the cauldron were alive. He stopped beside it, then looked at Kirian. The final test. Kirian nodded. It was exactly what he had expected. Liu Han continued. As he spoke, he brushed his hand across his spatial ring. Immediately, dozens of lights appeared, one after another. Herbs, roots, spiritual fruits, leaves, flowers. More than 100 different materials appeared in the air, floating for a few seconds, slowly rotating, as if they were being displayed for evaluation. Then they carefully settled on the floor before Kirian, forming an organized pile. Kirian observed the materials. Liu Han then explained. Not all of them are suitable. You must select the appropriate ingredients. He returned to his chair, his steps firm and controlled. He sat down and crossed his arms. The room fell silent. Kirian rose from the cushion, a fluid movement without haste, without anxiety, without nervousness. His gaze swept across the pile of materials. More than 100. For an ordinary alchemist, someone with standard training and average experience, that quantity would require several minutes of careful inspection. Perhaps 10 minutes. Perhaps more. But for Kirian, it was different. His eyes, the fire eyes with their tiny flames dancing within the pupils, swept across the materials only once. A single time, and he immediately saw the problem. Most of them were of poor quality. Some fruits had been stored for too long, their skin shriveled, their flesh contracted, their spiritual chi nearly dissipated. Some herbs displayed tiny cracks, imperfections that allowed the gradual escape of their medicinal essence. Others had lost part of their spiritual essence, and what remained was weak, diluted, and insufficient. Others possessed accumulated impurities, dark spots, irregular textures, and strange odors. They were not useless. They could still be used for lower-ranked pills or as secondary ingredients in simpler formulas. But they were not suitable for producing perfect pills. Quickly, with the efficiency of someone who had done this thousands of times, Kirian began separating the materials. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13. In the end, only 13 ingredients remained before him. The 13 are required for the rank 5 Qi gathering pill formula. No more, no less. Liu Han shit. Elder Sun watched as well. Neither of them spoke, but both knew. The selection was correct. Every chosen ingredient was the best available, the freshest, the purest, the most potent. Liu Han thought. Kirian observed the materials for a few seconds, his eyes moving across each one, recording every detail. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. He thought. He had refined rank 5 Qi gathering pills. In the blood court. In his simple room. But back then, his understanding of fire was inferior. His control was inferior. His cultivation was inferior. Now it was different. Very different. There is no reason for me to fail. A small flame appeared in his palm. It was a deep orange flame, like the core of a volcano. Then it flew beneath the cauldron. The fire began to burn. Silently, without explosions, Without spectacle, without techniques, without extravagant movements. Only control, pure control of fire. Leo Han's eyes narrowed. He murmured. Elder Sun nodded. It was absurd. Virtually every alchemist, from rank 1 to rank 9, used flame control techniques. Techniques inherited from ancient masters. Techniques created by entire sects, developed over centuries. Secret techniques, guarded closely and passed down only to selected disciples. But not Kyrian. He simply controlled fire, as if fire were part of his own body. The herbs began entering the cauldron, one by one, without haste, in the exact order. First, the spiritual gathering root, then the 100 streams fruit, then the blue mist flower, then the leaves of the wind tree, then the falling star seeds. The movements were precise, surgical. Each ingredient entered exactly when it should, neither before, so it would not burn too early, nor after, so it would not miss the fusion window. Meanwhile, the intensity of the flame changed constantly. It rose for resilient materials. It diminished for delicate materials. It shifted direction to heat specific areas of the cauldron. It changed temperature in precise, calculated, perfect cycles. It changed density, sometimes concentrated fire, sometimes diffused fire. It was like watching an artist paint a masterpiece, or a musician plays a perfect melody. Leo Han began to frown. Elder Sun's eyes widened. He had noticed it as well. Normally, ingredients were refined together, mixed, heated together, to simplify the process, to reduce the amount of control required. But not Kyrian. Every herb was receiving its own treatment, its own temperature, its own timing, its own intensity, its own position within the cauldron. Even though they were all inside the same cauldron, it was monstrous control, absurd, pratiquement impossible. Yet it was happening right before their eyes. The minutes passed. 5, 10, 15, 20. Gradually, the herbs began to melt, transforming into brilliant spiritual liquids. Chapter 425, Alchemist Test 8. Chapter 425, Alchemist Test 8. The spiritual gathering root turned into a golden liquid, dense and heavy, shining like molten gold. The 100 streams fruit turned into a bluish liquid, lighter and more fluid, pulsing with electricity. The blue mist flower turned into a silver liquid, almost transparent, with tiny glowing particles floating within it. Impurities evaporated, and dark vapors carrying acidic and unpleasant odors left the cauldron and dispersed into the air. The medicinal essence remained, pure, concentrated, refined. Then the most difficult stage began, fusion. The spiritual liquids began to approach one another, drawn by invisible forces, guided by Kyrian's flame, slowly mixing, uniting, forming a single medicinal mass. This was the moment where most alchemists failed, because the slightest difference in temperature, proportion, or timing could destroy everything. The smallest instability, an unexpected fluctuation, an irregular flow could ruin hours of work. The slightest mistake, a distraction, a wrong movement, could turn the medicinal mass into useless residue. But Kyrian remained calm, absolutely calm. His flame danced, constantly changing, adapting, guiding the fusion, controlling every detail. The two elders watched without blinking. Neither dared interrupt. Neither dared speak. They knew that any distraction, a sound, a movement, or a single word, could harm the process. Even if it seemed unlikely, given the control Kyrian was displaying, they preferred not to take any risks. Time continued to pass. Half an hour. 30 minutes of controlled fusion. 30 minutes of absolute focus. Then, an aroma emerged. Intense, deep, medicinal. The scent spread through the room, not gradually like dissipating vapors, but like a wave, filling every corner, every crack, every pore of the air. Leo Han immediately stood up. Elder Sun did the same. Both approached, but remained silent, watching and waiting. The aroma grew stronger, and stronger, and stronger. It was almost possible to feel the qi contained within the pills, a pure, dense, tangible energy. The entire air seemed charged with spiritual energy, as if the room itself were becoming alive. Then, 5 minutes later, the flame vanished, simply vanished, as if it had never existed. Kirian opened his eyes. The fire beneath the cauldron extinguished itself, without smoke, without embers, without residual heat. Silence filled the room. Then he lifted the lid. Psssshhhh. An explosion of medicinal aroma flooded the room, so intense that it almost seemed material. The two elders immediately approached. Leohan arrived first. His heart accelerated. From the aroma alone, from its depth, purity, and intensity, he had already realized. But he needed confirmation. He needed to see. Then, finally, he looked inside the cauldron and froze. Beside him, Elder Sun became equally motionless. Neither spoke for several seconds. They simply stared. 5 pills. 5. Perfectly round. Perfectly smooth. Without the slightest visible impurity. No dark spots. No irregularities on their surfaces. Tiny natural runes had formed upon their surfaces, spontaneous symbols generated by the extreme purity of the refinement. Glowing faintly, like stars, the silence remained. 5 seconds. 10. 15. Then Elder Sun took a deep breath. A very deep breath. His voice came out low, almost a whisper. Leo Han continued staring, his eyes moving across the pills, recording every detail. 5 pills. Finally, Elder Sun concluded. He swallowed hard, a rare gesture from someone who could not believe what his own eyes were seeing. All of them. Silence returned. Leo Han closed his eyes for a moment, trying to calm himself. Now there was no doubt left. None. Absolutely none. The perfect pills sold earlier, the ones he himself had evaluated, the ones that had caused such a commotion on the second floor, were not luck. The dozens of perfect pills, rank 3, rank 4, rank 5, were not a coincidence. Everything was real. Kirian had been telling the truth from the beginning. He was the alchemist who had refined those pills. A young man like Kirian, a rank 5 alchemist, capable of producing perfect pills. The two elders still appeared incredulous. Kirian, however, did not care much. His attention was on the pills. A small smile appeared on his face, subtle but genuine. Satisfaction. Genuine satisfaction. His understanding of alchemy had advanced once again. His mastery over fire had grown. It was real progress. And that was what mattered. Without wasting time, he picked up the 5 pills. He carefully placed them inside a jade bottle, the transparent vessel fitted with an airtight lid, preservation runes engraved upon its surface. He stored the bottle inside his spatial ring, then looked at Leo Han. He asked calmly. Leo Han almost laughed. Almost. But he managed to control himself. His response was immediate. Without hesitation. Without any need for discussion. Without any need for a vote. Without any need to consult anyone. You passed. Kirian nodded. It was exactly what he wanted. Leo Han took a deep breath, a long breath as though releasing all the tension he had accumulated. Then he gestured. The two left the room. Once again, they crossed the silent corridor of the 3rd floor. They passed several private rooms, closed doors, complex inscriptions, and glowing formations. Several alchemists, men and women in embroidered robes, greeted them with respectful bows. Several staff members, uniformed servants carrying jade trays, stepped aside to let them pass, until they returned to the same luxurious room where they had spoken earlier. Leo Han opened the door with a broad, inviting gesture. Kirian entered. He sat down once more in the comfortable red velvet armchair, soft, plush, perfectly fitted to his body. The enormous window still displayed the city below. The streets were filled with people, beasts, and life. The markets are colorful, noisy, and vibrant. The tall towers, imposing and silent. Bustling, alive. Leo Han left the room. The door closed behind him. The mechanism of wood and metal locked into place perfectly. And, once again, for the 3rd time that day, Kirian was alone, waiting. The moment to officially receive his first alchemist badge. And afterward, he would finally sell his pills. Kirian gazed at the city through the window and waited. Chapter 426, Alchemist Badge. Chapter 426, Alchemist Badge. Kirian remained seated in the comfortable red velvet armchair. The room was silent, broken only by the faint hum of the formations engraved into the walls. The light emanating from them was soft and diffuse, creating a calm and refined atmosphere worthy of an institution that had existed for thousands of years. Outside the enormous crystal window, stretching from floor to ceiling and framed by carved dark wood, the city remained bustling. Cultivators walked through the streets below, some hurried, others relaxed, all wrapped within their own bubbles of existence. Merchants advertised their goods with shouts that Kirian could not hear, but could see through their exaggerated gestures, open mouths, and waving hands. Spirit carriages crossed the suspended avenues, pulled by beasts of different shapes and sizes, some covered in silk, others in gleaming metal. Mount beasts advanced slowly through the crowd. Winged horses, ice wolves, and domesticated birds of prey. Everything continued as normal. Kirian observed the city without hurry. He had already completed the examination. He had already proven his capabilities. Now all that remained was to officially receive his badge. Time passed. 5 minutes. Then 7. Then, approximately 10 minutes after Leo Han's departure, something caught his attention. A small crowd began forming in front of the main entrance of the Alchemists Association. At first, it was only a few people, 1 or 2 passers-by who stopped to look curious. Then dozens, a circle forming, people gathering along the edges, some stepping back. Then even more people began to stop, drawn by the commotion, the movement, and the sense that something was wrong. The crowd grew rapidly. Kirian raised an eyebrow slightly. His sharp, flawless vision swept across the plaza below. At the center of the gathering was a man lying on the ground. Even from that distance, even through the glass, even from such a height, it was possible to tell that something was wrong. His body convulsed, violent, involuntary spasms causing his limbs to move as though they had a life of their own. His arms moved uncontrollably, striking the ground, his own chest, his face. The veins in his neck bulged outward, thick and dark, visibly pulsing beneath his skin. His mouth remained constantly open, as though he were trying to scream, but no sound could escape, or as though he were struggling to breathe. The room possessed an extremely efficient sound isolation formation. No external sound could enter, not the merchants' cries, not the noise of the carriages, not the murmur of the crowd. But Kirian did not need to hear to understand. The man was screaming, and screaming a lot. His face was completely distorted by pain, a mask of agony, desperation, and something profoundly wrong. People watched from a distance. Some appeared concerned, hands covering their mouths, eyes wide, expressions full of horror. Others were merely curious, observing as though watching a spectacle, emotionally detached. Some kept a safe distance, as though fearing the problem might be contagious. Kirian thought, or perhaps a meridian injury, a critical blockage, a rupture, a catastrophic failure. Perhaps cultivation deviation, a flawed technique, improperly directed chi flow, energy that could no longer be contained. Or some spiritual disease, something rare, unusual, something few cultivators ever faced. There was not enough information to reach a conclusion. Even so, his curiosity had been piqued. His eyes remained fixed on the scene for several seconds. But before he could continue observing, knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Kirian shifted his gaze away from the window. The door opened. Leo Han entered. In his hands was a square plate made of white ceramic. The material appeared simple at first glance, ordinary ceramic, without shine or decoration. But small runes glowed discreetly along its edges, forming a pattern of protection and preservation. At the center of the plate rested a metallic object, a badge. 5 stars were engraved upon its surface, arranged in a semicircle around the center. The symbol of the Hall of 1,000 Herbs occupied the center, a golden cauldron surrounded by stylized flames. The 5 golden stars formed a circle around the main insignia. Leohan calmly walked to the opposite sofa. He sat down, the velvet creaking softly beneath his weight. His gaze briefly passed over the crowd below, the gathering, the fallen man, and the commotion. Naturally, he had noticed it as well, but he only cast a brief glance before completely ignoring it. At that moment, there were more important matters. Far more important matters. His gaze returned to Kyrian, then to the badge. He carefully picked up the insignia, holding it by the edges with the caution of someone handling something valuable. His face carried a respectful expression. It was not mere politeness, nor the empty courtesy of someone following protocol. It was recognition. After all, he himself was only a rank 6 alchemist. It had taken him decades to reach that level. Meanwhile, Kyrian had reached rank 5 at an absurd age. If he continued growing at this rate, surpassing him would only be a matter of time. Perhaps a few years. Leohan stood up. He extended the badge in a solemn gesture, almost ceremonial. His voice carried sincerity, not the false cordiality of someone fulfilling a duty, but something genuine. Kyrian accepted the badge. The metal was cold to the touch, a dense metallic coldness. Heavy, well-crafted. He observed it for several seconds. The 5 golden stars reflected the room's light, tiny bright points dancing as he moved the object. The symbol of the Hall of 1,000 Herbs, the golden cauldron, the stylized flames, appeared elegant and imposing. A small smile appeared on his face. Finally, his first official badge. Without hesitation, he fastened it to the front of his violet robe. The metal clicked softly against the fabric, secured by a magnetic mechanism, or perhaps a spiritual one. The moment he did so, a strange feeling emerged. It was status. From that moment onward, in any region of the continent, he would be officially recognized as a rank 5 alchemist. And that carried weight. A great deal of weight. Kyrian nodded, satisfied. Then he moved directly to the next matter. With a wave of his hand, dozens of vials appeared on the table. Chapter 427, Selling Pills. Chapter 427, Selling Pills one after another. Quickly, bottles occupied a large portion of the surface. Leohan observed in silence. Hundreds of pills, all carefully organized, each bottle in its proper place. The 150 rank 3 pills, green jade bottles, lined up in rows. The 100 rank 4 pills, blue jade bottles, darker, denser. The 50 rank 5 pills are in black jade bottles with golden veins. And finally, the bottle contained the 5 perfect chi gathering pills, white jade, translucent, almost transparent. Leohan took a deep breath. Even seeing that for the second time, it was still impressive. He began evaluating them quickly, bottle by bottle, rank by rank, purity by purity. A few minutes later, he finished. He paused briefly. Kyrian remained silent. Leohan continued. At the end of the calculations, even Kyrian felt satisfied. 200,000. A single sale. Alchemists truly possessed an absurd ability to generate wealth. Of course, that was only true for those who possessed talent. Most alchemists, those who struggled to reach 70% purity, would never achieve this level. Producing pills with 80% purity was already considered excellent. In smaller cities, 60% purity would already receive praise. But Kyrian was different. He refined perfect pills, and he did so repeatedly, without relying on luck, without relying on chance. It was an enormous difference. The spirit stones were transferred, one by one, from his ring to Kyrian's in a constant stream of light. Moments later, 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones rested inside his spatial ring. But Kyrian did not intend to stop there. He looked at Leohan. Leohan nodded, a calm gesture, as if he had already expected the question. Kyrian pointed at his own badge, the metal gleaming beneath the light. Leohan smiled. Kyrian leaned back in the armchair, the velvet yielding softly beneath his weight. Leohan answered immediately, reciting from memory. Kyrian's eyes gleamed subtly. All of them were useful, especially because they came from other regions. Different knowledge, different methods. Different perspectives. Leo Han did not seem surprised. 60,000. Kirian immediately took out the stones, a stream of light, a swift transfer. After confirming the transaction, Leo Han handed over 3 golden scrolls. Each one, rolled up and sealed with red wax, contained a complete recipe. Instructions, ingredients, temperatures, timings, everything. Kirian stored them carefully in his spatial ring to avoid damaging them. Then he took out another scroll, a list. He handed it to Leo Han. Leo Han received the document, the paper rustling softly between his fingers. His eyes quickly scanned the names. Roots, flowers, fui, bark, crystals, 100 of each. It was a lot of materials, a great many. Then he raised an eyebrow. Kirian continued. Leo Han completed the calculations mentally. His expression changed slightly, from surprise to understanding. Kirian handed over the amount without hesitation. Another 40,000, approximately 100,000 spirit stones, remained in his possession. He made a few mental calculations. 100,000 sounded like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't that much, especially for someone who needed to buy cultivation techniques, battle techniques, books, scrolls, information. All of that cost money, and a lot of it. He thought. Leo Han stood up, a fluid and elegant movement, and left the room. The door closed behind him with a click. Kirian returned to observing the city through the window. The crowd in front of the association was still there, but now it seemed even larger. The circle had expanded. More people were joining, drawn by the commotion, the movement, the spectacle. Kirian saw that several people were trying to help the man, kneeling beside him, hands placed on his body, chi flowing, but apparently without success. The man continued convulsing, continued screaming, continued suffering. He did not pay much attention. It was not his problem. It was not his responsibility. His focus was elsewhere, on the new recipes, on the herbs, on the next steps. 15 minutes passed. The room remained silent. Kirian did not move. Then, the door opened once more. Leo Han returned, this time carrying a spatial ring. Not Kirian's ring, but a separate ring made of dark metal. He approached and handed over the object. Kirian accepted the ring. He made a quick inspection. His consciousness plunged into the internal space. Everything was there. Hundreds of herbs, dozens of materials. Ingredients are sufficient for countless refinements. Leo Han nodded. Kirian stored the ring on the same finger, beside the others. Then he stood up. His visit to the Alchemists Association was complete. He had received the badge, sold his pills, purchased new recipes, purchased materials, obtained everything he wanted. He said. Leo Han immediately stood up as well, without hesitation. Kirian nodded. The two walked toward the door. They left the room, following the silent corridors of the Alchemists Association, passing by closed doors with their complex inscriptions and glowing formations, passing by the alchemists at work, some in their laboratories, others in their offices, passing by the employees moving about, carrying trays, carrying bottles, carrying knowledge, toward the first floor, and toward the bustling city that awaited them outside. Chapter 428, The Man in Pain. Chapter 428. The Man in Pain. Leo Han walked calmly through the corridors of the Alchemists Association. His steps were firm and measured, the pace of someone who knew every inch of that place, who had walked those staircases thousands of times over the decades. Kirian walked beside him. The two descended the stairs toward the first floor while occasionally conversing about herbs and alchemy, about the properties of rare materials, about refining techniques from different regions, and about the differences between the northern and southern alchemical schools. Leo Han seemed genuinely interested in Kirian's answers. The young man not only knew what he was talking about, he had opinions, perspectives, real understanding, not mere memorization. But before they could even reach the exit, a scream echoed through the hall. The sound was so loud that it reverberated through the walls, multiplying itself, creating a cacophony of pain that filled every corner of the space. Then came another, and another, and another, a scream filled with despair, with pain, with pure suffering. Liu Han immediately furrowed his brows. Kirian also looked toward the entrance. From the intensity of the screams, their tone, their frequency, the way they echoed, it was obvious they belonged to the same man he had observed through the window. The two exchanged glances. Liu Han sighed, a long, weary sigh, the sigh of someone who already foresaw trouble. Kirian did not refuse. In fact, he was curious as well. The two continued walking until they passed through the association's main doors. The doors were enormous, made of dark wood reinforced with bronze fittings, heavy enough to withstand spiritual attacks. Outside, two guards remained at their posts. Their armor was black, their swords remained sheathed, and their postures were rigid and professional. The moment they saw Liu Han, they immediately bowed, lowering their heads and placing their hands over their chests. Liu Han nodded, a brief and practical gesture. One of the guards answered quickly, his voice firm but carrying a hint of frustration. The other guard completed the explanation, shaking his head. People from the association itself. Outsiders. The screams returned. Louder. More desperate. My God. Someone kill me. This isn't living. It was impossible not to feel discomfort hearing them. The pain within those words was genuine. The desperation was real. Liu Han sighed once again. Then he began walking toward the crowd. Kirian followed closely behind. When the people realized who was approaching, they quickly made way. The people stepped aside. A corridor naturally formed. And then Kirian finally saw the man up close. His expression hardened. The situation was far worse than it had appeared from the third floor. Much worse. The man's veins were bulging grotesquely, thick and dark beneath his skin like living worms. Some had taken on a horrifying greenish coloration, a pale, sickly green that should never be present in human veins. His eyes were red, not merely irritated, not the superficial redness of someone who had cried or gone without sleep. Completely red, as if the blood vessels within his eye sockets had burst. His entire body was covered in bruises. Purple, green, yellow. Some were fresh, swollen, and painful. Others were older, already in the process of healing, but there were many. Fingernail marks, deep scratches, some still bleeding. Wounds, cuts, scratches, bites. All caused by himself while thrashing about. The sight was horrifying. Even some cultivators looked away. Liu Han approached. A gentle wave of qi emerged from his body, neither aggressive nor violent, merely controlled. It pressed the man against the ground. Instantly, he was immobilized. Not completely, his fingers still twitched, and his eyes still moved frantically, but enough to prevent him from continuing to injure himself. Then, Liu Han closed his eyes. His spiritual sense expanded. It penetrated the man's body. He investigated his meridians, analyzed his dantian, examined his qi flow. Everything. Kirian immediately understood what he was doing. What's causing this? Several seconds passed, then several more, and then Liu Han opened his eyes, frowning more deeply than before. Kirian asked. Liu Han shook his head slowly, thoughtfully. The people around them were stunned. This isn't normal. Liu Han ignored the comments. Even he appeared confused. Kirian also observed the man, more carefully, trying to find something strange, some abnormality, some clue. 1 minute, 2, 3. Absolutely nothing. None of this made any sense. Liu Han then retrieved a small pill from his spatial ring. A recovery pill, one of the most potent, one of the most expensive. He opened the man's mouth and placed it inside. The pill dissolved quickly, transforming into medicinal energy that spread throughout the body. The effect should have been immediate. But nothing happened. Absolutely nothing. The man continued screaming, continued thrashing, continued suffering, like an animal being slaughtered. Liu Han sighed. The situation was becoming problematic. After all, this was happening literally in front of the Alchemists Association, on one of the busiest streets of the Sky Caravan, in front of dozens of witnesses. It was not a good image. Not a good image at all. But he also could not simply kill the man, nor could he solve something he did not even understand. Chapter 429, Mysterious Needle. Chapter 429, Mysterious Needle. Then, Leo Han began asking the others present. Everyone gave the same answer. No one knew. No one understood. No one could help. That was when something happened. Something that only Kirian saw. On the other side of the street, among dozens of people, a figure stood near a stall, almost invisible amidst the crowd. Their clothes were dark. Their face was partially hidden beneath a hood. Their posture was relaxed, like someone who was merely observing. And at that instant, something flew. A line so faint, it was almost non-existent, so thin that it would have been impossible for an ordinary person to see. Even many cultivators, even those with keen eyesight, would not have noticed it. But Kirian's eyes caught it. A needle, an extremely thin needle, covered with a ridiculously small amount of chi, so little that it could easily have been mistaken for a flying insect. The needle cut through the air, fast, silent, precise, and struck the man's neck. Kirian immediately became alert. He thought, but then, the man stopped screaming. Instantly, as if someone had flipped a switch, silence engulfed the square. Everyone stood motionless, confused, surprised. The green veins began to disappear, receding, dissipating, vanishing as though they had never existed. The redness in his eyes diminished, the intense crimson turning pink, then almost normal. His body relaxed, his muscles stopped convulsing, and his limbs ceased thrashing. In only 3 seconds, everything changed. The man was breathing heavily, panting, exhausted, but alive. Sweat poured from his body, running down his face, his neck, and his arms. But he was conscious, lucid, alive. His voice came out hoarse, weak, and trembling like that of someone who had just escaped death. Immediately, someone brought a container. The man grabbed it desperately and began to drink. Once, twice, 3 times, until he completely emptied it. Then another, and another. He looked like someone who had crossed a desert. The crowd erupted into comments. No. But Kirian wasn't paying attention. His eyes remained fixed on the man's neck, exactly where the needle had struck. His vision focused. More, and more, and more. Everything around him seemed to disappear. His attention narrowed to a single point. His visual ability increased drastically. The world became sharper, more detailed, deeper. Then he saw it. Something tiny, extremely small, almost invisible, hidden inside the tiny puncture left by the needle. Kirian narrowed his eyes. It was too small to be seen normally, the size of a grain of sand, perhaps even smaller. But it was definitely there. An insect, lodged close to the skin. Kirian immediately walked toward the man, ignoring the conversations around him, ignoring the confusion, ignoring the comments. He knelt down, brought his hand to the man's neck. No one understood what he was doing. But before anyone could ask, Kirian pulled something out, something so small that no one noticed. The needle, along with whatever was attached to it. In the same motion, he stored everything inside his spatial ring. Then he stood up and took a few steps back. The crowd remained focused on the man. The man looked lost, confused, frightened, still breathing heavily. His voice trembled. He raised his hands to his face, covering his eyes, as though trying to erase the images. He swallowed hard, his throat seeming raw, scraped by all the screaming. Silence. The expression in his eyes was genuine, pure fear, pure trauma. Several people shivered. Others instinctively stepped back. No one liked that description. Leo Han remained observing. His face was serious, more serious than Kirian had ever seen it. But even he had no answers. This surpassed his knowledge. Kirian also remained silent, but for a different reason. His attention was no longer on the man. It was on the needle, and on the insect. It had sparked his curiosity far more than anything else that day. Because while everyone there had been confused, physicians, alchemists, specialists, and elders, he had seen it. Someone had solved the problem instantly, while dozens of cultivators with decades of experience and accumulated knowledge had merely watched without being able to do anything. That meant one thing, and that made that person extremely interesting. Kirian turned around. He looked toward the other side of the street, searching for the figure he had seen earlier. But they were no longer there. They had already disappeared, blended into the crowd, or simply walked away. Kirian wasn't surprised. Someone capable of doing that, of solving something no one understood, probably didn't want to attract attention. Much less can be found. But that didn't mean they had escaped. Kirian remembered the face perfectly. The appearance, the clothes, the direction they had gone. He knew where that person had headed. Kirian said goodbye to Leo Han. Leo Han let out a small chuckle, a low, genuine sound. Kirian simply nodded. He said his farewells quickly. Without wasting any more time, he turned around and began walking in the direction where he had seen the mysterious person disappear. Kirian thought, and what was that insect? Many questions, no answers, but the answers were with that person. Meanwhile, inside his spatial ring, the small needle rested silently, cold, metallic, almost insignificant, and attached to it, the strange, nearly invisible insect, something that might explain the entire mystery, and something that had completely awakened Kirian's curiosity. Chapter 430, Mysterious Man. Chapter 430, Mysterious Man. Kirian walked through the bustling street with no apparent hurry. His steps were calm, measured, like those of someone who wasn't heading anywhere in particular. But his eyes remained alert, scanning the crowd with a precision that bordered on the supernatural. People continued their routines as normal, creating a cacophony of sounds that filled the air. Cultivators discussed prices, examining merchandise with critical eyes, fingers running over fabrics and metals. Children ran between the stalls, laughing, shouting, full of life. No one seemed to notice the man Kirian was looking for, or perhaps no one was capable of noticing him. Kirian remembered perfectly the appearance he had seen from across the street. A man of average height, neither tall nor short. Easy to lose in a crowd. Simple gray robes, without embroidery, symbols, or identifying marks. The kind of clothing anyone could be wearing. Black hair tied behind his head in a low bun, discreet and practical. Nothing flashy, nothing memorable. If not for the needle he had thrown, if Kirian had not possessed his eyes, he would never have paid attention to him. Kirian thought. He's skilled at it. Kirian followed in the direction the man had taken. The broad streets of the commercial district, with their decorated facades, golden signs, and polished stone sidewalks, gradually gave way to narrower alleys. The buildings here were older. The gray stone walls were stained by time, covered with moss in some places and cracked in others. Clothes dried hanging from improvised balconies, secured by ropes stretched from one window to another across the alley. Ceramic dishes were stacked in wooden crates beside half-open doors. The smell of the place changed. The aroma of medicinal herbs, which had previously blended with the scent of the markets, was now stronger but also harsher. It mixed with the unpleasant odor of sewage running through an open channel in the center of the alley. The number of people decreased drastically. Where there had once been crowds, dozens, hundreds of people, now there were only a few. One or two hurried passers-by. A woman is sweeping the sidewalk in front of her home. A black cat crossing the alley before disappearing into a crack in the wall. Kirian realized. Intentional? Kirian continued following. The alleys grew even narrower. The walls were closer together, so close that Kirian could touch them with his arms outstretched. The sky, once visible as a blue strip above the rooftops, was now only a pale line high above. The light dimmed, the shadows deepened, and Kirian finally caught sight of the man's back. About 50 meters ahead, he walked without haste, with steady steps and a constant pace. His posture was relaxed, as if he were merely taking a stroll, as if he didn't know he was being followed. Kirian thought. He knows. Kirian followed him for about 10 minutes. Not too closely, maintaining a safe distance, enough not to lose sight of the man, but not close enough to draw attention. Kirian wanted to speak with the man, but he didn't know exactly how to stop him and start conversation. And precisely because of that, he simply continued following him without trying to attract his attention. Kirian began to realize that perhaps he lacked experience communicating with others of his own species. They crossed secondary streets. circled smaller plazas, passed behind temples and pavilions. The scenery changed constantly. One moment, they were in a residential area, with low houses, wooden doors, and small gardens in front of the facades. The next, they were in a warehouse district, with iron gates, stacked barrels, and parked carts. The man seemed familiar with those streets. Kirian concluded. He knows the way. Finally, after a few more turns, the man entered a narrow alley. Kirian stopped at the entrance. Observed. The stone walls were old, much older than those in the commercial district. Some bore tool marks, as though they had been carved by hand. Others were covered with worn inscriptions, words that time had erased. Clothes dried hanging between the upper-story windows, secured by ropes swaying in the wind. The scent of medicinal herbs was stronger here, blending with the unpleasant odor of sewage running through an open channel in the center of the alley. Kirian thought. Then, Kirian stopped. Ahead, about 20 meters away, a figure was leaning against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, as if waiting for someone. Or rather, waiting for him. The man raised his eyes. His face was ordinary, so ordinary that Kirian doubted he could describe it to someone afterward. Apparently, he was a little over 30 years old, but his eyes were strangely calm. Not the calm of someone relaxed, but the calm of someone who had seen many things. Someone for whom nothing was surprising anymore. His voice was tranquil, without irritation, without nervousness, simply tranquil. Kirian observed the man. The man shrugged, a casual, indifferent gesture. Kirian didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised his hand. Between his fingers appeared an extremely fine needle, so fine that it seemed invisible, a thread of shining metal, almost non-existent. The man's gaze appeared to falter for a single fraction of a second. Just a fraction, but Kirian noticed. The man looked away from the needle. Kirian remained silent for a few seconds. Then he spoke. The man raised an eyebrow. Kirian observed his reaction. His eyes did not avert. His hands did not tremble. His breathing did not falter. It didn't seem like a lie. Chapter 431, Mysterious Man, 2. Chapter 431, Mysterious Man, 2. Then the man smiled faintly. Kirian did not move. Silence. The man uncrossed his arms. The needle, it entered that man's neck. The smile disappeared from the man's face. For the first time, he truly looked at Kirian. Attentively, his eyes narrowed. Kirian remained motionless. The man held his gaze, and then his eyes seemed to shine for a brief instant. A nearly imperceptible light, like the reflection of the sun on a distant surface. But Kirian saw it. The very moment the man's eyes gleamed, a strange sensation traveled through his body. It was as if something was trying to pass through his eyes, try to see through them, examining, analyzing, investigating. Instinctively, his own eyes reacted. It wasn't a conscious thought. It wasn't a deliberate decision. It was like a reflex, like blinking before a sudden light, like pulling one's hand away from fire. Then, a sharp pain exploded inside the man's head. He closed his eyes for a second, concealing it. But internally, his shock was immense. He had seen Kirian's entire body before being counterattacked. The bones are dense, strong, and different. The muscles were well-defined, yet with a structure that didn't match his apparent age. The approximate age is young, very young. Even the strange dormant bone hidden within the boy's body, he recognized it as a heavenly bone, making him even more interested and shocked. But then, his eyes met Kirian's, and everything changed. It was like trying to peer into an abyss. Something deep, unfathomable. When he attempted to force his gaze even further, a piercing pain shot through his own pupils, as if he were being warned, as if something were saying, "Do not go deeper. Stop. Retreat." The man wondered inwardly. It was the first time something like this had happened since he had awakened his special eyes. Meanwhile, Kirian was also surprised. It was the first time, the very first time he had encountered someone similar. He tried to observe me, using his eyes. Kirian narrowed his eyes. The man opened his eyes again. Now his expression was completely different. The disinterest had vanished. In its place, There was curiosity, not the casual curiosity of someone seeing something new, but the intense curiosity of someone who had found something unexpected. Kirian replied immediately. Silence. The wind blew through the alley, carrying the smell of herbs and sewage. Clothes dried and swayed on the lines overhead. A woman coughed inside a nearby house. Then, the man let out a small sigh. He extended his hand. Kirian observed him for a few seconds, evaluating. Only then, he handed over the needle. The man held it between his fingers, turning it lightly. His movements were extremely careful, as though he were handling something fragile. You really managed to see it. He raised his eyes. Kirian got straight to the point. What was that? The man looked at the needle, rotating it once more. Kirian frowned. The man remained silent for a few seconds. Then, he tucked the needle into his sleeve. Kirian's eyes narrowed. Kirian nodded. The man remained silent for several seconds, observing the young man before him, calculating something. 16 years old. Young. Special eyes like his own. Capable of seeing his needle. Capable of noticing the insect. Capable of resisting the inspection of his own eyes. He repeated the name slowly, as though committing it to memory, as though savoring each syllable. It was definitely a strange name. It didn't seem to come from any known region. It didn't appear to belong to any culture he recognized. But the man apparently didn't care. Then he turned around, beginning to walk deeper into the alley. His steps were slow, tranquil, but there was something strange. It was as if his presence gradually diminished, as though the world itself stopped noticing him. The light falling upon him seemed less intense. The shadows around him appeared darker, as if he were hiding in plain sight. He took a few steps. Then he spoke. Kirian remained still for a moment, wondering whether he should truly go. The man did not turn around. He took several more steps. If you're still curious? Kirian watched the man's back. His eyes narrowed slightly. Instinct, experience, both told Kirian that this man was dangerous. Very dangerous. Perhaps more dangerous than anyone he had encountered up to this point. But his curiosity was greater. Unknown insects, invisible needles, spiritual eyes. Who was this man? What did he know? How had he cured the man whom no one else could cure? Without hesitating any longer, Kirian began to walk, following the stranger through the city's alleyways. As he did, many questions remained in his mind. Who exactly is this man? Where did he come from? Is he an assassin? A physician? Why did he help that man? And how? Ahead, without looking back, the man harbored similar thoughts. And for the first time in many years, a small smile appeared on his face. Not a smile of joy, nor one of satisfaction, but a smile of genuine interest. Perhaps, he thought, perhaps that unexpected encounter was far more interesting than either of them could imagine. Chapter 432, A Touch of the Needles. Chapter 432, A Touch of the Needles. Kirian followed the mysterious man through the alleys of the caravan of the sky. Neither of them spoke. The silence between them was not uncomfortable. It was neither the tense silence of enemies observing each other, nor the awkward silence of strangers forced to coexist. It was a cautious silence. The silence of two people evaluating one another within their own minds. The bustling streets of the commercial district gradually faded behind them. First, the stalls became fewer, the vibrant colors of the tents giving way to the gray walls of older buildings. Then, the cries of the merchants, that cacophony of offers and promotions, turned into distant echoes, muffled by the distance and the surrounding structures. The scent of medicinal herbs, which had previously dominated the air, mixing with the fragrance of incense and street food, gave way to the damp smell of ancient stone and aged wood. The man walked calmly ahead, neither fast, as if trying to escape, nor slow, as if waiting for Kirian to catch up. His steps were steady and silent, so silent that Kirian, even with his eyes focused on every movement, sometimes struggled to hear them. It was as if he knew every alley of that wandering city, every turn, every shortcut, every hidden passage. Kirian maintained a constant distance of several meters, not too close so as not to appear threatening, not too far so as not to lose sight of him. His eyes, the violet eyes of lightning, occasionally settled upon the man's wide sleeves. On the way he moved, on how his presence seemed to diminish when not directly observed. It was strange, very strange. Even knowing exactly where the man was, even tracking his footsteps, his breathing, and the slight movement of his clothes, Kirian had the feeling that his mind wanted to ignore him, as if his instinct were saying, "He isn't here." But Kirian's eyes resisted these unknown effects. Perhaps it was a technique or something similar, but it had no effect on Kirian because of his eyes. His gaze remained fixed. He thought, or something more. Half an hour passed in this manner. They crossed bridges over dark canals. They went around abandoned marketplaces. They passed behind temples whose bells had long since fallen silent. The man did not look back even once. He did not check whether Kirian was still following him. He did not alter his pace. "He knows I'm here," Kirian thought, until the man finally stopped. Before them stood a small, abandoned temple. The stone walls, once white but now gray, were cracked in several places. Vertical fissures stretched across them, some wide enough for a hand to pass through. Part of the roof had collapsed, and broken tiles formed small piles across the courtyard floor. The main support beam, still intact, leaned dangerously to one side. The ancient religious inscriptions that had once covered the walls, telling stories of gods and heroes, had nearly vanished with time. Only traces remained, remnants of something that had once been beautiful. Yet something in that place still seemed alive. At the center of the courtyard, a fruit tree grew quietly. It wasn't large. It stood just over 3 meters tall. But its leaves were green, a vibrant green, intense and full of life. Its branches were strong, thick and twisted, yet sturdy. Small reddish fruits, the size of walnuts, swayed gently in the wind. The man approached the tree, without saying a single word. Then, Kirian saw his fingers move. Fast, extremely fast. A needle appeared between them, and touched the trunk of the tree. At that very instant, the leaves began to wither. Their vibrant green turned yellow, then brown, then gray. The fruits rotted, their reddish skin darkening, shriveling, falling. The branches dried out, twisted and brittle, as if they had been scorched beneath the sun for decades. Life vanished before Kirian's eyes. The entire tree seemed to age decades within mere seconds. Kirian frowned. It wasn't poison. It wasn't a fire. Technique. It wasn't a formation. It was... Before he could say anything, the needle moved once more. Another touch. Instantly, the tree bloomed again. Buds emerged from the dried branches, tiny green dots that expanded, grew, and transformed into leaves. Leaves were reborn, unfolding as though time itself had reversed. The fruits regained their color, from brown to red, from shriveled to fresh. But not completely. Half of the tree, the left side, remained rotten. Dry branches, dead leaves, decayed fruit. The other half, the right side, was filled with life. Green, firm, alive. It was a bizarre sight. Life and death coexisting side by side. Kirian observed carefully. It was the first thought that came to his mind. But what? Meridians? A tree did not possess meridians, not like humans did. Chi, perhaps. But how could one manipulate the chi of a plant with a needle? The man did not explain. He merely turned around and resumed walking. Kirian followed closely behind. The curiosity within him grew stronger and stronger. Who was this man? Where did he come from? Another half-hour passed. This time, they arrived in a residential area. The houses here were humble, built from dark wood with thatched roofs. Small, simple, functional. A small wooden house was surrounded by several worried people. They murmured among themselves, speaking in hushed voices, making nervous gestures. Kirian looked past the people. A man was sitting near the entrance. His face was pale, pale as death. Sweat ran down his forehead, thick droplets trailing down his cheeks and soaking his tunic. His breathing was heavy, ragged, and irregular, as though every breath was a struggle. His chi fluctuated violently, rising and falling in chaotic waves like a sea caught in a storm. He was trying to break through a bottleneck in his cultivation. But something was wrong. Kirian did not need his eyes to see it. The man's energy was unstable, murky, and diseased. He was going to fail the breakthrough. Chapter 433. A Touch of the Needles 2. Chapter 433. A Touch of the Needles 2. The mysterious man cast only a single glance. He did not even stop completely. His steps slowed just enough to take aim. Then, a needle vanished from his hands. Kirian could barely follow it. It sliced through the air, silent, swift, and precise. It pierced a specific point near the cultivator's chest. Instantly, the man screamed. A scream so desperate that several people recoiled in fear. His body twisted violently, arms and legs thrashing as though something inside him was struggling. Veins bulged across his neck and forehead, thick, dark, pulsing uncontrollably. His face turned red, so red it seemed on the verge of exploding. He appeared to be enduring indescribable agony. Kirian narrowed his eyes. The pain lasted only a few seconds. Then, another needle appeared. Another point was struck. Silence. The expression of suffering vanished as though it had never existed. The cultivator's eyes widened, confused, surprised, disbelieving. His chi, which had previously fluctuated chaotically, suddenly stabilized. He could not even finish the question. And then, boom, a wave of energy spread outward. The air trembled. Dust rose from the ground in a small whirlwind. The man had successfully broken through. The nearby people widened their eyes. Shock, joy, disbelief. But before anyone could realize what had truly happened, before they looked in the right direction, before they noticed the mysterious man's presence, he had already resumed walking. As though nothing had happened, Kirian looked at his back. His mind worked rapidly. The first needle caused pain. It destabilized something. It corrected the imbalance caused by the first. He manipulated his meridians. Kirian's curiosity transformed into desire. He wanted to learn. A technique like that was terrifying and extraordinary. It could kill. It could heal. It could strengthen. It could destroy. I can incorporate it into my own techniques. Without saying anything, he continued following. As the sun began to descend beyond the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, stretching the shadows of the buildings, they finally arrived at their destination. A simple house, separated from the rest of the structures, isolated, discreet, forgotten, surrounded by a small stone wall no higher than Kirian's waist, made of uneven stones, some covered in moss. A modest garden occupied part of the courtyard, not a decorative garden, but an herb garden. Several medicinal herbs grew neatly in well-tended plots, with green leaves, white flowers, and exposed roots. Nothing appeared extravagant, only functional. The man opened the gate. The wood creaked a low, ancient sound. He stepped inside. Kirian followed closely behind. The interior of the house was organized. Simple. A low table of dark wood, polished by time, occupied the center of the main room. Several bookshelves, filled with books, lined the walls. Jade bottles of various sizes, some containing colorful liquids and others fine powders, rested upon wooden shelves. Needles, carefully arranged inside leather cases, gleamed beneath the light streaming through the window. The man pointed toward a round cushion of dark blue velvet positioned before the low table. Kirian obeyed. Without hesitation, the man disappeared into the small kitchen. Kirian heard the sound of water being poured from a jug into a kettle, the click of a firestone being activated, a spiritual device used to heat liquids. Soon, the sound of boiling water spread throughout the house. The gentle aroma of herbs began to fill the room. It was not the strong medicinal scent of alchemical pills. It was something subtler, more natural. Kirian remained silent, observing, waiting. 10 minutes later, the man returned, carrying a small black ceramic teapot with golden veins running through it, along with 2 delicate white porcelain cups painted with cherry blossoms. He sat across from Kirian, calmly, poured the tea. As the liquid flowed, it revealed a pale green hue. translucent and alive. Tiny golden strands floated upon its surface, as thin as hair, glimmering beneath the light. Kirian observed the cup for a few seconds. His eyes, the violet eyes of lightning, analyzed the liquid. No poison, no hasta el intent. Nothing except tea. He picked up the cup, drank. The next instant, his eyes narrowed slightly. A chi within his body began circulating spontaneously. There was no need for absorption, no need for technique. It was as though the tea itself guided the energy through his meridians. Gently, naturally, like a river following its course. It isn't a pill. It's merely. Kirian lowered the cup. For the first time since entering that house, something beyond curiosity emerged within him. Genuine surprise. The man observed his reaction. Then he raised his eyes, gazing directly into Kirian's eyes. His fingers rested calmly upon his own cup, not holding it, merely touching it. Then he asked. His tone remained calm, but there was an expectation hidden beneath those words. Kirian remained silent for several seconds, thinking, recalling the tree, the needles, the cultivator who had broken through, the mysterious man before him. Then he finally answered. The man raised an eyebrow. Kirian met his eyes, those calm, evaluating ancient eyes. Silence filled the small house. Outside, the wind blew, carrying the scent of herbs from the garden. The candles flickered, casting dancing shadows across the wooden walls. And for the first time since they had met, a genuine smile appeared on the mysterious man's face, because he had heard exactly what he needed to hear. Chapter 434. Gu. Chapter 434. Gu. Kirian remained silent for a few seconds. The taste of the tea still lingered in his mouth, gentle, slightly sweet, with a herbal note he couldn't identify. The chi contained within it continued to circulate slowly through his meridians, warming his body in a comforting manner, like a stream of warm water on a cold day. He felt the two cores respond subtly to the tea's energy. It wasn't a strong reaction, but it was real. The liquid was somehow nourishing his meridians in a way that few pills could achieve. Then, finally, he answered. The man sitting across from him remained still for an instant. Then he smiled. It wasn't the lazy or indifferent smile he had displayed until then, that casual smile of someone who didn't care about anything. It was a genuine smile. Small, sincere, as though he had heard exactly the answer he had been hoping for. Many people would call that frightening. The man said as he poured more tea in his own cup, the pale green liquid flowing from the teapot in a continuous stream, almost hypnotic. His fingers wrapped around the warmed porcelain, the white of the cup contrasting with the slightly tanned skin of his hands. He raised his gaze toward Kirian. Kirian held his own cup, warmth spreading through his fingers. It is frightening as well. A needle that no one can even see or feel. The man let out a soft chuckle, a low sound, nearly inaudible, yet genuine. Silence filled the small house for a few seconds. The candles on the shelves flickered, casting dancing shadows upon the wooden walls. Outside, the wind blew gently, carrying the scent of herbs from the garden, mint, rosemary, and something sweeter that Kirian couldn't identify. Then, Kirian asked the question that had occupied his thoughts ever since they had left the Alchemists Association. What was that? The man's smile diminished slightly. He placed the teacup upon the low table between them, the soft click of porcelain against wood echoing through the silence. Kirian's eyes narrowed. The man nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. Kirian listened attentively to every word, every pause, every inflection. Gu are special insects. They are refined. The man raised a finger, the gesture instructional, almost teacher-like. He paused, allowing the words to settle. Kirian frowned. The Gu had entered his body some time ago, probably days. It is difficult to know exactly. Kirian remembered the man's screams, the desperation, the wounds he had inflicted upon himself while trying to relieve that pain, deep scratches, fingernail marks, blood. Kirian asked. The man shook his head, a slow, thoughtful gesture. Because they were looking for illnesses or poisons. He took another sip of tea, the pale green liquid gleaming beneath the candlelight. And even if they had been looking, Kirian became thoughtful. And the man before him could see them, could remove them with a needle. Then he asked, the man fell silent. Not the silence of someone who didn't know what to say, but the silence of someone choosing his words. His eyes rested upon Kirian. For a long moment, Kirian did not avert his gaze. Kirian thought for a few seconds, organizing his thoughts, choosing his words carefully. The way you used it. You killed a tree. He hesitated. The man remained silent. Internally, his thoughts grew more complex. He had lived for many years. He had known geniuses, young prodigies capable of learning in months what others required decades to master. Assassins, cold, calculating, efficient. Physicians, dedicated, careful kind. Talented cultivators with special physiques, ancient bloodlines, destinies already written. But none of them had reacted in this way. Many feared him, especially after learning of his reputation. Others felt disgust. Some desired the power. With this, I could dominate. With this, I could take revenge. With this, I could become feared. But Kirian merely wished to understand. His gaze returned to the young man's eyes. Those mysterious eyes. Eyes that even his own special vision could not fully perceive. Eyes that had injured him simply for trying to look deeper. The thought emerged naturally, without sadness, without regret, merely as a fact. His body was reaching its limit. He understood better than anyone the condition he was in. He was old, very old. His lifespan was nearing its end, and he had failed to break through to the next realm. Perhaps 2 years, perhaps less. It was difficult to say. And then, shortly before the end, he had encountered someone like this. Young, calm, intelligent, possessing special eyes like his own. Eyes capable of seeing his needles, objects that no ordinary cultivator could perceive. Capable of noticing hidden goo, insects that escape the spiritual senses of experts. Capable of even injuring his own eyes when he had attempted to investigate them too deeply. Chapitre 435, Endless Needles Technique. Chapter 435, Endless Needles Technique. He almost laughed at the idea. He had never truly believed in such things, in cosmic coincidences, in threads of destiny. He believed in cause and effect, in actions and consequences, in choices. But the coincidence seemed far too absurd. Even so, talent alone was not enough. The endless needles technique was not something that could be passed on to just anyone. It was dangerous, terribly dangerous. A technique capable of saving lives, stopping hemorrhages, unblocking meridians, and expelling incurable poisons, and destroying them. Capable of piercing spiritual cores, shattering dantians, severing a cultivator's connection to chi. A technique that touched upon something strange, a peculiar chi, something that even he did not completely understand. For decades, he had believed it to be merely a special type of energy, a rare variation, something different from ordinary chi, yet still within the boundaries of comprehension. He had never imagined that its true nature was far deeper, that it was connected to something greater. His thoughts came to a halt. He looked at Kirian once more. Perhaps. But first, he asked. Kirian answered immediately. One of the man's eyebrows rose slightly, not in surprise, but in interest. Then, a small smile appeared on his lips. He rested both hands upon his knees, assuming a more serious posture. Kirian's heart quickened subtly, not from greed, not from covetousness, but from curiosity. The man continued. It is not an assassination technique. It is both. He stared directly at Kirian, one who masters this technique. Silence filled the room. The candles crackled softly. The wind outside blew more strongly. Kirian remained motionless, processing everything. A technique that touches meridians, that manipulates the flow of chi. The man asked. Kirian answered immediately. The man let out a brief laugh. Then he stood up. Kirian rose as well, his knees cracking softly after sitting for so long. The man turned his back to him. His steps carried him to a small shelf in the corner of the house. Not the main shelf filled with books and jars, but a smaller, more discreet one, almost hidden within the shadows. He opened one of the drawers, the wood creaking softly, retrieving a small box made of dark wood. It was simple, without ornaments, without runes, without inscriptions, just wood. But Kirian felt it. There was something inside that box. The man turned around slowly. There was a strange light in his eyes, not the gleam of greed, nor malice, but something deeper. Kirian looked at the box. The man placed the box upon the table. His fingers, long, slender, precise, rested upon the lid. He raised his eyes. Not everyone can learn this technique. The chi required to wield it is. Kirian sat down once more. The man did the same. The box remained between them, small, dark, silent. Kirian said. The man raised an eyebrow. Why are you doing this? The man remained silent. For a long moment. Then he sighed. Not a sigh of exhaustion, but one of acceptance. Kirian frowned. The man touched his own chest, where his heart beat. My body is dying. Slowly. Damage that cannot be healed. Perhaps 2 years. Perhaps less. Kirian listened in silence. The man was dying. And even so, his calmness was absolute. He looked at the dark box. It's special, not merely because it is powerful, not merely because it can heal and kill. Kirian listened attentively. I found it. I did not create it. During my travels through the Eastern Territory, in an ancient cave, the needles, the cultivation method, the technique. Pages were missing. Diagrams were missing. He touched the box once more. It was extraordinary. I spent years studying it, testing it. But I knew, I had always known, that it was only a portion. Kirian asked, and then my body began to fail. The technique, each use, wears away the meridians a little more. Each treatment. For years, I ignored the signs. For years, I pushed beyond my limits. He smiled a bitter smile. Silence filled the room. The man continued. Perhaps never. His eyes met Kirian's. I do not want to be your master. I seek neither debts nor gratitude. He touched the box once again. For someone to carry it into the future. Kirian remained silent. The man did not want a disciple. He did not want followers. He did not want obligations. He merely wished to preserve it, to pass it on, to ensure that the technique would not die. Kirian processed those words. The man was dying, and he wished to pass the technique on to someone before departing. Not out of kindness, not out of altruism, but because the technique was too extraordinary to perish with him. Because allowing it to disappear would be a waste. The man observed his reaction. He placed his hand upon the dark box. Kirian nodded. Chapter 436, Black Energy. Chapter 436. Black Energy. The man remained silent for several seconds. Only the sound of the candles crackling, small flames dancing atop the wicks, casting shadows that moved slowly across the wooden walls, filled the room. Outside, the wind had died down. The herb garden had fallen silent. His eyes remained fixed on the small dark box. Then, slowly, he reached for the wooden lid. Click! The lid opened. At that exact moment, a strange sensation spread throughout the room. It was not a shockwave. It was not an explosion of energy. It was something more subtle, as though the air had grown heavier, as though the light had dimmed, as though the very environment itself was reacting to the presence of whatever lay within. Kirian frowned. An unfamiliar chi leaked from inside the box. It was extraordinarily weak, almost non-existent. Yet at the same time, it felt overwhelming. It was contradictory, like a drop of water carrying the weight of an ocean. Along with that chi came an unpleasant odor. It was not exactly the smell of decay, that sweet and putrid scent that accompanies rotting flesh. Nor was it the metallic, acidic smell of blood that turns the stomach. It was something difficult to describe, an aroma that made instinct scream to retreat, as though something inside Kirian, something primitive, animalistic, that did not think but merely felt, was saying, Danger, run. The man pushed the box toward Kirian. The wood slid gently across the table with a low creak. Kirian leaned closer. Inside the box was a small sapling, an unfamiliar plant. Its leaves were black, so black that they seemed to absorb the surrounding light, creating tiny shadows where the candlelight should have reflected. Its stem was grayish, pale, and sickly, like the ashes of a campfire extinguished long ago. Its roots were dry, twisted, and brittle, like strands of broken hair. It appeared completely dead. However, Kirian narrowed his eyes. Even in that condition, even with its black leaves, gray stem, and dried roots, there was something. A single spark, an incredibly faint trace of vitality. It was so weak that it seemed impossible for it to still exist. Yet it did. It was that tiny flame, so faint that Kirian could barely sense it, that kept the plant from becoming a complete corpse. Kirian asked. "That depends on the definition," the man replied. His voice was calm, as though discussing the weather rather than something both alive and dead at the same time. Black leaves, gray stem. It does not breathe. It does not grow. To most people, it is dead. He looked at the sapling, his ancient eyes tired, yet sharp. Kirian turned his attention back to the black chi escaping from the plant. It was not smoke. It did not dissipate into the air or rise in spirals. It was not gas. It had no volume and did not expand to fill the room. It was simply present. The man's expression became serious. Listen carefully. Do not attempt to absorb this chi. Kirian nodded, slow and deliberate. The answer came immediately, without hesitation, without a doubt. A cold death. A painful death. Kirian fell silent. The amount of chi leaking from the sapling was almost non-existent. A small dark mist, nearly invisible, dissipating before it could even reach the air. Even so, it was enough to kill a cultivator of the core formation realm. What kind of energy was that? The man continued. First, you must come into contact with it. Feel it. Experience it. He looked directly at Kirian. Silence filled the small house. The candles continued burning, wax slowly melting, flames dancing. The garden outside remained silent, the herbs motionless, the wind absent. At last, the man sighed. "Do not worry. I will be here." Kirian nodded slowly. There was no fear, only determination to learn something new. Curiosity toward an exceptionally powerful and terrifying technique. Then he extended his hand. His fingers approached the small sapling. He could feel it. That black chi seemed to be watching him, waiting. His hand touched the darkened leaf. In that instant, a minuscule amount of black chi entered his body. It was not like an injection. There was no needle, no cut. It was as though the chi had simply passed through his skin, like water flowing through a sieve. But what came next was as though the entire world had collapsed upon him. Kirian's eyes widened. Pain, a pain that transcended anything he had ever experienced. It was not the pain of a broken bone, sharp, localized, physical. It was not the pain of a burn, throbbing, searing, consuming. It was not the pain of damaged meridians, constant and draining. It was something different, something deeper, as though his very soul were being torn apart. His body bent violently, his spine arching at an impossible angle, muscles contracting beyond his control. He collapsed to his knees. Bones struck against wood. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably, involuntary convulsions causing his arms and legs to move as though they possessed lives of their own. His heart seemed to stop, a horrifying silence within his chest, as though the organ had forgotten how to beat. His meridians burned, not with gentle warmth, but with excruciating agony, as though acid were corroding every chi channel. His soul trembled, not metaphorically, but literally. Kirian felt something within himself shudder, as though standing before something greater, something older, something that should never be challenged. Death. It was death, an inevitable death. Cold, absolute. The man immediately rose to his feet. His body moved with a speed that did not seem to belong to someone so close to the end of his life. But then, Kirian opened his eyes. His pupils vanished. The violet color, the lightning dancing within his eyes, disappeared. His eyes became completely white, not the dull white of blindness, but a pure white. Absolutely. Like light, like emptiness, like nothingness. At that exact moment, the fragment of black chi vanished. It was not expelled. It was not neutralized. It was not destroyed. It was swallowed, as though Kirian's eyes were an abyss, and the black chi had fallen into it. Kirian's body stopped trembling. The pain ceased. His consciousness sank. Everything became dark. Absolute silence. The man watched attentively. He had seen Kirian collapse. He had seen the black chi enter. He had watched the symptoms emerge, the body convulsing, the meridians burning, the soul trembling. Everything had been within expectations. But then, the chi disappeared. It simply disappeared. The omen of death, that sensation of inevitability, of finality, vanished along with it. Chapter 437, Black Points. Chapter 437, Black Points. The man frowned. That had never happened before, not even with himself. What was happening? He remained silent, waiting. 1 minute, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then, Kirian opened his eyes. The man froze. The violet eyes had disappeared. There was no lightning. There were no irises. His eyes were completely white. But that was not all. At their center, there was a single black pupil. Small, tiny, almost non-existent. Looking into those eyes, the man felt a chill. It was not the chill of cold, the kind that makes the skin prickle and the hairs stand on end. It was the same sensation he experienced whenever he observed the black sapling. An unpleasant feeling, as though he were facing something unknown. Kirian blinked slowly. He looked around. The room, the candles, the table, the man. Everything seemed normal, except his eyes stopped on the man. Black points, scattered all over his body. Hundreds of them. Some are larger, the size of coins. Others are smaller, like grains of sand. Some bright, as though active, pulsing with energy. Others are dim, dull, and dead, like ashes. Kirian frowned. He tried to understand. But unlike the other paths, nothing happened. No knowledge emerged in his mind. No understanding regarding that path appeared. It was as though it were incomplete. An incomplete eye. An incomplete path. The man broke the silence. Kirian slowly stood up. His knees ached. The impact against the wooden floor had left marks. He looked once more at the sapling, the black plant with its grayish stem and dried roots. Then at the man. The man remained silent for a few seconds. He had not died. The chi had not killed him. There had been no complete rejection. That was enough. Then he nodded. Apparently, you didn't die. Then he narrowed his eyes. Your eyes? Kirian hesitated briefly. There was no reason to hide it. He answered, my eyes possess different paths. The man froze. Kirian nodded. The man absorbed those words. Eyes capable of awakening cultivation paths. It was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Special ocular physiques. He had already seen those. He knew people with eyes capable of seeing through formations. People with eyes capable of glimpsing the future in fragments, in visions. People with eyes capable of hypnosis. But eyes capable of awakening different paths. Never. Kirian looked directly at him. His eyes, white with the tiny black pupil at their center, scanned the man's body. From head to toe. From shoulders to chest. From arms to hands. Then he answered. Silence. Black. Yes. The man's breathing faltered. Kirian tilted his head slightly. The man remained motionless. The black points. He had never encountered anyone capable of seeing them besides himself. And Kirian had managed it within minutes. He reached toward his spatial ring. An enormous quantity of scrolls appeared. They were not just a few. There were dozens. Some silk scrolls, yellowed by time, with frayed edges. Others were jade slips engraved with runes, glowing faintly. Others were leather-bound books, thick and heavy, filled with parchment pages. He began searching frantically. Scrolls are being opened and closed. Jade slips were examined and discarded. Books were leafed through and tossed aside. Finally, he found one. A black scroll, worn by time, with frayed edges, faded ink in some places, and dried leather. His hands trembled slightly. Kirian observed the scroll. Diagrams filled its surface. Meridians, fine lines running throughout the human body. Organs, heart, liver, kidneys, lungs, and spleen drawn in impressive detail. Dozens, hundreds of tiny dark points. Kirian asked. The man nodded slowly. Yes. He closed his eyes. For a moment, he appeared tired. Old. Kirian remained silent. The man continued. 100 years to learn how to see them. 100 years of studying. The word echoed in the air, heavy with weight. Failing. First as shadows, then as stains. Until finally, 100 years later, he could see them. Not all of them. Not clearly. But enough. His eyes returned to Kirian. And you? The disbelief in his voice was obvious. Talent? Luck? Were the young man's eyes simply monstrous? He took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure. Then he extended the scroll. Kirian accepted it carefully. The leather felt rough beneath his fingers. Regarding the black points, the endless needles, Kirian observed the scroll in silence. Heavy, not physically, but in meaning. Hundreds of years of life condensed into a single scroll. The man continued. Kirian raised his eyes. The man remained silent. Then he answered. Kirian frowned. The man smiled faintly. He pointed at the scroll. Combine them. Study them. Kirian listened in silence. The man looked toward the black sapling. Do you see this plant? It is dying. His eyes met Kirian's. Kirian remained silent. Then he nodded. The man relaxed slightly, his shoulders lowered, the tension in his face easing. Then his attention returned to Kirian's white eyes. That tiny black pupil, minuscule, almost non-existent, seemed to be observing him. Silent, profound, unknown. The wind blew softly. The candles flickered. Inside that small house, two people with special eyes watched one another in silence. One man is close to death, with damaged meridians, weakened organs, and invisible scars, and a young man whose potential seemed limitless. Kirian looked once again at the black points scattered throughout the man's body, especially those near the heart. They seemed broken, unstable, like cracks in glass, in a wall, in something that was meant to be solid. His gaze lingered upon them for a few seconds. Then he asked. The man froze. Silence. Slowly, the man looked away. His voice came out low. Kirian remained silent. The man closed his eyes. Every use demands a price. It can heal, but it also kills slowly. It can strengthen, but it also weakens. When he opened his eyes again, there was only serenity within them. Not the serenity of someone who had given up, but the serenity of someone who had accepted the price. That technique had brought him this far, but the cost had been a shorter life than he should have had. Then he looked at Kirian. A small smile appeared on his lips, not the bitter smile from before, but something lighter, more hopeful. Perhaps I have found someone capable of discovering what I could not. Kirian tightened his grip slightly on the black scroll between his fingers. His white eyes, with that tiny black pupil, remained fixed on the man before him. A legacy, and now was being passed on to Kirian. Chapter 438, Original Scroll. Chapter 438, Original Scroll. The man remained silent for a few seconds. He merely observed Kirian. The white eyes with the small black pupil, those eyes that had awakened a new and unknown path, had already disappeared. Kirian had returned to his previous appearance. Violet, with the subtle lightning hidden within the depths of his irises, like a storm on the verge of breaking. Even so, the shock within the man had still not faded. Kirian had survived. More than that, he had awakened something. Slowly, with a movement that seemed heavier than it should have been, the man brought a hand to his spatial ring. A small light flashed. Then, a scroll appeared upon the table. Unlike the black scroll containing the notes, the one that held 50 years of studies, mistakes, and discoveries, this one was ancient. Far older. The leather wrapped around it had dried with time, hard and brittle, like the skin of an animal that had died centuries ago. Its edges bore subtle cracks, thin as strands of hair, running across the surface like spiderwebs. The inscriptions engraved upon its surface had partially faded, some characters still legible, others reduced to mere traces. Even while closed, it exuded a strange sensation, as if it had passed through ages. The man observed the scroll for a few seconds. His eyes, ancient, weary, yet sharp, traveled across its worn surface. Then, he pushed it toward Kyrian. The wooden table creaked softly. Kyrian lowered his gaze. The scroll was different, not merely in age, appearance, texture, or weight. The man nodded. His eyes remained fixed upon the scroll, as if revisiting memories. I found it more than 300 years ago, in a cave hidden behind a waterfall. He let out a brief chuckle, a low, almost nostalgic sound. At the time, I was searching for something. Kyrian held the scroll. The leather was rough beneath his fingers, coarse like thick sand. Its weight was considerable, not because of its size, but because of what it represented. Kyrian thought. The sapling, the black chi, the black points, the endless needles. The man slowly rose to his feet. His body seemed slightly more exhausted than before, as though each movement cost him something. His movements remained precise. His hands did not tremble. His feet did not drag. Yet there was a hidden burden in every gesture, a weariness that was not merely physical. Kyrian raised his eyes. The man gently massaged his temples, his fingers pressing specific points as though trying to ease some pain. The man before the Alchemist Association, the goo being removed, the patient being saved. The tree, life and death coexisting. The cultivator near the house, pain, despair, and then breakthrough. 3 times, 3 uses. He looked down at his own hands, long, slender, precise fingers. Hands that had saved countless lives. Hands that had taken others. Hands that now were nearing their end. His eyes returned to Kyrian. Read. Read everything. The original scroll. My theories. My failures. Kyrian nodded. The man turned away. He walked toward one of the doors in the small hallway, his footsteps silent yet steady. Before entering, he stopped for a few seconds. His hand rested upon the doorknob, pale fingers, prominent veins. There is another room. Kyrian inclined his head slightly. The man merely raised a hand in farewell, a brief, weary gesture. Then, he entered the room. The door closed softly. Click! The sound of the latch echoed through the silence. Silence enveloped the small house. The candles continued burning, wax melting slowly, flames dancing. Outside, the night had deepened. The herb garden was dark, only the shadows of branches swaying with the wind. The stars, few in number, obscured by the city's lights, shone faintly. Kyrian remained seated. The scrolls spread before him. The original scroll, ancient, worn, mysterious. The notes, 100 years of studies condensed into hundreds of pages. The studies, theories, hypotheses, and dreams. Slowly, he opened the ancient scroll. The leather creaked, a dry, ancient sound. His eyes moved across the first lines, and immediately he realized the technique was strange, extremely strange, the strangest he had read thus far. It was not exactly a cultivation technique. It did not describe paths, did not guide chi, and did not strengthen the core. But neither was it a battle technique. It did not teach strikes, channel power, or increase strength. It was something in between, something that did not fit. The first pages described the fundamentals. The black sapling, that silent, motionless plant, neither alive nor dead, was an important part of the technique. The unknown black chi, which emanated from it in small quantities, could not be absorbed, refined, or completely understood. The compatibility process, the test Kyrian had just survived. The chi must not be absorbed. It must not be refined. Resistance will result in death. Absorption will result in death. Kyrian frowned. He continued reading. Excessive amounts will destroy the meridians. The following words drew even more of his attention. The black chi allows one to observe the black points. In humans, animals, plants. Kyrian narrowed his eyes. He turned the page. Diagrams filled the surface of the scroll. Human bodies, viewed from the front, the side, and the back. Meridians, fine lines running through every centimeter. Organs, heart, liver, kidneys, lungs, and spleen, drawn with astonishing detail. Hundreds of tiny dark points. Each one is identified. Kirian read a note written in ancient handwriting. The ink had faded with age. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you could give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 439, Original Scroll 2. Chapter 439, Original Scroll 2. Each black point described was accompanied by observations. Error results in respiratory collapse. Kirian remained motionless. His brow was furrowed as he continued reading more and more about the technique. The margin for error was non-existent. A single deviation, a fraction of a millimeter, could be fatal. A difference in temperature, a second too much or too little, could kill. A hesitation, a moment of doubt could destroy. It was exactly as the man had said. To save, or to kill. Everything depended on absolute precision. Kirian continued. The second part described the needles. And that was even stranger. The needles were not ordinary weapons. They cannot be forged like swords. They cannot be refined like spiritual treasures, such as the old man's spear imbued with fire chi. The process was complex. The instructions detailed dozens of specific materials, rare minerals that existed only in certain regions, within deep veins protected by ancient beasts. Bone fragments from beasts, spiritual woods, trees that took centuries to grow and only blossomed under specific conditions. Plant essences, extracts from flora that no longer existed in some regions. They must conduct black chi, without resistance. Kirian reread that sentence repeatedly. Tools. They were unique tools. The technique itself was neither malicious nor benevolent. It depended entirely upon the one who used it. Kirian continued turning the pages. The man's notes began to appear. The handwriting was different, more modern, and more organized. Firm letters, clear words. Not all of them. Not perfectly. Kirian fell silent. Each note represented years, decades, attempts, failures, deaths, discoveries. The man had not simply learned the technique. He had devoted his entire life to it. He continued reading. The black points are not fixed. They can change. Kirian narrowed his eyes. He turned another page. Black chi deteriorates the body. Kirian immediately recalled the points near the man's heart. The cracks, the irregularities. The technique was killing him. Slowly, inevitably, he continued reading. The technique is incomplete. I'm certain of it. The original scroll contains gaps. But the methods have disappeared. Kirian returned to the original scroll. Indeed, some portions had been destroyed. Entire sections had disappeared, torn apart, burned away, and erased by time. Incomplete diagrams, halves of drawings, severed runes, lost connections, interrupted instructions, sentences that began but never ended, words that vanished into nothingness. It was a puzzle, a broken legacy. The remaining fragment was terrifying. Kiri took a deep breath. His eyes returned to the notes. One particular sentence caught his attention. Perhaps the black points do not represent destruction. Perhaps they represent transition. Kirian immediately remembered the black sapling. Alive, dead, neither, and both at the same time. His thoughts grew deeper. The technique did not seem to deal solely with the body. It seemed to touch upon something more, something he still did not understand. Perhaps something even the man did not understand. Time passed in silence. The candles diminished, melted wax gathering around the wicks, the flames flickering. The moon crossed the sky, its silvery light entering through the window and casting shadows upon the wooden floor. Kirian continued reading. Pages, diagrams, observations, failures, hypotheses. With every line, his curiosity deepened. The technique was dangerous, yet fascinating. The boundary between preservation and destruction, between life and death, was thin, and the endless needles floated upon that boundary. Slowly, Kyrian closed the final scroll. His fingers remained resting upon the worn surface, feeling the rough texture of the leather, the marks left by time. His thoughts were turbulent. The technique was absurd, but it was also extraordinary. He looked toward the room where the man was resting. Through the closed door, there was no sound whatsoever. The man's breathing remained steady. For now, Kyrian turned his gaze back toward the scrolls spread before him. The black points, the black chi, the endless needles, en incomplète technique, a legacy on the verge of disappearing. His eyes settled once more upon the small black sapling. Silent, motionless, neither alive nor dead, both. Slowly, Kyrian gathered the scrolls. He carefully organized each set of notes, placing them in chronological order, separating theories from observations. He stored the original scroll separately from the others, within a special compartment of his spatial ring, where time could not reach it. Then he stood up. The wood creaked beneath his feet. He walked toward the small room that had been offered to him. The chamber was simple: a bed of dark wood, a thin mattress, cotton sheets, a small table beside the bed, holding a candle and an empty cup, a narrow window overlooking the herb garden, where shadows danced beneath the moonlight. Nothing more. Kyrian sat upon the edge of the bed. His thoughts still lingered on the technique. He had found a new path, a dangerous path, a path that had cost his predecessor his life. Was it worth it to pursue curiosity, or should he focus on his other objective, creating his own cultivation technique? Slowly, he closed his eyes. The image of the black points remained engraved within his mind, as did the words written upon the ancient scroll. The needles are merely tools. Silence filled the room. Outside, the sky caravan remained alive. Merchants negotiated, their voices echoing through the streets, their stalls illuminated by spiritual lanterns. Cultivators trained, the sounds of swords clashing, chi being released, energy being expended. Beasts roared in the distance, feeding, fighting, living. Meanwhile, Kyrian lay down. His body relaxed, his muscles loosened, and his breathing deepened. His mind calculated his next steps as sleep slowly overtook him, and the night continued. Silent. Chapter 440, Colossal Eye. Chapter 440. Colossal Eye. Kyrian fell asleep slowly. His body relaxed upon the simple bed in the small room, the thin mattress sinking slightly beneath his weight, adapting to the curves of his shoulders and hips. The wooden frame creaked once, then fell silent. His breathing became deep and steady. Outside, the sky caravan remained alive. Even during the early hours of the morning, when most ordinary cities were submerged in silence and darkness, some streets remained illuminated by spiritual lanterns. Small flames floated within crystal globes, attached to iron posts or suspended by ropes between buildings. Night merchants negotiated discreetly, their voices low, their transactions swift, their goods different from those sold during the day. Guards patrolled the suspended corridors of the wandering city, their armor gleaming faintly beneath the lantern light, their swords swaying gently with each step. In the distance, the occasional roars of spiritual beasts echoed through the immense wooden and metal structures that supported the gigantic city upon Azurke's back. But within that small room, there was only silence. Then, the darkness came. Kyrian opened his eyes, or believed he had opened them. There was no room, no bed, no seating. Around him, there existed only an absolute void. No ground, no sky, no direction. A darkness so profound that it seemed to swallow even the very concept of space. Kyrian remained motionless. His senses, those that were always alert, always vigilant, reached nothing. There was no chi, no wind, no sound. It was as though the entire universe had vanished. Then, he felt it. The sensation emerged slowly. The same sensation as before. The unmistakable impression of being watched. Not the casual gaze of a stranger on the street. Not the assessing stare of an opponent before battle. It was something deeper, as though something powerful was examining his very existence. Kyrian raised his head, very slowly. Then he saw it. A single eye, colossal, motionless, larger than mountains, larger than cities, larger than any creature Kyrian could imagine. That eye filled the infinite void before him. There was no malice, no kindness, no curiosity, only observation. Cold, silent, eternal. The name emerged automatically within his mind. Not as a memory, Kyrian had never heard that name before seeing it in the previous dream, but as a revelation, as if the eye itself were saying. Kyrian held that monstrous gaze. He did not retreat. He did not tremble. He did not look away. He simply observed. This time, something changed. The eye blinked. The eyelid, black as the void, heavy as a mountain, descended slowly. And in that brief instant, Kyrian saw them. Countless black points. Thousands. Millions. Scattered across the entirety of that gigantic eye. Some shone intensely, like stars in a dark night. Others resembled dark cracks, as if something were breaking from within. Some moved slowly, drifting across the surface of the eye like clouds across the sky. Others disappeared, only to emerge again elsewhere. It was like gazing upon a night sky filled with black stars. A vision both fascinating and terrifying. Then, Kyrian awakened abruptly. His eyes opened, not within the dream, but in the real world. His heart pounded rapidly, so fast that he could feel the blood pulsing at his temples. Drops of sweat trickled down his forehead, slowly running along his cheeks before dripping onto the pillow. The pale light of dawn entered through the open window, not the golden light of sunrise, but a cold, pale blue that heralded the coming of day. The chilly wind brushed against his skin, carrying with it the scent of medicinal herbs from the garden, the smell of wood dampened by dew. Kyrian slowly sat up in bed. The wood creaked beneath his weight. It took several seconds for his breathing to return to normal. Once again, Azurike, but this time, it had been different. The black points. Kyrian remained silent. He did not understand the meaning of that vision. He did not comprehend why he continued dreaming about the creature that apparently carried the entire sky caravan. Was it merely coincidence? Or was there some connection? Kyrian massaged his temples, his fingers pressing gently against the skin above the bone. Sleep had completely vanished. He rose from the bed. His eyes settled upon the scrolls resting on the small table. The endless needles. Perhaps studying would be more productive. Kyrian sat down once more. Carefully retrieving the scrolls from his spatial ring, he arranged them upon the table in a specific order. The black sprout, inside its wooden box, silent, motionless, neither alive nor dead. The man's notes, 100 years of research, were organized into dozens of scrolls. The original scroll, ancient, worn, mysterious. The candles were relit. Then the hours passed. Kyrian reread everything. Every detail, every observation, every failure was recorded by the man. His thoughts repeatedly returned to the same point. The black chi. His fingers tapped lightly against the table, a thoughtful rhythm. The technique is extraordinary. He clearly remembered the black points near the man's heart. The cracks, the damage. Those points were unlike the others. They did not shine, they did not pulse, they did not live. They were static. Like scars, like wounds that had never healed. The technique was killing him. Slowly, inevitably, Kyrian closed his eyes. He thought of his own eyes. When the black chi had entered his body, during that indescribable pain, that sensation of death, it had been his eyes that reacted. It had been his eyes that absorbed that energy. It had been his eyes that prevented his death. It was possible, but not yet. He continued studying. The notes became increasingly detailed. Hypotheses, some brilliant, others mistaken, all of them recorded. Experiments on plants, on animals, on himself. Mistakes documented with brutal honesty, without self-pity. Decades condensed into ink and parchment. 5 hours passed quickly. When Kyrian finally closed the last scroll, the sun was beginning to rise. Golden light slowly flooded the small room, entering through the window, spreading across the wooden floor, illuminating the shadows in the corners. The herb garden outside was covered in dew, each leaf shining as though it had been polished. Kirian let out a sigh. The technique is worth learning. He would not abandon it, but neither would he cultivate it immediately. He would wait. He would find a solution. He would discover a way to use it without destroying his own body, if such a thing were possible. And if he found that solution, perhaps he could help the man, without asking for anything in return. Chapter 441, Arion. Chapter 441. Arion. Kirian carefully stored the scrolls away, organizing them within his spatial ring, separating the original from the copies, the notes from the studies. That was when he heard footsteps from the other side of the door. The man had awakened. Kirian put on a simple violet robe, the newest among those he had purchased in Red Smoke City, still carrying the scent of fresh fabric. Then he left the room. The gentle aroma of tea immediately filled the air. Not the strong, astringent tea from the previous day, with its earthy and complex notes, but a lighter tea, floral and delicate, with a hint of honey. The small table had already been prepared. 2 white porcelain cups, painted with cherry blossoms, steamed quietly. The man was seated. He looked tired, more so than the day before, more than when Kirian had first seen him. Dark circles beneath his eyes, slightly paler skin, yet calm. Kirian approached. He sat across from him, in the same position as the previous day, on the same dark blue velvet cushion. He picked up the cup. The tea was warm, steam rising in gentle spirals. The spiritual energy contained within it spread softly through his body, not like black qi, which invaded and dominated, but like a current flowing through his meridians, nourishing his tissues, calming his senses. The man observed him for several seconds. Kirian nodded. A small trace of surprise appeared in the man's gaze. Not the surprise of someone who doubted, but the surprise of someone who had expected a different answer. The man remained silent. He did not say it was impossible. He merely nodded, slowly. He looked out the window, toward the garden, toward the brightening sky, toward the life awakening outside. Kirian took another sip of tea. The warm liquid traveled down his throat, the heat spreading through his chest. Then he spoke. The man turned his attention back to him, his old eyes tired, yet sharp. Silence. Not the tense silence of the previous day, when 2 strangers had observed one another with suspicion. A silence of understanding. Then the man let out a sincere laugh. A laugh that lasted several seconds, genuine and light, as though something inside him had finally loosened. Kirian shook his head. No. The man continued smiling. Then he sighed. He raised the cup to his lips, steam rising before his face, obscuring his features for a brief moment. His voice remained calm, as though he were speaking about the weather, the wind, the rain, something that could not be changed. He smiled faintly, a sad smile, but one of acceptance. Kirian remained silent for several seconds. Then he nodded. The man stood up. He walked toward a small shelf, not the main shelf filled with books and jars, but a smaller, more discreet shelf hidden in the corner of the room. He returned carrying a small wooden box similar to the one containing the black sprout, but smaller and simpler. Kirian observed him. The original scroll. My notes. He placed the box upon the table, the click of wood against wood echoing through the silence. Kirian opened the lid. Inside were a dozen needles, extremely thin, almost invisible, carefully arranged within a black leather case, each one resting in its own compartment, protected by a thin layer of padding. Kirian closed the box. He stored everything within his spatial ring, the scrolls, the needles, and the sprout. The man smiled. Don't thank me yet. The 2 remained silent for several moments. The tea in their cups gradually cooled. Outside, the sun climbed higher, its golden light now flooding the garden, warming the herbs, and drying the morning dew. Then Kirian rose to his feet. The man nodded. Kirian walked toward the door. His footsteps were steady, yet slow, as though something held him there. Then he stopped. He turned around once more. The man seemed surprised. He blinked several times, as though the question had been unexpected. Then he let out a brief laugh. He remained silent for a few seconds. Then he answered. Kirian repeated, the name in his mind. The man nodded, as though reading his thoughts. Kyrian looked directly at him. His violet eyes, with the faint lightning hidden within the depths of his irises, met the man's weary gaze. The man once again raised the cup to his lips. Kyrian nodded. Then he opened the door. The morning light flooded the interior of the small house. Not the pale light of dawn, but the golden light of the rising sun, warming the skin and illuminating the shadows. Outside, the sky caravan was awakening. Merchants arranged their stalls, stretching out awnings, displaying goods, and shouting offers. Cultivators walked through the streets, some hurried, others calm, all alive. Workers carried merchandise, wooden crates, metal barrels, and cloth sacks. The wandering city continued to thrive. Kyrian took several steps outside, but Arion's voice made him stop. He looked back. The man remained seated at the table, his teacup still cradled between his hands, steam rising slowly before his weary face. Kyrian remained silent. Then he replied. Then he turned away once more. His footsteps carried him farther from the small house, farther from the herb garden, the scent of tea, and the man seated at the table. Within his spatial ring rested the scrolls, the needles, the black sprout. His gaze lifted toward the sky. For a brief instant, the image of that colossal eye appeared once more within his mind. The countless black points spread across it. Thousands. Millions. Kyrian continued walking toward the bustling streets of the sky caravan. It was time to search for cultivation techniques. It was time to study. It was time to gather the knowledge necessary to finally forge his own path. And perhaps a path capable of using the endless needles without paying the same price Arion had paid. Chapter 442, Hall of 1,000 Exchanges. Chapter 442, Hall of 1,000 Exchanges. The sky caravan had already fully awakened. The sky above still carried the soft hues of dawn, a pale blue blending with the golden light of the rising sun, creating a gradient of colors stretching across the entire horizon. The clouds, thin and elongated, resembled brushstrokes from a divine painter. But the streets were already teeming with life. Merchants shouted their offers, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of prices and promises. Fresh spiritual fruits, weapons forged by masters for the eastern region, recovery pills. Cultivators walked hurriedly, some carrying weapons, others carrying scrolls, others simply carrying the weight of their own ambitions. Carts creaked under the weight of merchandise. Wooden axles groaned with every jolt, and the beasts of burden panted beneath the heat. And the aroma of freshly prepared food, mixed with the characteristic scent of spiritual herbs, a complex fragrance that Kyrian was already beginning to recognize. Kyrian walked calmly along the main avenue. His farewell with the man of the endless needles still remained fresh in his mind. The needles, carefully stored within his spatial ring, inside their black leather case, protected by a thin layer of foam. The black sapling, silent, motionless, neither alive nor dead. The scrolls, the original, the notes, the 50 years of research. If he found a way to use that technique without destroying his own body, he would return. But that belonged to the future. Now, there was something more urgent, creating his own cultivation technique. And for that, he needed resources. A great many resources. Kyrian stepped aside to avoid a cart loaded with spiritual ores, the metal gleaming beneath the sunlight, emitting a bluish glow that drew the attention of passers-by. He headed toward the commercial district. The buildings in that region were different from those in the other areas of the sky caravan. More refined, more organized. The streets were wide enough for 3 carts to pass side by side, and paved with dark stones carefully fitted together, forming geometric patterns that repeated with every block. 3- and 4-story shops displayed luxurious signs at their entrances, some carved from wood, others made of polished metal, and others of pure jade. Armed guards stood near the doors, their armor gleaming, their swords ready, their eyes vigilant. Customers dressed in elaborate robes entered and exited carrying boxes, scrolls, and storage pouches. Kyrian stopped in front of a 4-story building. The golden sign above the entrance read, It was one of the largest commercial establishments in the Sky Caravan, a place where anything could be bought or sold, from the most common materials to the rarest treasures. Without hesitation, Kyrian entered. The interior was spacious. Shelves displayed spiritual weapons, some shining with chi of their own, others more discreet, all expensive. Rare herbs, organized inside jade containers, each one bearing a label describing its origin and properties. Various treasures, amulets, talismans, portable formations, and everything a cultivator might need. Employees moved from one side to the other, assisting customers, carrying merchandise, and maintaining order. Behind a dark wooden counter, so dark it appeared black from certain angles, a middle-aged woman smiled politely. The woman nodded, her eyes quickly scanning Kyrian, assessing his appearance, his clothing, and his posture. She led Kyrian to a more private room at the back of the building, away from the constant bustle of the main hall. The room was small but elegant. The walls were covered in dark wood, with carved panels depicting scenes of ancient commerce. A jade table occupied the center, pale green and translucent, with white veins running across its surface. Comfortable armchairs upholstered in brown leather surrounded the table. Inside, an elderly man was analyzing a spiritual sword using his spiritual sense. He was a thin man with white hair and attentive eyes. His hands, slender and bony, ran across the blade with a precision that only experience could provide. Upon noticing the arrival of the two, he raised his gaze. Kyrian raised his hand. A formation plate appeared atop the table, green jade engraved with silver runes upon its surface. Then another, blue jade with golden runes, and another, black jade with white runes. The old man's eyebrows slowly rose. Formation, one after another, more than 50 plates. The old man spent nearly an hour examining each one. His astonishment gradually increased, his eyes widened, and his hands trembled slightly. The inscriptions were refined, precise. They displayed no apparent errors, not even the minor mistakes that most formation masters made. Finally, he placed the last plate upon the table. Kyrian nodded. The old man remained silent for several seconds, his eyes fixed upon the young man before him. He performed several quick calculations, his fingers moving as though counting something invisible. Kyrian reflected briefly. 180,000. It was a fair price. The transaction was completed quickly. The spiritual stones, thousands of them, were transferred into his spatial ring in a constant flow of light. The old man carefully stored the plates, one by one. Shortly afterward, Kyrian raised his hand once again. The old man blinked. Weapons. Swords, long and short, straight and curved. Sabers, some with gleaming blades, others more subdued. Axes, single-bladed and double-bladed. Daggers, small, discreet, deadly. Spears, some with metal tips, others with bone tips. Treasures acquired during the last battle he had fought against the 4 leaders of the spiritual awakening realm. Some are damaged, bearing cracks along their blades, dents in their guards, and signs of use. Others were practically intact, as though they had barely been used. The only weapon that remained stored away was the spiritual spear belonging to the old man from the spiritual awakening realm. Kyrian had decided to keep it. It was powerful, useful, and perhaps necessary in the future. The elderly merchant massaged his temples, his fingers pressing against the skin over his bones, as though processing what he was seeing. Kyrian remained silent. After a lengthy evaluation, examining each weapon, assessing its condition, its value, and its usefulness, Kyrian nodded once more. By the time he left the Hall of 1,000 Exchanges, he possessed more wealth than he had ever had in his entire life. But he knew that money would disappear quickly. Cultivation techniques, especially those of higher levels, were absurdly expensive. His next destination was the Pavilion of the 10,000 Scriptures. Chapter 443, Pavilion of the 10,000 Scriptures. Chapter 443, Pavilion of the 10,000 Scriptures. It was a majestic structure, 7 stories tall, red walls, so red they resembled blood beneath the sunlight. Golden details adorned the edges, the corners, and the windows. Dragon sculptures decorated the entrance pillars, each scale detailed, each claw sharp, each eye lifelike. Guards, armed, attentive, and vigilant, observed everyone who entered. As soon as Kyrian crossed the doors, he was greeted by the aroma of old paper. Not the acrid smell of ancient scrolls, the scent of time and dust, but a gentler fragrance of ink, wood, knowledge. Scrolls, books, jade slips, hundreds, thousands. They were techniques and information gathered from all 5 regions, all present there within that single building. A young woman approached. She wore a light blue robe with the pavilion's symbol embroidered upon her chest, an open book with a flame above it. She smiled, a professional smile, yet genuine. Her expression became slightly surprised, her eyebrows rising, her eyes widening. Even so, she led him to the second floor first. There, the basic techniques were located. Shelves organized according to elemental affinity. Fire, water, earth, metal, wind, wood. Kyrian began reading descriptions. Some emphasized cultivation speed, promising rapid but unstable advancement. Others focused on chi purity, guaranteeing refined energy but at a slow pace. Still others emphasized physical endurance, strengthening the body while neglecting the spirit. His goal was not to practice them. It was to understand them, to study their structures, to find patterns. After nearly 2 hours, he selected 6 basic techniques useful up to the chi release realm. Each followed completely different philosophies. One utilized breathing, synchronizing the flow of chi with the body's natural cycles. Another depended upon circulation through the meridians, guiding energy through specific pathways. Another focused on slow and steady absorption, accumulating chi drop by drop. The combined price was 60,000 spiritual stones. Afterward, they ascended to the 3rd floor. Techniques up to the core formation realm. The difference was evident. The descriptions became more complex, with detailed diagrams and profound explanations. The prices were much higher. Kyrian selected 2. One focused on condensing extremely stable cores, prioritizing safety and durability. Another prioritized quantity of chi over quality, accumulating maximum energy regardless of purity. 60,000 spiritual stones. Finally, the 4th floor. Spiritual awakening. There were few techniques available, perhaps half a dozen in total. The protections surrounding the scrolls were visible security formations, chi barriers, and seals. The spiritual pressure present within the environment itself was greater, as though the air had become denser, heavier. Kyrian examined them carefully. One technique focused on strengthening spiritual sense, expanding perception, and increasing awareness. Another explored the connection between body and element, merging the cultivator with their natural affinity. After much reflection, he chose both. The attendant took a deep breath while informing him of the price. Nearly all of his remaining money vanished. Even so, Kyrian did not hesitate. Upon leaving the pavilion, his spatial ring contained 10 new cultivation techniques. His pocket was nearly empty once more. Even so, it was worth it. Now, all that remained was finding a suitable place to stay. The sun had already begun descending toward the horizon when Kyrian started his search. The central areas, near the markets and temples, were far too busy. Noisy, crowded, unsuitable for study. Besides being expensive, he headed toward the more peripheral regions of the Sky Caravan. The buildings became simpler, the facades less ornamented, and the signs less luxurious. The streets grew narrower, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Fewer merchants, their voices no longer echoing through the walls. More permanent residents, families, elders, and children at play. After visiting several unsuitable places, he found a small rental agency. The owner was a short, pot-bellied man, his skin reddish, his hands plump, his eyes bright. The man appeared confused, his forehead wrinkling, his eyes narrowing. Kyrian nodded. The owner led him to several properties. The first was luxurious, too large and too expensive. The second, too small. The third finally caught his attention. Located near the edge of the Sky Caravan, where there was less activity and greater silence. The residence had simple stone walls, low but sturdy. A small wooden gate, fitted with iron hardware, rusted by time. Inside, there was a modest courtyard, sufficient for training, cultivating herbs, or testing formations. The house itself possessed only two main rooms. A bedroom with a simple bed, a narrow window, and a small table. A living room, which also served as a kitchen, containing a stone stove, a counter, and a shelf. The roof displayed signs of old repairs. Tiles were placed in certain areas, and the wood reinforced. The walls were simple, yet solid. At the back, a small open area received sunlight throughout much of the day. Ideal for alchemy. Kirian walked slowly through the place. Quiet, isolated, safe. It was exactly what he needed. The owner smiled, his teeth yellowed, his eyes gleaming. Kirian paid immediately. He received the key, iron, heavy, with an engraved mark upon it, and was left alone. The silence of the small courtyard contrasted completely with the commotion of the main streets. Kirian slowly crossed the property. He felt the ground beneath his feet, packed earth firm. He opened the house's door. The wood creaked, and the interior was clean. Simple. A dark wooden table, marked by use. Several chairs, their legs uneven, yet stable. A bed with a straw mattress and thin blankets. Nothing more. He closed the door behind him. Click. For several seconds, he remained motionless. Then, slowly, he removed various items from his spatial ring. The endless needle scrolls, the original, the notes, the studies. The black sapling, within its wooden box, was silent and motionless. The needles are protected within their leather case. The 10 newly acquired techniques are arranged in ascending order of complexity. Alchemy materials, a cauldron, flasks, essences, and herbs. Formation materials, raw jade, silver, ink, brushes. Everything was organized carefully. Upon the table, the 10 techniques were aligned side by side. Kirian observed each of them. 10 different paths, 10 different philosophies, 10 different answers to the same question. How does one cultivate? He slowly sat down. The accumulated fatigue from studying, negotiating, and walking finally began to manifest. But alongside it, there was anticipation, excitement, curiosity. For the first time, he felt that he was close to finding something truly his own. Not an inherited technique, not an incomplete legacy, but something created by his own hands. A technique that integrated everything he had learned. His different ocular paths, the knowledge acquired through countless battles. His fingers rested upon the first scroll, then upon the second. Then technique. Hundreds of years of knowledge, condensed before him. Outside, the Sky Caravan remained alive. Merchants concluded their business, storing merchandise and closing their stalls. Cultivators returned home, some weary, others satisfied. Lights gradually appeared throughout the streets, spiritual lanterns igniting, windows illuminating. But within that small, isolated courtyard, a new stage was beginning. Kirian lifted one of the scrolls. He slowly unrolled it, the paper rustling as the folds stretched open. His violet eyes, with the subtle lightning hidden within the depths of their irises, moved across the first lines. The first instructions, the first theories. Then, it finally began. Chapter 444, 1 week. Chapter 444. 1 week. The following days passed peacefully. Kirian's life had been reduced to something much simpler. Studying. The small house he had rented, with its 2 simple rooms, its courtyard surrounded by stone walls, its table constantly covered with scrolls, had become his world. There were no longer bustling streets to explore, nor markets to visit, nor unexpected encounters with mysterious men. Only the silence of the courtyard, the crackling of candles upon the table, and the occasional sound of the wind blowing through the cracks of the window. It was a productive silence, a silence that allowed thoughts to expand, ideas to connect, and knowledge to solidify. During the first days, Kirian focused all of his attention on the 6 basic techniques he had purchased from the pavilion of 10,000 scriptures. All of them reached only the chi release realm, a level that, for most cultivators, was considered beginner level. One of the first steps on the long staircase of cultivation, the foundation upon which everything else would be built. For ordinary cultivators, completely comprehending even one of them could take months. Some required years. Each technique was a universe unto itself, with its own rules, its own flows, its own requirements. It was necessary to memorize circulation patterns, learn to sense the flows of qi, and practice repeatedly until the movements became instinctive. A slow, gradual process that demanded patience. But for Kirian, it was different, as though his eyes allowed him to see far beyond the written words. When he read a technique, he did not merely observe the surface instructions. He did not follow the steps mechanically, like a student repeating a lesson. He observed its internal structure, the energetic architecture that supported the entire process. Its foundation, the basic principles upon which the technique was built. Its logic, the reasoning behind every decision, every flow, every choice. The paths traversed by the qi, how the energy moved through the meridians, which routes were prioritized, which were avoided. The reasons behind each step, why the breathing was synchronized in a certain way, why bodily movements followed specific patterns, why qi circulation followed particular routes. It was like looking at a building and simultaneously seeing all of its beams, pillars, and foundations. As though Kirian's eyes could see through the walls, through the outer layers, all the way to the skeleton of the technique. Because of that, in only 2 days, he completely comprehended all 6 techniques. He did not merely memorize them, he understood them. If he wished, he could begin cultivating any of them immediately, without errors, without deviations, without risks. Every flow of qi would be perfect. Every circulation would be precise. Every step would be executed at exactly the right moment. But that was not what he wanted. As he observed the 6 scrolls spread across the table, each representing a different path, a different philosophy, a different approach to the same fundamental problem, one question remained in his mind. Why? Why were his eyes capable of cultivating different types of qi? Why could fire qi, ice qi, blood qi, lightning qi, sword qi, and now that strange black qi coexist within his eyes? None of the techniques before him offered an answer. All of them were limited. They chose a single path, a single direction, a single energy, a single understanding. It was the exact opposite of his eyes, which expanded in multiple directions, absorbed different energies, and grew with every new path discovered. And that meant that none of them were suitable for him. Even so, the study had not been useless. Quite the opposite. The more he read, the more he realized something fundamental. The techniques were different only on the surface. One absorbed qi through breathing, synchronizing the flow with the body's natural cycles, using the air as a vehicle for spiritual energy. Another through the meridians, guiding energy through specific pathways, using the body's energetic structure as a system of channels. Another utilized specific bodily movements, postures, gestures, dances that created flow patterns. Another depended on extremely complex circulation cycles, with dozens of stages, each possessing its own timing, intensity, and purpose. But all of them did exactly the same thing. They transformed external energy into personal energy. The method changed. The result did not. That truth engraved itself into his mind as a fundamental principle. A cultivation technique was not the objective. It was merely a method, a tool, a bridge. The true objective was cultivation itself, growth, evolution, transformation. And that understanding became the first stone in the foundation of what he intended to create. While studying cultivation, he also devoted part of his time to alchemy. The Alchemist Association had provided him with new recipes after his approval as a rank 5 alchemist. Recipes far more complex than those he had possessed before, with more ingredients, more steps, and greater requirements regarding temperature and timing. Some required combining herbs that normally repelled one another. Others required heating and cooling cycles in precise sequences. Others depended upon synchronization between the alchemist's chi and the properties of the herbs. During that week, Kirian refined pills daily. Fire danced within the cauldron, changing color, intensity, and temperature in response to his will. Herbs were purified, their impurities transformed into vapor that dissipated into the air. With the impurities removed, what remained was pure essence, shining with a light of its own. Essences fused together, combining into new forms, creating structures that had not existed before. With every new batch, his understanding increased. His control became more refined, more precise, more instinctive. By the end of the week, several bottles occupied one of the shelves within the small house. They were rank 5 pills, some for chi recovery, others for bodily strengthening, others for spiritual purification, all produced by his own hands. In addition, he also devoted time to formations. Stacks of spiritual plates were consumed. The raw jade transformed into tools of power. Runes were engraved with silver ink and surgical precision, each stroke made with purpose. Energetic lines were drawn, connecting into complex patterns that created structures of power. Structures carefully linked together, like pieces of an energetic puzzle, each depending upon the others to function. Some plates became defensive formations, capable of blocking spiritual attacks, absorbing impacts, and providing protection. Others became warning formations, detecting unwanted presences, issuing subtle alerts, and standing watch. Others became isolation or illusion formations, concealing what should not be seen, creating false realities. All of them were rank 5 formation plates. Although they were not extraordinary, they still possessed significant commercial value. The type of item experienced merchants would pay well to acquire. Kirian knew exactly what he would do with them. Sell them, buy more materials, produce them again, and repeat the process. It was an efficient way to accumulate resources without depending on anyone, without needing missions or favors. Money would be transformed into knowledge, and knowledge was exactly what he needed. During the week, he also repeatedly studied the endless needles technique. More specifically, the notes of the mysterious man, Arion. The more he read, the more he realized the depth of that technique. The black points, those strange points that he could now see within all living beings. The special needles were unique tools that required rare materials and complex processes to forge. The strange black chi, an energy that did not behave like any chi Kirian had ever encountered. Everything seemed to touch upon something beyond the common understanding of cultivators, something more fundamental, closer to the essence of the world. Even so, he still did not understand its true nature. What exactly were those points? Why did they exist? Why could they save or kill with a single touch? Not even the creator of the notes possessed complete answers. Arion had spent 100 years studying them, and even so, he understood almost nothing. That only increased Kirian's curiosity, but also reinforced something important. It was still early, far too early to use the technique. He did not need to understand everything now. He only needed to continue accumulating knowledge, like someone gathering pieces of an enormous puzzle, even without being able to see the complete picture. Chapter 445, 1 week, 2. Chapter 445, 1 week, 2. At the end of the 6th day, Kirian thought that it was all right if it took time to discover how to create his own technique. He was still only 16 years old. He had time. Besides, the limit of his eyes, that barrier that prevented his cultivation from advancing, would once again take time before he could cultivate in his own way. It was the same sensation he had experienced several times before, like a completely full container, like a lake incapable of receiving more water. No matter how much rain falls, the water simply overflows without being absorbed. But Kirian was not worried. He already knew what would happen. With the passage of time, that barrier would disappear. His eyes would absorb spiritual stones once more. His cultivation would increase again. That was an advantage exclusive to him. Because of that, During that week, he did not even try to force or accelerate his studies. He preferred to dedicate himself to studying slowly, like someone walking instead of running, like someone observing instead of acting, sitting before the table, observing the countless scrolls spread across it. Kirian reflected. His cultivation was temporarily stagnant, but his comprehension was not. In fact, it had never grown so quickly. The true strength of a cultivator was not merely their realm. It was their understanding of qi, of the body, of the element, of the world, of themselves. And in that aspect, he advanced daily. On the seventh day, he finally opened the 2 scrolls he had purchased from the core formation realm. These techniques were far more complex. From the very first reading, he noticed the difference. The 6 basic techniques were simple, direct. These were not. The flows of qi were more refined, with more intricate pathways, with more connections between different meridians, with overlaps and interactions. The energetic cycles were more numerous, some with 20 stages, others with 30, others with more than 50. The concepts involved were far deeper. One of the techniques focused on the absolute stability of the core. Its objective was to create an unshakable foundation, an extremely pure core, like a perfect crystal, extremely resilient, capable of withstanding pressures that would destroy ordinary cores. Progression would be slower, each advancement requiring more time, more care, more refinement. But the results were solid. The second followed a completely different philosophy. It sacrificed stability in exchange for quantity. Its objective was to condense as much qi as possible within the core, stacking energy upon energy, creating a reservoir of power, creating cultivators with energy reserves far beyond the norm, capable of sustaining techniques longer and enduring prolonged battles. When comparing the two, Kirian realized something interesting. The philosophies were opposites. The methods were opposites. The paths were opposites. But the final result was practically the same. 2 cores, 2 sources of qi, 2 foundations for advancing into the higher realms. The difference existed only in the way one arrived there, in the chosen path, not in the destination. That realization made Kirian frown. His fingers tapped slowly against the table, a thoughtful rhythm. The core is not the objective, he murmured. It was a simple conclusion, but an important one. The techniques did not exist to create cores. The core was merely a consequence, an inevitable result of the cultivation process. The true objective was the process itself, the journey. When night once again descended upon the sky caravan, Kirian walked into the small courtyard. The moon shone above, its silver light spreading across the packed earth, creating elongated shadows that stretched across the stone walls. The distant streets still remained active, the muffled sounds of voices and carts reaching him like a distant echo, as though coming from another world. But here there was silence. Only the wind, blowing gently through the courtyard, swaying the leaves of the herbs in the garden. Only the soft sounds of leaves, of the herbs Kirian had planted, of the dry grass growing between the stones. Only his thoughts, flowing like a river, connecting, growing. He raised his eyes toward the sky, creating a cultivation technique. It was an absurd task, even for geniuses, even for specialists. Most famous techniques have been refined over generations, centuries, sometimes millennia, by countless cultivators, each adding their own understanding, correcting flaws, expanding the limits of what was possible. And he was trying to create one alone. Perhaps it was impossible. Perhaps he was being arrogant, a 16-year-old youth attempting to accomplish what masters with centuries of experience had failed to achieve. Perhaps he would fail completely, wasting time and resources on an impossible dream. But Kirian did not believe that, because he possessed something that most cultivators would never have. His eyes. Each new path, a new understanding of qi, a new perspective on cultivation. Each new understanding, a new piece of the puzzle, a new connection between ideas. Each new vision, a new angle, a new way of seeing the world. All of that brought him closer to something that nobody else could perceive, even if he still did not know exactly what it was. His gaze slowly lowered to his own hands. The orange flame, the fire that burned within his eyes, that responded to his will, that connected him to the bone of the heavens. The power he had received from the great volcano, from the fire spirit. The snowflake, the ice that had accompanied him since the beginning, that had nearly killed him when he used the aura of ice, that had saved him in so many battles. The crystallized blood, the power of the blood path, inherited from Wei Feng blood scarlet, strengthened by his own techniques. The lightning, the speed, the storm, the power he was cultivating them now. The sword slash, the precision, the intent, the inheritance of the verdant sword sect. And now, that strange black fragment, the chi of the endless needles. Incomplete, but present. 6 paths, 6 understandings, 6 different types of chi. No ordinary technique could explain that. Because of that, he needed to find the answer himself. The wind blew once again, stronger this time, carrying the scent of herbs from the garden, the smell of earth and life. Kirian remained standing there for several minutes, observing the distant lights of the sky caravan, the small flames of the lanterns scattered throughout the streets, the illuminated windows of the taller buildings, the glow of the Sky Family's tower on the horizon, pulsing with golden light. Then, he returned inside the house. Upon the table were the 2 core formation realm techniques, their scrolls still open, their pages still illuminated by candlelight, their words still alive. There was still much to study, much to understand, much to discover. The spiritual awakening techniques, which he had not yet opened, awaited him. The studies regarding the black points, which he had barely begun to explore. The connection between his eyes and the different paths, which he still did not fully understand. And that week was only the beginning. For him, Kirian sat down once more, picked up the next scroll, and continued studying. Chapter 446, 10 Days. Chapter 446, 10 days time passed silently. Another 3 days went by. 10 days had passed since Kirian rented the small courtyard in the Sky Caravan, since he had finally found a place to call his own, a space where he could study without interruptions, without haste, without the need to remain vigilant. During those 10 days, almost all of his attention had been focused on cultivation techniques. The 6 basic techniques, those that only reach the chi release realm, had already been completely understood. The circulation paths, how chi moved through the meridians, which routes were more efficient and which were safer. The methods of chi condensation, how external energy was transformed into internal energy, and how it was purified and stored. The ways of opening meridians, how the energy channels were cleared, expanded, and strengthened. The principles of Dantian stabilization, how the energy center was protected, kept in balance, and prevented from collapsing. All of that was already engraved in his mind, not as words on a scroll, but as living comprehension, as knowledge he could apply, modify, and expand. If he wanted to, he could cultivate any of them immediately, without mistakes, without hesitation, and without risks. But he did not want to. None of those techniques suited him because all of them were limited, all of them chose a single path, all of them ignored the ever-changing nature of his eyes. And now, after finishing the study of the 2 techniques that reached the spiritual awakening realm, the ones he had purchased from the pavilion, spending 60,000 spirit stones on both, Kirian finally understood something. Creating a technique did not mean starting from the top. No powerful technique had ever come into existence that way, as though a genius had simply invented something perfect out of nothing. The great techniques of the ancient sections, the supreme methods of the imperial families, the legendary manuals are capable of spanning multiple realms. All of them had started small. First, a simple technique emerged, something basic, functional, something that worked well enough. Then it was improved, errors corrected, flows adjusted, the process refined, modified, adapted to different bodies, different styles, different needs. Corrected, eliminating flaws, improving efficiency, and expanding its capabilities. Expanded, adding new stages, new understandings, and new possibilities. Decades, centuries, millennia, until they finally became true legacies, techniques that others would spend entire lifetimes trying to comprehend. Kirian closed one of the scrolls, the one describing the technique of absolute stability, with its complex flows and rigorous requirements. The lamp's light illuminated his face, creating shadows that danced across the wooden walls. That was all. A foundation. A first step. The rest could be built later, just like any path. So he returned to studying, comparing the 6 basic techniques side by side, observing their similarities and differences, analyzing the chi flows, the circulation patterns, and the underlying structures, separating similarities, the principles they all shared, the foundations that were universal, discarding differences, the aspects specific to each technique that did not apply to his eyes, searching for patterns, the regularities that emerged, the laws governing the cultivation process. But no answer appeared. On the night of the 10th day, his mind finally reached its limit. It was not the exhaustion of someone who had pushed too hard, but the natural fatigue of someone who had thought too much. Even with restorative pills, which kept his meridians functioning and supplied energy to his body. Even with his physique, strengthened by the bone of the heavens, he was more resilient than ever. Even with his willpower, which pushed him onward when others would have given up, his brain needed rest. The connections he was trying to make between the different techniques, between the different paths, and between the different principles required a kind of clarity that only rest could provide. So for the first time in days, Kirian lay down and fell asleep. Darkness, silence, cold. Kirian opened his eyes. Again, that place, the absolute void. No sky, no ground, no stars, no direction, nothing, only darkness. Then, the sensation appeared. The same sensation, that presence, that gaze. Slowly, Kirian raised his head and saw it. The eye, gigantic, larger than mountains, larger than cities, larger than anything he had ever seen. Motionless, watching, without anger, without kindness, simply existing. The name echoed in his mind, not as a memory, but as a revelation. He heard the plea for help again. That distant sound, that call. Then the dream ended. Kirian opened his eyes abruptly. His body was covered in sweat, running down his forehead, his neck, his back. His heart was beating faster, as though it were trying to escape his chest. The room remained silent, only the cold wind passing through the window, causing the curtains to sway. He slowly sat up, running a hand through his hair, feeling the sweat at its tips. His gaze turned toward the moon, shining through the window, silver and distant. It was the 3rd time, perhaps the 4th. But this time, he had seen the black points again. The same points he had learned about through the endless needles. The same points Arion had spent 100 years studying. The same points Kirian could now see in all living beings. What did that mean? Nothing? Or something important? He did not know, and that bothered him. But there was no answer, so he decided to ignore it. At least for now. Sleeping again seemed impossible. So he stood up. He lit a lamp. The flame danced, illuminating the room with a golden glow, and returned to studying. The next 5 hours passed quickly. Scrolls, notes, technique, diagrams, meridians, cores, chi flows. Everything spread across the table, forming an organized chaos of knowledge. Several times his thoughts returned to the endless needles technique, to the black chi, to the dying man, Arion, with his damaged meridians and weakened organs, his life slipping away. To the price of that technique, the cost demanded by every use, the wear and tear that accumulated. If my eyes endured it, but it was still too early, it was not worth the risk. In the end, he made a decision. He stored away the scrolls, organizing them carefully, separating those he had already studied from those that still required attention. Later, Chapter 447, Festival. Chapter 447, Festival. When the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, Kirian left the courtyard. Once again, it was time to make money. The Alchemists Association was already bustling with activity. Alchemists entering, carrying bottles and boxes. Alchemists leaving, with expressions of satisfaction or frustration. Apprentices carrying crates of herbs, running from one side to the other, try not to get in the way. Employees recording transactions behind dark wooden counters, with piles of scrolls spread before them. Kirian walked directly to one of the counters, choosing one that was less crowded. Soon, he sold the batches of rank 5 pills he had produced during the week. Recovery pills to restore chi, heal injuries, and survive. Strengthening pills to increase physical endurance and prepare the body for cultivation. Meridian stabilization pills to prevent deviations and keep the flow of chi under control. Everything was purchased quickly. The evaluators were obviously pleased with the quality. As a result, more than 100,000 spirit stones entered his pouch. Without wasting time, he purchased new herbs. Many more herbs. This time, Kirian did not limit himself to the recipes he already knew. He expanded his purchases, acquiring ingredients for formulas he had not yet tested. Afterward, he went to sell the formation plates. The streets were crowded, as always in the Sky Caravan. Stalls of every size and every color. Runes engraved on jade plates, scrolls, and beast skins. Crystals shining with their own chi, pulsing with energy. The scent of spiritual ink filled the air. His rank 5 formation plates also sold quickly, especially defensive formations, which cultivators were always looking for, and isolation formations, which allowed people to train safely. Goods that were always sought after, always useful, always valuable. More money came in, and more materials were purchased. Only then did he head to the pavilion, the same place where he had bought the previous techniques, the pavilion of 10,000 scriptures. The building was enormous, with red walls and golden details. Shelves that seemed endless, stretching in every direction. Thousands of books, scrolls, jade slips, manuals, everything organized by realm, from chi release to spiritual awakening and beyond. By affinity, fire, water, earth, metal, wind, wood. By specialty, cultivation, combat, defense support. By price, from the cheapest to the most expensive. Kirian spent hours analyzing them, his eyes moving across every title, every description, every price. In the end, he spent around 150,000 spirit stones, purchasing 15 techniques, most from the chi accumulation realm, some from the chi release realm, and some from the core formation realm. All from different paths, different philosophies, different approaches. But that was not all. Kirian also purchased different kinds of books. Books that cultivators usually ignored, with detailed diagrams showing every channel, every acupuncture point, every invisible connection, describing different types of physical constitutions and different responses to cultivation, about the heart, liver, kidneys, lungs, spleen, and how chi affected each of them. A controversial idea that most cultivators dismissed, showing the differences and similarities between bodies, about what the human body can and cannot endure, compiling knowledge from across the continent. The most basic of basics, but essential. What happens when something goes wrong? About heavenly physiques, innate talents, and anomalies. None of them were cultivation techniques, but perhaps they were even more important. If he wanted to create something of his own, he needed to understand himself, his body, his meridians, his limits, his possibilities. When he finally left the pavilion, the sun was already high in the sky, and then his stomach protested. Kirian was walking through the busy streets when an aroma reached his nose. Roasted meat, spices, fat slowly melting over. Glowing coals. His steps halted. He stood still, staring at the restaurant, with its dark wooden facade, its red lanterns, and steam rising from the kitchen. For days, he had been feeding himself only with nutritious pills that he had refined personally. They were practical, efficient, but terrible in flavor. So he entered. The restaurant was packed, wooden tables occupied by cultivators of every level. Laughter echoed between the walls. Conversations about missions, techniques, and prices. Waiters ran from one side to the other, carrying steaming trays. Kirian chose a table near the wall, where he could observe the hall without being observed. And he ordered. A lot. far more than an ordinary person could eat. 3 types of spiritual beast meat, each from a different beast, each with its own flavor. Freshly baked bread, crispy on the outside, soft on the inside. Hot soup with herbs and vegetables, revitalizing. Vegetables stir-fried in fire seed oil, spicy and fragrant. Spiritual fish, grilled and served with soy sauce and ginger. Rare fruits from distant regions that Kirian had never seen before. Tea, hot, aromatic, relaxing. Everything. Enough food to feed 3 hungry cultivators. Soon after, the food arrived and disappeared quickly. Kirian ate in silence, savoring every bite, every flavor, while listening to the conversations around him. Most of the conversations were useless. Business, prices, offers, bargains. Gossip about who was with whom, who had lost, who had won. Cultivators boasting about real or imagined achievements. Merchants complaining about taxes, competition, and the weather. Nothing interesting, until one conversation caught his attention. Kirian continued eating, somewhat interested in the conversation. Not in the final part, about the air of heaven, about the sky family, although he was at least mildly interested in this air of heaven because she was probably from the sky family. But what truly caught his attention was the Celestial Descent Festival. A strange name, an interesting one. From the name, it seemed obvious. Perhaps it was when the sky caravan finally descended to the ground. Perhaps it was a tradition. Perhaps something greater. He did not know, but there was still a month left. There was no need to worry about it now. He finished the meal, paid, leaving a generous tip, then stood up. The newly purchased books were stored in his spatial ring, along with the new techniques, the new herbs, the new materials. Everything was ready. Now, it was time to return to the small courtyard and continue his search, the search for something that perhaps had never been created before. His own cultivation technique. Chapter 448, Frustration. Chapter 448, Frustration. 3 weeks passed. 21 days. 21 nights. And for the first time since arriving at the Caravan of Heaven, in fact, for the first time in his entire life, Kirian felt something close to frustration. It was not anger, not the hot fire that burned and demanded action. It was not irritation, the fleeting annoyance that came and went with circumstances. It was something stranger, a feeling of being trapped, as if he were walking in circles inside a room with no doors, as if his legs moved, but the scenery around him never changed, as if every step brought him back to the same starting point, the same problem, the same questions, the same insufficient answers. Sitting at the small wooden table in his rented courtyard, that table now covered in layers of scrolls and books, forming mountains of knowledge that threatened to collapse at any moment, Kirian observed the countless volumes scattered throughout the room. Open books, their pages marked with strips of red cloth, with notes written in black and red ink along the margins, with passages circled in bright red ink. Unrolled scrolls, with meridian diagrams drawn in thin lines, with chi flows sketched by hand in blue ink, with meticulous calculations that led nowhere. Stacks of notes on yellowed pieces of paper, on polished jade tablets, on any available surface that could hold ink. Diagrams covering nearly the entire surface of the table, lines, circles, and arrows, all representing failed attempts, all leading to dead ends, all insufficient. The morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating dust particles drifting slowly through the air, like tiny golden dots dancing in a beam of light, creating patterns that shifted with the sun's position. The room was silent, only the occasional sound of turning pages breaking the tranquility, the dry rustle of paper against paper, the soft whisper of knowledge being sought. Kirian sighed. It was a rare gesture, very rare, but lately it had been happening often, because for the first time in a very long time, he was failing. The first weeks had been productive, extremely productive. After returning from a market with 15 new cultivation techniques and dozens of books about the human body, the complete atlas of human meridians, the treatise of the 100 variations of the body, and a medical manual of spiritual organs. All the others, Kirian had immersed himself completely in his studies. Days and nights, without interruption, without distractions, without rest. Most of the time, the pills he refined himself replaced meals. He swallowed them without a second thought, feeling the medicinal energy spread through his meridians, keeping his body functioning while his mind focused on something else. Other pills replaced sleep. They were less efficient than true rest, but sufficient to keep his mind functioning for a few more hours. His body rarely left the courtyard, only when he needed to sell something or purchase new materials. The streets of the caravan of heaven, with their constant bustle and noisy markets, had become distant, as though they belonged to another world. The rest of the time was spent there, studying, learning, trying to understand. The 6 basic techniques, those that only reach the chi release realm, the first ones he had purchased, had already been completely understood. Their internal structures, how chi flowed, how the meridians were activated, how the dantian was nourished. Their energetic flows, the paths the energy followed, the rotations it performed, and the transformations it underwent. Their underlying philosophies, the principles governing each technique, the reasons behind every choice, the intentions that shaped them. The 2 core formation realm techniques as well. He now understood how they created stable or abundant cores, how they balanced chi or accumulated it, how they prepared the cultivator for the higher realms. Even the 2 spiritual awakening realm techniques had been analyzed, though their concepts were more complex, deeper, more difficult. The technique that strengthened spiritual sense, expanding perception beyond normal limits. The technique that explored the connection between body and element, merging the cultivator with their natural affinity. Even so, his eyes allowed him to absorb their fundamental principles, to see through their complexities to their essences. Then came the 15 new techniques. Flowing current technique, which made chi flow like water, constant and uninterrupted. Immovable mountain method, which built a solid foundation, unshakable as the earth itself. Deep breathing art, which used air as a vehicle for chi, synchronizing body and spirit. Rising sun technique, which absorbed the energy of dawn, renewing the cultivator each day. The serene moon method, which nourished itself through the silence of the night, through calm and reflection. One after another, Kirian studied them all, understood them all, memorized them all. If he wished, he could cultivate any of them immediately, without difficulty, without mistakes, without waste. But that had never been the goal. The goal was something else, to create something new, something of his own, something that belonged only to him. And that was exactly where the problem lay. During these 3 weeks, Kirian tried countless times, perhaps dozens, perhaps hundreds. He had already lost count. He would begin with an idea, a flash of inspiration, a connection between 2 different techniques, a feeling that something might work. He would create a hypothesis, a theoretical framework explaining how the chi flows would combine, how the meridians would connect, how the new path would take shape. He would construct a theoretical model with diagrams, calculations, and predictions of how the chi would behave. And then, everything would collapse. Some techniques worked only in theory, but in practice conflicted with the mutable nature of his eyes. Others conflicted with his ocular cores, which were already saturated with energy from different paths. Some simply made no sense, as though he were trying to force a solution that did not exist. There was one occasion when he spent nearly 2 entire days developing a model based on 3 simultaneous chi flows. It seemed perfect. The flows complemented each other, balanced one another, creating a self-sustaining cycle, until he realized that the flows inevitably clashed after several rotations, creating turbulence that damaged the meridians. Another attempt used the 2 ocular cores as a foundation, trying to create a technique nourished by both energies. But the structure was unstable, like a building constructed on quicksand, ready to collapse at any moment. Another used a central core, ignoring the ocular cores and focusing only on the new body he had built. But he could not solve the problem of transforming different types of chi. How could he cultivate a single path when his eyes demanded multiple ones? Another tried to partially copy a technique from an ancient sect, adapting it to his eyes. But he eventually realized that he was merely modifying something that already existed, not creating something new, merely remixing what was already there. Every time, every single time, some flaw appeared, some detail had been overlooked, some problem emerged, and everything had to begin again. It bothered him, more than he cared to admit, because, for as long as he could remember, things had always been simple for him. Since childhood, since he first became aware. Learning? Easy. He absorbed knowledge like a sponge, as though his eyes had been made for it. Understanding? Easy. He saw through superficial layers, reaching the essences that others missed. Fighting? Easy. He saw his enemies' movements before they made them, anticipating every strike, every defense. Alchemy? Easy. He controlled fire with a precision that alchemists with decades of experience envied. Formation? Easy. He saw the connections between runes, the logic behind every pattern. Others needed years. He needed months, sometimes weeks, sometimes days. His eyes transformed obstacles into stepping stones, difficulties into opportunities, the impossible into something attainable. But now, it was different. Creating a technique was not merely understanding something that already existed. It was not studying. It was not copying. It was not improving. It was creating something completely new, something that had never existed before. And for the first time, his eyes did not possess a ready answer. Chapter 449, The Foundation of a Path. Chapter 449, The Foundation of a Path. Even so, the 3 weeks were not unproductive. Quite the opposite. While studying, Kirian continued refining pills. Batch after batch. Rank 5. Always rank 5. His refinement speed had increased once again. His control over fire was becoming increasingly precise, increasingly efficient. Some recipes, which had once required his full attention, could now be refined almost automatically while his mind focused on other problems. He also produced dozens of formation plates, defensive formations capable of blocking spiritual attacks from spiritual awakening cultivators, isolation formations, which completely concealed the presence of anyone inside them, concealment formations, which created convincing illusions, deceiving even spiritual senses. Everything sold quickly. The caravan of heaven possessed a constant flow of cultivators, and cultivators always needed resources. Pills, formation, weapons, treasures. Money continued flowing in, steady streams of spirit stones filling his spatial ring. And almost all of it continued flowing out. New techniques, new books, new recipes, new knowledge. Throughout those weeks, the city also changed. The streets were fuller, more crowded, noisier. The Celestial Descent Festival was approaching, and everyone knew it. Merchants advertised promotions with colorful signs and deafening shouts, competing for the attention of passers-by. Artisans displayed their finest products in showcases illuminated by formations that created impressive lighting effects. Alchemists prepared special batches for the occasion, using rarer, more expensive, and more potent ingredients. Formation masters crafted exclusive artifacts that would only be sold during the festival, unique pieces that would never be reproduced. Even the restaurants seemed busier, with lines forming in front of their doors and more exotic aromas drifting through the air. The conversations were always the same. The festival, the air of heaven, the sky family, the caravan's descent, the grand auctions, the competitions. The entire city seemed to breathe anticipation. Kirian heard countless such conversations while walking to sell his goods and while purchasing new materials. But he rarely paid attention. His focus remained elsewhere. On that particular morning, after completing exactly 3 weeks of study, since renting the small courtyard, since beginning this search, Kirian finally closed another book. The sound was dull, the leather cover striking the wooden table, a final, definitive sound. His eyes were tired, with dark circles beneath them and tiny red veins appearing at the corners. His mind as well. He ran a hand through his hair, a distracted gesture, as though trying to organize his thoughts. Then he looked around. The room was a mess. Books stacked in unstable towers, some on the verge of collapse, others already fallen to the floor. Scrolls scattered across the table, the floor, and even the bed he barely used. Notes occupying nearly every available space, on scraps of paper, on jade tablets, on any surface capable of holding ink. It looked more like a destroyed library than a residence. Kirian muttered, his voice low and tired. Rising from the chair, his knees cracked lightly. He began sorting the books, first by subject, then by usefulness, then by level of importance. It was simple work, mechanical, but it helped calm his mind. One book after another, one pile after another. While reorganizing one of the boxes he had purchased recently, a dark wooden box without markings that he barely remembered acquiring, something caught his attention. An extremely thin book. So thin it almost looked like a pamphlet, with fewer than 50 pages, with a spine that barely had any thickness. Its cover was worn, the leather dried by time, with fine cracks running across its surface, the edges frayed and weathered. Without any important symbol, without a sect seal, without any indication of value or rarity. In fact, it looked so ordinary that Kirian did not even remember buying it. It had probably come with some larger batch, a bonus or discount he had not even noticed. Or perhaps it had been lost among other books, hidden in a pile, forgotten until now. He picked up the small volume. Light, old, yellowed by time. The pages had a pale brown hue, as though they had been exposed to light for decades. On the cover, there were only a few words. Kirian raised an eyebrow. The title was interesting, though simple, direct, and straightforward. He sat down once more, the chair creaking beneath his weight. He opened the book, the pages rustling softly, the sound of old paper against old paper, expecting to find some common theory, some basic explanation, perhaps something written by an unknown cultivator who had never achieved anything. But he quickly realized he was wrong. The content was different, very different. It did not speak about chi circulation. It did not speak about meridians. It did not speak about techniques. It did not speak about combat. It spoke of only one thing: paths. The very concept of path. The pages were short. The explanations were simple. Yet there was an unexpected depth in every line. Kirian continued reading. His expression slowly began to change, his brow relaxing, his eyes opening slightly wider. The words seemed simple, but there was something within them, something difficult to explain, as though someone were describing exactly the problem he was facing. The following pages continued. Kirian remained motionless, reading, page after page, line after line, understanding of what? Of how chi flows, of how the body functions, of how the meridians connect. Then he reached the final section of the small book, the final passage, perhaps only a few lines, written in dark ink upon the aged paper, with firm and confident handwriting. But those few lines caused his gaze to stop completely. His body became still. His breathing slowed, almost stopping. The world seemed silent. The distant sounds of the city, the wind, the crackling of candles, everything disappeared. Only those words existed, written in dark ink upon the aged paper. Kirian reread it. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Then he continued. The room remained silent. The words seemed to echo within his mind. What makes you unique? Not your studies, not the techniques you have learned. Kirian remained seated, motionless, his fingers still holding the small book, feeling the rough texture of the worn leather, the light weight of the yellowed pages, while something slowly began to emerge within his thoughts. An idea, small, distant, but present. The idea had appeared, yet at the same time seemed incredibly far away, like a flame in the darkness, faint but real. And for the first time in weeks, the frustration vanished, replaced by something different. Curiosity, because perhaps he had been searching in the wrong place all along. Perhaps the answer was not in the techniques. Perhaps the answer was not in the books. Perhaps the answer was within himself. Kirian closed the book, the dry sound of leather against leather echoing through the silence. And for the first time in 3 weeks, He smiled. He decided to set all the books aside and walk toward the courtyard's bathroom, the only place where he could see himself. Chapter 450, Enlightenment. Chapter 450, Enlightenment. Kirian's fingers remained on the worn cover of that thin book for several seconds. The leather was rough beneath his fingertips, dry, cracked, with tiny fissures spreading across the surface like spiderwebs, creating irregular patterns that seemed to tell the story of decades of neglect. The weight was almost non-existent, so light that it felt as though the pages had disappeared with time, consumed by years of oblivion. Silence dominated the small courtyard. Outside, the caravan of heaven remained alive, the distant sounds of voices, carts, and markets arriving as a muffled murmur, as though they came from another world. The laughter, the negotiations, the constant noise of the wandering city, all of it seemed distant, as though it belonged to a reality that no longer touched him. But all of that felt far away. His attention was focused on a single sentence. Kirian rose from the chair. The wood creaked, a low sound, almost a groan, as though protesting the sudden movement after hours of stillness. The book remained on the table, open to the final page, those last words still visible beneath the lantern's light, the dark ink faintly gleaming. His footsteps echoed softly through the small corridor of the courtyard as he walked toward the bathroom, a simple room at the back of the house that he had barely used during those 3 weeks. The wooden floor creaked beneath his feet, each step a reminder of the silence surrounding him. His thoughts spun endlessly. The question seemed simple, but it was not. It was a difficult question, perhaps the most difficult one he had ever asked himself. He discarded the idea almost immediately. He liked alchemy. He was talented at it. The art of turning herbs into pills, of extracting essences, of creating something from nothing. All of it fascinated him. But it was not what defined him. If he had never refined a single pill in his life, he would still be Kirian. Neither. Formations were useful, powerful, interesting, but they were only a skill, a tool, nothing more. Perhaps. But no, there were countless geniuses in the world, men and women capable of understanding things he could not even imagine. Philosophers, strategists, scholars who had devoted entire lifetimes to study. That did not make him unique either. Again, no, it was merely a consequence, a characteristic, not his essence. His steps slowed. He remained silent, thinking. Then, slowly, an answer began to emerge. An answer that had been before him from the very beginning. Since the start. Always. His eyes. Everything always came back to his eyes. Kirian continued walking. His mind sank into his own memories. He remembered the first time he saw chi particles. He had still been just a baby, small, fragile, incapable of cultivating. Yet his eyes had seen what no one else could perceive. Tiny luminous points drifting through the world. Particles invisible to everyone else. From that moment on, everything changed. His eyes absorbed those particles. His body grew faster, stronger, healthier. While other children played, he was already changing, already evolving. Then came the years in the mortal world. Beyond the mountains of the end. A small place, isolated, insignificant before the true world of cultivators. But there, he learned to fight, learned to survive, learned to kill. And even back then, the eyes were present, always, guiding him, helping him, strengthening him. Then came cultivation, the true change, the moment when his life should have ended. Immortal, without spiritual meridians, without apparent talent, without any connection to the heavenly will, without any possibility of stepping onto the path of cultivation. He should have lived, grown old, and then died, like the thousands of other mortals. But his eyes changed that. His eyes opened a door that should not have existed. They transformed the impossible into reality. They transformed a mortal into a cultivator. Then came the paths. Ice, which had nearly killed him, which had saved him, which had accompanied him since the beginning of his journey. The cold power that allowed him to survive, that helped him defeat the five-horned lava lizard. Blood, inherited from Wei Feng of the Bloody Court. The crimson essence pulsing within his eyes. The sword, the inheritance of the Verdant Sword sect, the intent that cut through the world, the precision, the technique, the art of combat. Fire, received from the great volcano, from the fire spirit, from the bone of the heavens. The flame that burned within his eyes, connecting him to the very essence of heat. Lightning, speed, storm, the power he cultivated now. The electricity dancing within his pupils, promising swiftness and destruction. And now, the strange black chi, the fragment of the endless needles, incomplete yet present. The energy Arion had given him, which he still did not fully understand. Each of them different, powerful, unique, but all of them shared the same origin. His eyes. Always the eyes. Kirian finally arrived at the bathroom. The small wooden door opened with a faint creak, the rusty hinges groaning in protest, as though they had not been used in a long time. The interior was simple, clean, modest. A small white ceramic basin, with fine cracks along its edge, marks left by time and use. A few towels, made of white cloth, worn from use, with frayed edges. A narrow window that allowed a beam of golden light to enter, illuminating the dust particles drifting through the air. And the mirror. It was exactly what he was looking for. The object occupied a large portion of the wall, large enough to reflect nearly his entire body. The frame was made of dark wood, simple, without ornaments. The glass was clean, free of stains and cracks, large enough for him to observe himself completely. Kirian approached, stopped before it, and looked. His reflection looked back. Black hair, slightly longer than before, falling over his shoulders, with a few loose strands hanging over his face. Purple eyes, with the subtle lightning hidden in the depths of the iris, a promise of restrained power. A youthful face, still carrying soft, adolescent features, yet with a maturity that did not belong to his age. A calm expression, as always, as though the world around him could not shake him. Nothing different, aside from his extraordinary beauty, which even he could not deny. Nothing special, at least at first glance. Then his eyes met his own eyes, and something happened. The world vanished. There was no explosion, no light, no sound, but something changed, deeply, instantly. His mind became clear, clearer than it had ever been, as though a fog he never knew existed had been swept away. It was as though an invisible mist had disappeared, a layer of mental noise that had always been there, yet that he had never noticed. As though thousands of confused thoughts were being organized simultaneously, every idea finding its place, every concept connecting to the others. As though ancient questions were finally finding answers, answers that had always been there, but that he had been unable to see. An enlightenment, an extremely rare state, extremely precious, something many cultivators spent their entire lives without experiencing even once. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.